land. All ages from kids up to grown men walk through the gates of the coal miner's daughter to make a point clearer than the creek water. Who's the best? Who's it gonna be?
And with that, they are fired up, Zach, and so are we, ready to go on this final day of championship racing. About to get this college boy underway. You know, we always say, what a great way to kick the day off. There's not a bad class to start this race off with here today. Looking forward to it. Jackie Legs making his way into the booth here this morning. We got a complete team. Kevin Kelly going to be in just a moment. Kevin Wyndham getting suited up right now, putting that headset on, getting adjusted. Dean Dice ready for action. Again, Jackie Legs making his way in, and leading us off this morning going to be Zach Herron.
All right, thank you very much, Megawan, as we get ready to set the deck and kick off the final day of racing with our college 18 to 24 class. This is going to be a fun one. Henry Wrinkle in charge of this championship, currently sitting on a 1-1. Just behind him, though, in the number 2 spot, Cade Bradley with a 2-2. So some consistency here in the college class. They've been doing the homework, and it's paying off. As Brett Hydorn sitting on a 5-3 in that 3rd place spot. So could see some swapping around for the backside of the podium. We welcome into the booth Jackson Burrell. Jackson, this is one that we always say is a favorite. A lot of speed, a lot of sendiness, if you will, here in this college class.
Yeah, no doubt about it. One of my favorite for sure. An 18 to 24-year-old class. The boys are ready to go here first thing on a Saturday morning.
Great.
Hey,
Saturday already.
Before we go any further, I just got to tell you guys, I was in this booth all week long with the entire team and kind of let you guys run a bit, kind of let you guys roll. And I couldn't be more proud of Zach and Jackie. Dean's done a great job. Kevin stepping in. But that Pro Sport moto the other day was a thing of beauty by Zach Jackson and Dean Dice. And I just want to compliment you guys on that and tell you what a great job and how proud I am of you.
Well, we appreciate it, Megan. Yeah, it's they made it easy on us, right, Jackson? That was an incredible race. And so, as here we go. Gate is down. We're off and rolling. College 18 to 24. As they go barreling into turn 1, Jackson, one rider slices down underneath. And looks like that's going to be Brett Hydorn grabbing the early race lead, 3rd in your championship.
A good drive for A.J. Greenwell, but going to fall back early. One rider going for a little ride there.
Man, a big get off for the 63 rider of Victor Valasenor, excuse me. Looks to be okay, though. Wow, that was a big one, and we saw that yesterday as well, Jackson. A lot of challenges in that section just after the first turn. As look at how deep this track is here on lap number 1. You can already see those back ends kind of fishtailing as another rider having a problem. That might be the 88 of Cade Bradley, 2nd in the championship.
Oh, Zach, he's going to have to be careful doing that. Going to go off the track there. The AMA definitely going to be looking at that one as they head back off into Storyland. We're going to peek here at the exit of Storyland where we see our leaders. And I believe that is the KTM machine that we're seeing out front. That should be Blake Broderick, I do believe. They're on the number 60. Jeffrey Wrinkle also going to be on a KTM running up towards the front of the pack, the number 32 machine.
And there we see the 11 of A.J. Greenwell getting shuffled back a couple of spots, or Greenwell, excuse me. He was 2nd off the line, is seeing a lot of movement as they get ready to come by the tower. What do you see?
Yeah, that's actually Jeffrey Wrinkle here. So that it was a KTM, but a KTM a little further back, credited with 6th on the start, but has made quick work as he now leads college 18 to 24 round for lap 1.
Yeah, Wrinkle found some spots back there in Storyland, able to pick up some bunches, you know, came around that first turn. I believe he's about that 5th position. Really used caution, really used a good judgment back there as he worked his way into Storyland, able to put himself in that number 1 position as we complete our first lap here this morning in our college 18 to 24.
Yeah, it seems like Wrinkle's just trying to find his pace, iron things out, smooth it over, if you will, and start to work his way forward. Has picked up a couple of spots. Grayson Watkins now on the bubble of that top 5 as well, but Wrinkle in the number 1 ride and trying to set sail and complete the sweep here in college.
Yeah, after a near hole shot. Go ahead.
Would that make him valedictorian 111 in college class? Is that top graduate?
Top graduate, absolutely.
Top of the class for sure, no doubt.
Absolutely.
So A.J. Greenwell, after a good start to this one, going to shuffle back to the 6th place spot. Dane Morals in the 7th. Cole Coker, he's your 8th place. With Blake Thomas in the 9th place spot, we see Connor Mowry rounding out your top 10. Going to have our top 20 here on the left side of your screen popping up for this college class.
Man, look at this track right now. Jackson, Meg and I were just talking a few minutes earlier. A lot of change in this moto as far as the track itself. These lines going to slowly start to break in, and this is one of those classes where we actually see a lot of the faster times come later in the moto when those lines are fully developed.
Yeah, Megawatt, what do you think about this track here this morning? You know, of course, you see the crew that is putting on this event a lot, doing the Pro Motocross. What do you think this thing's going to shape up to be?
I tell you, with the little bit of extra moisture, we've talked about the overcast today. You're not going to have the sun beating down on it. I think we're going to see one of the best tracks we've seen all week. I think the thing's going to develop early today, and they're going to be good lines that are ground in this morning by this college 18 to 24. Just not lines that were open or just not somebody rode where somebody wasn't. You know, you're going to see great race lines, and they're only going to get better throughout the course of the day. Kevin Windham.
Hey, Zach, you mentioned the track and the quality of it, the speed of it. As this is the moto that the track will change the most, but as I was on Fox Radio last night, Deacon Deno was a guest.
Yep.
More than one time he mentioned the fastest lap time of the week. So it's a race within the entire event, and it means a lot to these guys. The early motos are the motos that have started to have shown. Well, I say that Timmerman put a time up late in the day, but the fastest time of the day generally has been coming early in the morning.
Yep.
So this is an important moto, not only to Jeffrey Wrinkle, the rest of the boys, but also Deacon Deno, who has the fastest lap time of the week.
Yeah, and it is. It's good to see these athletes kind of paying attention to those little things as well, not just their class results, saying, hey, who's got the fastest time? What can I do? And to your point, down at Radio Fox last night, I heard him talking about it, and he thought he could have a little bit more. He missed out on that second lap. He thought he was going to maybe be just a little bit quicker. So it's cool to see these guys pushing for that Oakley fastest lap.
Absolutely. And Jackson, little fun fact, we were talking to Jim Wells earlier in the week. When this 148.0 came up, the fast lap before that was about a 149.5. That was approximately 38.8 miles per hour. The 148.0, that translates to about 40.5 mile per hour as average speed around this track. Can you imagine doing 40 mile an hour all the way around this track?
Absolutely not. I can't imagine hardly in one section out here. So taking a look now, that's going to be a hard time to beat, boys. Deacon Deno, a 148.0. I will be thoroughly impressed if somebody is able to chop that one away, including Deno himself.
Well, the best opportunity for that's going to be in these early motos here today. But right now, it's all about Jeffrey Wrinkle on the number 32 machine. Kevin, using that strategy, got the good start, has the clean air, and has control of the race line. Knows he has to sprint, but doesn't want to gas out too early, so it's a delicate balance right there.
Yeah, as far as that goes, he's got a lot of things on his favor. The track is the smoothest it will be, and I will go ahead and add that it's not smooth right already. You see the dirt has a little bit of memory, so they work it from front to back, left to right, but the memory of the dirt is going to create the bumps quicker and quicker on a daily basis. But also with the till of the dirt, you want to protect your bike. We see a lot of bikes smoking early in the morning. We want to protect our tear-offs. We see tons of tear-offs being ripped early in the morning. So Wrinkle right now doing everything he needs to do and kind of setting sail, and looks like he's going to be in the best shot to take this thing home, but you don't want to lose focus.
Hey, Caleb, I was just going to touch on that. I was going to see, you see how bad these riders are fighting to not follow, not trying to get those radiators packed up, and we've seen a lot of tear-offs, riders pulling multiple tear-offs in one straightaway, Mega, because this stuff is super sticky first thing in the morning.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to get up on those goggles. It's going to start sticking to the number plate. It's going to start sticking to the bib, the goggles, that kind of thing. But I want to thank Kevin Windham for introducing us to a new term here. I understand Tempur-Pedic's got memory foam, but Loretta Lynn's has memory dirt.
There it is.
I love it. This stuff goes back to its original shape, goes back to its original line, and just gets better. I love it.
Taking a look here at the 10 Commandments on Racer TV. I believe the first time we've been live all week this early in the morning, so we're getting to see how it looks here for the very, very first moto of the day.
Yeah, Racer TV doing a great job of making sure those championship motos getting shown live, and big thank you to everybody enjoying the coverage all week long with us. As back into Storyland they go, one more day to write your story here at Loretta's 2025. As we're watching the battle on screen, that's the 88 machine. We saw him go down a bit early and lose a ton of time. He's currently second in the championship, so the 88 got some work to do. Cade Bradley, 14th the last time he came across the start-finish line.
Taking a look here at the Husqvarna rider on screen. There's the 27 Kawasaki as well. That is Tyler Archambault just ahead of him. That's the 88. machine. I believe that is the rider going down just a little bit earlier, Cade Bradley, who we see on screen, already picking up some spots as he sends it into that Thor sand sweeper.
Yeah, and Bradley's got to do that right now. As the one rider in front of him, goes down, hands him that spot. So he's trying to pick up as many spots as he can, Jackson. We saw him go down on lap 1.
Yeah, and he's down again.
Threw the bike away.
71, I believe.
Yeah, that's Trevor Malley that we see on screen there. Gets the bike back going, lets that clutch out just a little too soon before he threw the leg over and tosses it away again.
And things can start to happen quick in moments like that, too. You start getting past, you start to panic a little bit. All of a sudden, simple little mistakes that end up costing you more time in the end end up happening.
No doubt about it. Continuing to follow here on this 88 machine, we know this guy's going to be slicing and dicing his way through the pack.
Yeah, as he came through by the tower and down Broadway over the progressive launch there, he was riding with some great style, checking down, scrubbing, staying low, getting the wheels of that Yami back to the dirt, and he seems to be going forward right now.
Yeah, he had 2 moto scores for him to start this one out, K-Dub. The Kingman, Arizona native on the Atlas Motorsports Factory Connection, O'Neill and Maximo backed ride.
Yeah, and Bradley needs to pick up some spots because he is currently off the overall podium as they sit. He's in the number 4 ride, checked in the number 11 spot last time through.
On lap number 4 right now, we see that Wrinkle, last time around, he was a 153, Heidorn a 153, Bowman a 155. Now, as these guys are coming up to speed, up to pace right now, I believe we're going to see it get just a little quicker, Zach, before this one's over.
Yeah, this is what we touched on with these early motos, especially the first moto of the day. It's the second half of this race that usually turns the fastest lap times. These riders are able to charge harder into the corners. They can start to trust these ruts and these lines being developed. And like we said, maybe a little different from day to day, but the overall race lines stay pretty similar. And so I agree, Mega. I think the best is yet to come here in this college class.
AJ Green here with a little pressure from, was that Blake Thomas, I believe. The battle on screen on Racer TV is now they're through the billboard straightaway. Blake Thomas trying to change his lines up there. Do not want to eat too much roost off the back of 11. I'm sure that Dunlop scoop.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure all the riders are riding a scoop, and that thing will scoop some dirt straight to the face.
And this is actually a pretty good setting for first race of the day. We've seen it maybe a little thicker, a little damper as well. So these riders not quite getting buried as much as we've seen at some points first in the morning.
So on the lap 5 now, being very consistent. Last time 153, now 154 for our top 3 riders, all on that 154. Take a look a little further back. You see Blake Thomas. He's sitting in that 6th place. He too's running a 154, but Ronald Johnson down to a 153 right behind him. So Johnson on the number 3 machine running a little bit quicker than some of the guys ahead of him.
Well, there's a lot of fast riders out there, Mega. I mean, you drop all the way back to outside the top 20. We've got several riders under 2 minutes. 24th, Victor Villasenor, who we saw out front go down in that 2nd or 3rd corner. He's still running 159, 158s outside the top 20.
You know, out there working it right now, knowing the final opportunity, Zach. And if we had a little mistake on that start or we fall over, that's the heart of the Loretta Lynn's champion. That's the heart of the competitor down here at Loretta Lynn's. I'm going to go out on a high note. Might not be with a win, but I'm going to give them 110%, and that's how they're going to remember me when I leave the ranch.
Well, another part of these third motos is the mental strength, the mental fortitude, especially if something goes wrong. Yeah, maybe you were looking for a podium and you go down. Maybe you're now just fighting for a top 5. We see some riders, even some riders not lining up for that third moto because they're a little too bummed out. They didn't get what they wanted in the opening 2 motos, which for me, you paid to be here, you paid to race 3, show what you can do in all 3 of them.
On screen here, we got the number 88 of Cade Bradley. He needs to get moving, guys. He has not made a lot of progress towards the front. Now he's back to 10th, actually,
wow.
And that is going to hurt on the championship deal totals here. He's now still sitting in 4th, and that's a guy I was expecting to see make some moves here. He's had some great motos leading up to the 3rd moto, and really close, but you got to close the deal right now, and these guys start making some moves.
Yeah, Cole Coker also in the 8th place spot, who currently sits in 5th overall, just behind Cade Bradley, trying to make some moves as well. So we could see Bradley fall to the backside of the top 5 before it's all said and done. This is another one of those scenarios, Cade, where we do see some riders overriding the bike. They're so desperately trying to move forward that they're making silly little mistakes and ultimately costing themselves more.
Hey, Zach, I'll put you on the spot here if you can pull your numbers. Tell me how Josh Bowman, he's currently in 3rd in the championship, 4th in the moto. What are his moto finishes here?
So Josh Bowman on the number 85, he's got a 3 and a 5, so he's got 8 points total coming into this round, and as he sits in the number 4 spot right now. And then let's see, do some quick math here. Cade Bradley coming into this one with a 2, 2, and a 4. So Bradley actually has 4 points to play with as far as being in front of Josh Bowman. So to your point, I mean, if Bradley can drop those lap times, he ran a 157.1 that last lap. He's only 2 positions behind Coker.
So he needs to be the man on the move right now.
Yeah, he's got to get going.
And look at Ronnie Snyder up here in that number 3 position now. I believe Ronnie, where's he sitting? About 7th for potential overall right now?
Yeah, Ronnie on the number 38. He's in the number 9 overall spot with 11-10 scores.
Yeah, having a great ride, though, up there in that number 3 spot, turning 155s last time. So definitely a great effort by the number 38 Kawasaki machine.
Yeah, you're right, Megawatt. If they're able to finish the way they are, he will be right around that 7th place spot. Of course, Jeffrey Wrinkle, he has the championship under his belt right now. If he can continue this with Brett Heidorn sitting in that number 2 spot and Josh Bowman in 3rd. But here on Racer TV on your screen, following along as the riders make their way into the 10 Commandments here on screen, is that A.J. Greenwell on the number 11 machine as he battles it out with some riders just ahead of him there.
Yeah, making their way through some lap traffic now as well, Jackson. So we're going to start to see these riders having to pick and choose their lines a bit more carefully as Greenwell continues to try to create a way around. He's taking these wide lines, but it's just a little bit too much real estate that he's got to cover as they launch into story lane. Once again, he funnels into that inside.
Now going to make their way out of Storyland and in to this rough sand section. Not too rough here this morning, but it will be in no time.
So 2-lap card not out yet. Still got a bit to go here in this first moto of the day, college 18 to 24, and it's the Wrinkle show right now as Jeffrey Wrinkle is running away with it and trying to create a 1-1-1. And you look at Brett Heidorn, shout out to him as well, dropping down into the 154s. He's still charging hard. Heidorn in the 3rd overall position coming into this race with a 5.3 and currently sitting 2nd overall as they run.
Ronald Johnson throwing that thing sideways on the number 3 machine. What you see, K-Dub?
I just had this cracking smile as I watched these guys go around the Thor Sand Sweeper. How much progression in the roller size and the acceleration, because they're on the gas right now. So the scoop tires again moving a lot of dirt. The track crew puts it together every night, and it takes about a moto for them to dig it back out. It's already starting to develop quite nicely, and you're going to be the 3rd, 4th moto. Go ahead and expect some pretty gnarly chop and big rollers in the Thor Sand Sweeper.
I guarantee it. Blake Thomas on screen with Ronald Johnson. I believe Johnson actually able to get ahead of him.
Yeah, so last lap through, Johnson in the number 6 spot, just in front of Greenwell.
Johnson running a big 3 on that bike, looking like Eli Tomac out there. Got the look going on, got a great ride. Running 155 last time around, so a little bit quicker than the guys ahead of him. So Johnson's still digging out there.
Yeah, Thomas right ahead of him. Blake Thomas to the inside he goes. Is this the pass? And it is.
Look at that. Johnson moving forward late in this race. Going to swing around the outside, keep that power on the ground. And
got a little fight back here.
Yeah, wait a second.
Well.
Oh, and he doesn't get a good drive out.
Guys, I've done that all week long where you see a pass start as they go into the Storyland over the triple. You're like, yeah, he's got it. Oh, no, he don't. Yes, he does. And so it's a roller coaster right there. But good fight there for the 83 of Blake Thomas to regain the position, because Blake definitely had it there for a sec.
Yeah, lots of passes from Storyland to the Sand Sweeper, and I mean, starting there and ending all the way in the Sand Sweeper. And it's fun to see the way these riders have been setting it up as well, KW. You even touched on it. You can start to see some of these riders 2 to 3 corners in advance change their lineup and plan ahead because they know they've really got to set things up far in advance.
Zach, what does our potential top 5? I'm having a little tough time reading it from clear back here. Our top 5 potential.
At the moment, as they run, it's Jeffrey Wrinkle out front in the championship. Brett Hydorn in the number 2 spot. Josh Bowman hangs on to that final podium position with Cade Bradley and Cole Coker, your top 5.
All right, so we've still got a little bit of racing. 2-lap card, I believe, is out now. 2-lap card.
Sorry, Megan.
I believe is out, so a little bit of racing left. I believe we might have a possibility for another shakeup.
Got a little excited there. The number 3 tucked the front, but recovered quite nicely going into the billboard turn there. So that just shows the level that the number 3 is pushing early, late in this race, wanting to get as far into the field as he can, but had a gnarly moment as he pushed the front.
There's Josh Bowman on screen now on that 85 machine. Bowman going to make his way through the 10 Commandments.
Oh, we got a guy now. Who is that?
Let's see the Kawasaki
That's gonna be the
ride.
38.
Oh, tough break
Snyder.
for Ronnie Snyder here in this one. Going to lose a few spots. That's going to allow the number 3 machine to gain some. He will now be into our top 5 there for Ronald Johnson, as now he has possibly made that pass. Ronald Johnson going to be up into the 4th place spot now. That's going to put Blake Thomas in 5th.
Yeah, we knew there'd be a shakeup. You know, with just a couple laps left, this is where you got to keep that mental game strong. You got to race all the way to the finish, not make any mistakes. So we talk about how a little mistake becomes a big mistake, and we saw an example of it right there.
Just saw the 3 of Ronald Johnson push the front end again coming out of Storyland. So that's now 2 times in 1 lap. That'll raise the heart rate, spike the heart rate, and look, there it goes.
There it is, K-Dub.
Yeah.
And you saw that one coming, huh?
Well, it just, unfortunately, I don't know what's going on with him, obviously, but a couple of little front-end pushes here late in the moto. You can obviously speculate on what's going through the head, feeling the pressure, pushing the limits, and the limits were just found.
It was indeed. All right, so we're going to check in. Going to have to figure out our running order now as the white flag flies. Just one more left and some big shakeups. So they check in as still Jeffrey Wrinkle on that 32 machine, the man you see on your screen, with Brett Hydorn in the number 2 spot. Josh Bowman now your 3rd place, with Blake Thomas up into 4th. AJ Greenwell able to get back going, and in the 5th place spot, Ronnie Snyder. Hey, he was able to get back going as well, sitting in 6th with Ronald Johnson in 7th. Cole Coker in 8th, waiting on our 9th place to make his way through what we expect to be Grayson Watkins and Cade Bradley.
Yeah. White flag flies on the first moto of the morning, and this one did not disappoint. Got off to a quick start, showed some fast lap times right away. Several good battles there early in this one, but it has been the Jeffrey Wrinkle show this entire moto. Once he got the lead before Storyland there, really made a sprint effort of it, gave himself some breathing room, left enough in the tank for any late moto challenges, but right now the number 32 on his way to a possible moto win and championship here first thing this morning.
32 is on the move as he makes his way back into our big sand section here. Taking a look at that top 10, I said we were waiting on Grayson Watkins and Cade Bradley. Now it's going to be Cade Bradley in the 9th place spot and Grayson Watkins in 10th. So Bradley able to pick up another one, but not going to move him up as far as the championship is concerned. Still sitting in 4th behind Josh Bowman, Brett Hydorn, and Jeffrey Wrinkle.
Little celebration here from the 32. Looks up to the heavens as he goes over the progressive launch. And he's feeling it right now. Take him home there, Jackie Legs.
Here we go. The FXR Black Diamond MX Game Moto and Motorsports Plus backed rider. Jeffrey Wrinkle aboard the 32 KTM, going to get it done, and he will be your college champion here in 2025. And now going to wait for our riders to check in. Brett Hydorn makes his way through on the number 7 Honda machine. He will be your 2nd here in this 3rd moto, with Josh Bowman in 3rd. Blake Thomas in the 4th place spot, and AJ Greenwell going to round out our top 5. So far, our champion, Jeffrey Wrinkle, Brett Hydorn, and Josh Bowman going to be the top 3 as they sit. Of course, these results unofficial. Taking a look just outside our top 5 in Moto 3, Ronnie Snyder able to bring this one home in the 6th place spot. Ronald Johnson in 7th. Cole Coker in 8th. Cade Bradley going to be your 9th place in Moto 3 with Grayson Watkins rounding out your top 10. Megawatt, that was a good one.
Absolutely. Hey, I want to remind anybody, I want to remind everybody, if you've got custom orders over at Gypsy Soul, any of the hats, any of the jewelry over at Gypsy Soul, those orders are ready and available, so you can stop by, see the girls, and get those picked up here this morning.
And with that being said, everybody, we're going to get ready to throw it down on the podium to crown ourselves a champion. When you're ready, take it away.
Good morning, everyone, from the podium. Everyone, I've got our 3rd place finisher down here. This is Josh Bowman, everyone. Give it up for him. Josh, it seems like you've had a pretty consistent week, all things together. Why don't you explain to us how your week has been in general and this moto?
It's been a week of up and downs, and to finish it off with the 3rd place, it can't get much better. So. But overall, I'm pretty happy. Made a lot of improvements throughout the year, and yeah.
How was the track in this first moto of the morning?
The first few laps were pretty smooth and a little slick, but once it got broken, it was pretty fun. So yeah.
Who would you like to thank?
My parents for everything. My sister, she made the trip out to watch. All my friends and family back home watching. The whole crew at Rob's Performance, Old Trapper Beef Jerky, everyone at MTF. We've been putting in a lot of work and it pays off. Power Band, Tyler from Power Band, Tamer, Fly, Scott, Birch Compound, and everyone else, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Josh Bowman. We'll move to our 2nd place moto finisher. If we could get Brett Heidorn up on the podium. Everyone give it up for Brett. Brett, great ride. We've seen you in contention for this championship all week long. How are you feeling now at the end of the week, and how is your moto?
Yeah, I'm honestly really happy and proud of my performance. Didn't get the championship, but I worked really hard for this, and I'm pumped with the 2nd.
You should be. Now, I do believe you're racing another class. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm racing Open Pro Sport. We've got off to a couple of rough starts in the first 2 motos. Fought my way back to 16th in the first moto, and then second moto I was running 11th, and I went down. So we're looking to rebound later today and put in a solid performance with the big guys.
Well, good luck in that last moto. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, 110 Racing, it's the best gear out there, Moto Speed Factory, Tyler, Hastings MX, Motomarks, Enrage, Bonsai Suspension, my girlfriend, my sisters, my grandma and grandpa for coming, everybody else, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brett Heidorn. We'll give this these sight laps a second to start before we bring up our champion. All right, we're getting ready to celebrate our champion. If we could get Jeffrey Wrinkle up onto the podium. Here he comes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your 2025 champion in the college 18 to 24 class. This is Jeffrey Wrinkle. Pardon me. Jeffrey, that's got to feel really good. Walk us through your emotions right now.
Man, This is my second, really my first #1 plate I've ever had. I've been putting in the work recently. I don't even know what to say. I'm just stoked on this win.
I believe you are. Now tell us about that moto.
I got off to a good start. I think I was third. Went outside around the second corner, got up to first, and then just went as fast as I could and got away.
Sounds like an awesome moto. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, LJ, Todd, and Jordan over at Altus for keeping me dialed in, Motorsports Plus, Game Moto, Greg Albertson, GC, Greg Dorenzo, and everyone else here, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Jeffrey Wrinkle. Now, Jeffrey, we're going to have Mike Burkeen from, okay, we're going to start with Andrea Lieb. She's from On Track School. She's going to give you this scholarship money. This is to be used towards education, extremely fitting for the college 18 to 24 class. So thank you to Andrea Lieb and everyone at On Track School. And then we will welcome up Mike Burkeen from the AMA to present the #1 plate. This part has got to feel good. Jeffrey has worked for this one. Now everyone give it up for your 2025 champion in the college 18 to 24 class. All right, Jeffrey, we got your trophy over here, champagne, and we'll toss it up back to you guys in the tower.
All righty, thank you, Sophia. Congratulations there to Jeffrey Wrinkle. And now we're off to 250C Junior. Top 10 in the championship here. Starting with 10 is Grayson Kelly with 25 points. Francisco Rodarte there with 24. Jackson Partridge, 23 points. Caden Wiegand there with 22. Talon Basira, 21. Thank you, Mega, for the glasses. Chance Landis there was in 5th place, 14 points. Jackson Flynn in 4th with a total of 13. Colt Street now in the #3 position, sitting on 12 points. Cooper Bergeron in 2nd with a total of 5 points. And the leader of the pack going into Moto 3 will be Brady Collins on the #96, a total of 3 points. So that's where they run with 1 to go.
You know, I'm pretty honored right now, Jackson. I'm going to be able to say my numbers are a lot like Kevin Wyndham's, and everybody's like, what, win championships? No, our prescription's about the same on our glasses.
Yeah,
our happens. Numbers are similar.
It happens quick in the 40s there, so thanks for the save there, Mega.
Oh, shoot.
Hey, we talk about consistency a lot here in this 250C, in these C classes, I should say, not just this one, and all of them. And seeing some consistency here from, like we said, Brady Collins, just 3 points, going 2-1. That is very, very good. And then some other consistent riders that I'm seeing is Cooper Bergeron. He's going 3-2, sitting with only 5 points, the next level 101 rider. Collins making his way from the Thies Motocross Schools. And taking a look through here at our sheets, and yeah, that's probably going to be the most consistent ones by a landslide there with Bergeron and Collins. So here we go. The one card going to raise in the air. We get ready to send them into the start chute. The card sideways, the revs are up, and the gate is down for our 250C Junior. Let's see who it's going to be in turn #1. A great drive from the inside for the KTM rider, Brady Collins. Look at that consistency. Going to be the name of the game in this one, and Brady Collins is off to a good start.
Yeah, consistency is definitely the name of the game there. Looking at Rodarte, he actually won the first moto, but then went to 23rd in Moto 2. So we see that in all of our classes, not just the C, but all of the motos. Consistency pays off and getting that good start as Brady Collins is off and running yet again.
Yeah, and pretty much 100% of these guys, for the most part, this is going to be their first time here at the ranch. So not surprising to have a 23rd. There's a lot to take in here. There's a lot going on, not just on the track, but off the track as well. And a lot of pressure on these young riders. This one of my favorite classes here, having this junior class, because the C class is always real big classes, especially at those qualifiers and whatnot. It's good to have this junior class just for our 12 to 17-year-olds. That way they can get their feet wet.
Absolutely. Collins got a great start there on that #96 machine, but Landis and Hunter Morris looked like they were going to go wide as they made their way back into the storyline. Coming back out, though, look at this. Got a real battle starting to develop in about that fifth position. I believe that might have been Wiegand and Flynn starting to go at it. Up and over the hump. Here we go back into view, Kevin. Going to be the first time they buzz the tower here on lap number 1.
Love to see it. It's a thing that never gets old. Watching these bikes fly by the tower here. They come almost eye level as they fly through the air, and then it gets rough.
It does.
It's time for the sweeper.
Notice you saluted the tower yesterday.
Yeah, that
you
was,
did a flyby.
Yep. I've been talking about all week trying to make some eye contact with the boys as they fly through the air. So I came around the corner and said, hey, here's a good chance for me to give a little salute to my friends up there in the tower calling the race. And when I went down in the Bermuda Triangle, I heard you guys. Ed Wyndham's down. Yes, I was. So, all right, here we go. Back to the racing here. Billboard turn. Got some battles happening very, very quickly here. A couple of breakaways here. A 2-pack there in second and third. And then 4, 5, 6 here coming through.
Grayson Kelly made a couple moves there early, put himself into that number 2 spot. It was riding about 5th. Puts Chase Landis now into the number 3rd spot. Cooper Bergeron, that's a name we're familiar with. Cooper sitting at a possible 2nd overall right now. Needs to pick up a couple more spots. Caden Wiegand in the number 5 spot. Aiden Proctor rides in 6th. Going to be Maverick Gold circulating in 7th. Cole Street puts himself into the 8th position. 9th belongs to Landon Yunker, and it's going to be Jackson Flynn rounding out our top 10.
So there we go, that top 10 rundown brought to you by FMF as we head back off into Storyland. Brady Collins going to be on the 2-stroke machine here this morning, or all week long, I should say. Of course, having to run the same bike for each of your motos. As we watch the 57 machine here of Bergeron, your 4th place as he sits 2nd place in our championship overall standings. Looking good here this morning as we head back off into the sand.
Yeah, so I'm assuming if you pick out a guy that's riding a 125, it would be because they're extremely young, right? This is a 12 to 17 class. That's a pretty large age gap, and 12-year-old's not going to be out here on 125, right? I mean, on a 250. So, yeah. So
exactly.
I would imagine that would be in the 450 classes. You know, you see some guys just not need that much power. So I'm going to ride the 250 in the 450 class. But here in this class, the 125 would be a pretty significant disadvantage. The 250s are handled well, but got to get a little older, boys.
Hey, either way, he's making it work here this morning. Brady Collins turning a 148 for that first lap, but let's see what is going to be here on this official 2nd lap. Of course, the start there going to throw a wrench in those times, but there it is, a 2-minute flat for him, a 2:01 for Grayson Kelly as he checks in, and Chase Landis a 2:03. Caden Wiegand going to be able to move up to the 4th place spot with a 2:02 lap time, and then Landon Yunker, he's turning a 2-minute flat, so Yunker going to be the next rider, I would say, to pick up a spot or 2.
Yeah, Yunker put in a good lap right there. As a matter of fact, him and Wiegand both picked up a couple positions.
Wow, look at that side-by-side over the hip jump there, the split lane. That is a fight worth watching there between the 57 and 88 as they had done the long short shoot.
Bergeron able to pick that position up right there. The 57 made his way past Landon Yunker right there. So Bergeron working his way to the front right now. Sits in a possible 2nd place overall as we take a look at it. But it's going to be, I believe, Brady Collins looking at the overall as we run.
Yeah, Cooper Bergeron going to have to make up some more ground. A rough lap there for him on lap number 2, turning a 2:07. He definitely had a little bit of trouble. Back into Storyland they go, and now going to pop out as we see the 39 and the 57 in a battle about to ensue there between Caden Wiegand and Cooper Bergeron. And here we go, watching the boys as they make their way into the sand. KTM machine there on screen of Wiegand. Going to be under pressure. Hey, he's holding up to it well, though, as he sends it off of that wall jump.
A little bit of follow the leader right now, Jackson. So going to be interesting to see is Yunker and Bergeron, are they just kind of sitting back there for a minute, collecting their breath, saving a little energy, maybe studying some of those lines, waiting for a little later in the race to really put the charge on?
Yeah, we're just getting this one started. Only 2 laps in the books. Make that 3 now as they check in here at the finish line.
Yeah, right now looking at the championship situation here as we're early in this moto, Chase Landis, excuse me. He's got 14 points coming into this moto, and Colt Street with 12 coming into this moto, those are going to be the two that have a lot of moving to do. They're not that high up right now, right in the deeper parts of the top 10. So there's some opportunities there for some changes and jockeying for position as we get those top 3 podium positions. So Brady Collins, I think, has this thing kind of, as far as the championship goes, on lock. If he continues to do what he's doing, there's going to be some shakeups there for 2, 3, and 4, I believe.
I believe so as well. Watching this front pack here, Grayson Kelly, he's leading the way here on Racer TV, but he has got some trouble behind. Chase Landis trying to make a move up in the second place spot, and so is Cooper Bergeron. Bergeron, he is in a good position right here. He could very well get a 2-for-1 special.
You know, I hate to see it, but the 81 Maverick Gold off the side of the track down here, obviously having a mechanical here this morning, had a great championship run going, and unfortunately the 81 has come to a rest here on the side of the track.
Tough break for him. No doubt going to be a mechanical. We can hear that one.
Yeah, he was flirting right on the edge of the top 10 for an overall. A great accomplishment. Is simply making it to the ranch means you're a bad dude or dudette. A lot of girls here participating in this event and showing the boys what's up. But remember, you are the best 42 riders in the country, and that is an accomplishment in itself, as well as the top 10 here at the ranch.
Collins that time breaking the 2-minute mark, 1:59, as well as looks like is that Bergeron in those 1:59s as well. Now last time around, Collins made a small mistake, I noticed, out of the beach, and that was a 2:01 for him. Now we got a shake-up, Jackson.
That is our leader there, Megawatt. Brady Collins going down, but able to get that machine fired back up there. He had the red cross flag out, so our riders did a great job checking up, which helped out our leader there, Collins. He was able to throw that machine up real quick, get back on it, rebound, and he heads back off. He's still in that top spot, but you can tell Chase Landis, he got a charge from that.
Yeah, it definitely gives the riders behind them a super big bolt of energy and charge, and also a heart rate spike for Brady Collins here.
Exactly.
Now we got 4 laps complete, things are going your way, and all of a sudden a tip over, the first thing that pops in your mind, and the way you just quit thinking. And look at this.
Look at that, the 57 machine making some moves here in the 10 Commandments. He triples out. He's going to set himself back up here on this inside line.
We have a 5-pack of riders now. We had a breakaway leader with Brady Collins. We have a 5-pack of riders going for the lead right now. This is awesome. 250C junior action.
And that's how quick things can change here at Loretta Lynn's. They are going to rocket back into Storyland. Bergeron still not able to make the pass yet. We'll see what he's able to do in this one.
Bergeron working it right now, though, Jackson. He's going inside, outside, not following, going anywhere he can find open space, and trying to put that machine up into the number 2 rod.
Yeah, Kelly almost slicing the front tire off of him that time around. They're going to make their way up and over the tunnel there. The big triple, and into the sand they go. Let's see who's going to have a good drive.
Got another red cross here as they come over the wall jump.
So the boys going to have to check up here at Loretta Lynn's. That flag means you have to have your wheels on the ground until you clear the accident. Here we go. This is it, I do believe. The 57 machine to the outside. He carries a good drive, and he is going to be able to get it. He cuts him off, headed into the sand. And now Bergeron picks up the 3rd place spot. And look at this. He isn't stopping yet, boys. He is going to try to get himself up for a silver medal in this one. To the inside he goes. A great drive for him, and there we go. He is going to check in that number 2 spot.
So Cooper Bergeron doing exactly what he needed to do, but with that move, still in the number 2 position overall as well. So rides second on the track. Looking at a possible silver medal here as second overall, but Brady Collins in control of the moto and the championship.
Yeah, Brady Collins is in the driver's seat right now. He has a 2-point cushion over Cooper Bergeron. So even if Bergeron was to continue to head to the front and win this moto, Brady Collins has got to keep his mind on the big picture here. The championship, a simple pass into first will not be enough, but he's got to hope for a mistake from Brady Collins, which we've actually seen happen already. So it can happen. You got to stay locked in here with 5 laps in the books. They are now on lap number 6 and halfway around, about to head in the Storyland.
There we go. Rodarte now going to join the chat as well, as he has made his way up to the 86 machine of Landis, our 3rd place. And Grayson Kelly going to fall off just a little bit more. I believe Kelly, unless something has happened, should be back there in that 5th place spot just off of our screen. Actually, I don't want to panic anybody in the pits, but we'll wait for him to check back in here.
The number 21 of Francisco Rodarte had a great drive going on and made a couple mistakes as they worked his way back out of Storyland, tucked that front end a couple times, gave up a couple positions, so a couple bike lengths, has to go back to work. So you see the 21 up and over the hump now, back into view as he comes around the tree turn.
Yeah, good point there, Mega White. He's definitely working. We saw him down in the leaderboard there early on, so he is definitely going to work with a few laps left. However, I do see the 2-lap board in the finish line area there, so we got about 2 to go here, Megan.
Oh, look at this, boys. The 86 machine going to have some trouble. Chase Landis going to run into the rear end of the rider just ahead of him. I believe that was our leader possibly that he ran into. Maybe not.
No, I believe that was Rodarte that hit him, that
yes,
made contact. Yes, so Rodarte
was.
now the 21 was closing quickly on him, so Bermuda Triangle claims another one.
How
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
K-Dub doing just the same thing yesterday. Hey, Grayson Kelly is still out on the track with a 6th place when he made his way around. So Wiegand able to pick up a spot from him. Here is this battle right there. Those are the 2 that we were just talking about. Grayson Kelly on the 93 Triumph machine. The KTM just ahead of him going to be Caden Wiegand.
As a drone flies by and these riders go through the 10 Commandments going into Storyland, it's also kind of heating up for the lead. We'll get to that in a couple laps. Right now, the action's right here.
Ride 'em, cowboy.
Wow. Wiegand taking the spot away, but that was an everything all-in kind of move right there. Feet off, handlebars shaking back and forth, some head shake and some swap, but getting it done as they head back to Storyland. Now, look at this.
No. Tough break for the 86 machine. He is off of the machine. He's standing there. He seems to be okay, but
look at the championship board there, Jackie Legs.
He's sitting in 3rd on the overall charts. That is a tough break for him in his final moto.
Look at this.
Wow.
Hang on to it, boys. This battle is brewing.
93 machine going for a wild ride.
Yeah, I wanted to point that out real quick as I looked over to the championship board there. That Chase Landis is, like you said, 3rd, and he's set inside the track. So can't wait to see what shakes up as they'll pass E-score here in a little bit and populate. And we'll see what. Let it do the math, the computers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So making our way into this Thor Sand sweeper. And we're going to do just that. Check in here at the finish line. Brady Collins continuing to lead the way here in this one. Did Brady Collins just let Cooper Bergeron by? I believe that is what I just saw. See, that is. I don't know what's going on here, guys. Brady Collins just let Cooper Bergeron go without a fight. Bergeron up into that top spot. I'm not sure if Collins has the big picture in mind, says, you know what, I'm good with the silver medal here in this one. That will allow me to get this overall. You go on, Cooper Bergeron. Don't get me caught up with you. I'm looking at the championship. But he sure did, K-Dub. He gave that spot up, so I believe that is what's going on here. Collins knows he is in control of the championship and going to settle for a silver medal. That way he can win the war here, not the battle.
Well, there you go. Everybody will be a winner, at least with the Bergeron situation and Collins. One will get the championship, one will get the moto win. So, you know, just trying to spread the love around. Hey, everybody gets a little hardware. You know, spread the love.
Yeah, I could be wrong. Bergeron might have just got him a little shook up there. I'm not sure exactly, but here we go. Final lap around here for the 250C Junior here at the 44th annual.
You're right on, Jackie Legs, as we watch our championship, at least at the moment, Brady Collins here just riding around, just looking behind him. He definitely wants to know where everybody is, as well as Cooper Bergeron. He's doing a little looking too. He's like, man, what's going on? How far back is he? Did he fall back to 3rd? Because if he goes to 3rd, obviously that will change the championship running right now. But there are a lot of guys that said, okay, enough's enough. You can have the moto. I'm going to take the championship. Let's look for where everybody else is on the track.
And take a look at these guys on that last lap. 159 and 158 for Collins Bergeron. Everybody else 203, 203, 204, 205. So these guys truly knew exactly what to do. There it is. Checkered flag is out.
And how about a megawatt? Megawatt? How many times am I going to say that wrong? Tongue twister, apparently, this morning. There it is, the 57 machine of Cooper Bergeron. Going to go 3, 2, 1, and he grabs himself a gold medal here at Loretta Lynn's. That next level 101 Phoenix suspension, EBC brakes, and Fly Racing backed rider. Good job, my friend. And look at that. Ecstatic is the 96 machine. Oh, and look at that. He's showing the shifter possibly some troubles for him out in this one. Either way, Brady Collins, my friend, you are a champion here in this 250C Junior 12-17 limited. Rodarte going to come through in that third place spot here for Moto 3. Grayson Kelly in fourth. Caden Wiegand in that fifth place spot. Jackson Flynn in sixth. Landon Yunker, he comes through in the seventh place spot here in this Moto number 3 with Colt Street in eighth. Stoney Hudman in ninth. And to round out your top 10, it will be Aiden Proctor. The way the championship sits right now, it is Brady. What is going? Yeah, okay. Brady Collins. I was confused there for a second. Brady Collins taking the championship. Cooper Bergeron going to be second here in this one, your Moto winner. Second on the overall championship results. And then take a look at that. Your sixth place here in Moto 3. He will be your third place as far as the overall goes. That'll do it for us up here in the tower, I do believe. We'll get ready to throw it down and crown ourselves a champion here in the 250C Junior.
All right, guys, thanks. Down here on the podium, getting everything together and getting ready to chat it up with our bronze medalist here in Moto 3. A solid finish here to close out the week. Let's hear it. Francisco Rodarte, third place on the day here in Moto number 3. Francisco, we'll bring you up front so everybody can see you at home. Here is your bronze medal. Let's hear it for him, folks. Round of applause. A solid way to close out the week, man. Take us through that moto and how you were feeling out there.
I feel good, but just didn't get a good jump. Came out last pretty much, and I had to work my way up. And by the time I got up to the front, they're too far ahead for me to catch back up and couldn't get it. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. You get that bad start, and making a lot of passes is one thing, but the field starts to stretch out for sure. Overall, what do you think about your experience this week at the 2025 Loretta's Amateur National and your performance here? I did pretty good. I feel like I could have won, but kind of like tossed it in my other motos in both of them. So, whatever. That's racing, and be back next year.
Hey, I'd love to hear it, man. An impressive performance to close out the week. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, and grandpa, and MCS, MX Clinic, CP Racing, Flow Vision, Fly for giving me a home at Talon Eckums, Roger, his dad, for buying me a bike for this race, Flow Vision, Fly, Alpine, CP, Asteroids, ODI, Engine Ice, Loma Rica, and EMT, Daniel, Jake for helping out, and everyone else that helped me. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's hear it for your bronze medalist, Francisco Rodarte, here in your third moto. And going to call up our moto winner, second place in the championship, Cooper Bergeron, up next. So going to hand the gold out. And going to close things off with a moto win. And come up just short of the title, but what a way to close out the week. Let's hear it for Cooper Bergeron. Another bit of gold for the collection, Cooper. Let's talk about that one. Early in the day, as far as your moto goes, track line still developing. What did you think about this race?
It's pretty good. I got off to a way better start and then had a slight tip over. But yeah, the lines are very weird. The insides are still pretty deep and long, but all the middles are just really slippery and gooey this morning.
Yeah, it didn't seem like you were quite able to move around as much as some of those later motos, but man, an impressive performance this week at the ranch. How do we feel about our riding here in 2025?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I rode kind of subpar the beginning of the week, but these last 3 motos have been pretty good, so I'm happy with it.
Well, it's been fun to watch, man. Like I said, ending things out on a high note. Who do you want to thank for helping you do it here this year?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, everybody back home in Elko watching, everybody that came out here to support me, thank you so much. Scott Racing, everybody at Next Level, Chris Blows at Phoenix Suspension, Fly Racing, and anybody I forgot, thank you so much.
That's your 3rd moto winner and runner-up in the overall championship, Cooper Bergeron. A great ride and a great way to close out the week. And last but certainly not least, going to switch the bikes out, bring up your champion, and do some celebrating. So Brady Collins will bring the bike up first, get that thrown up on the stand, and then we will chat with our champ. This is what we've been waiting for all week long. Got that Oakley gift certificate as well right there for you, but he's been waiting on it. The medal might be silver, but he's got the #1 plate wrapped up. Let's hear it for your champion, Brady Collins. Brady, man, what a way to close out the week. Played it smart, made sure you were able to win the war. Came up short of the moto win. Was that a strategic move there? Seemed like you were really kind of playing it smart.
Yeah, I had a pretty good start. I was leading the whole race, and 3rd lap went down. And I had a pretty good gap, luckily, because he was decently far, but I still had a gap. And then I heard his bike those last couple laps. I was like, dude, I'm letting this dude by. I can't risk this. I don't want to get taken out or just lose this race. And I knew I had the championship covered, so.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lot of intelligence there with being able to think that during the middle of the moto. What did we think throughout the course of the week? What was that pressure like sitting on the line knowing that you could get this done?
I was really, really nervous. On that gate, I was just looking around. I was hoping I'd get that start, and then I would win this race, so, yeah. Got her done, man. National champion. How good does that sound? It feels super good.
Well, I know nobody does it by themselves. Who's in your corner? Who do you need to thank for helping you get here?
I love my dad. My dad, the one that got me here, and my grandpa, Christopher Thies, Chuck Linhart, Redline Oil, Tracy Freeman, and everybody else. Thank you.
Well, Brady, congratulations. I want to welcome Mike Burkeen up from the AMA to present you with your #1 plate. He's got the hat, the handshake, and it's official. He's a national champion, folks. Let's hear it one more time. Brady Collins gets the job done. All right, we're going to send things back up to you at the tower and take some photos down here at the podium.
All right, thank you, Zach. Congratulations to our 250C junior champions and Cooper Bergeron. And now we're off to 65cc 7 and 9. This is going to be a good one here, guys. We got on the 10th place position Hayden Zinasek, 26 points. 9th, J.R. Gianetti, 24 points. Boone Lloyd in 8th, sitting on 18 points. Levi Myers, currently in your 7th position, 17 points. Riker Fitch in 6th, sitting on 12 points, as well as Cameron Buckman in the 5th place position, also on 12 points. But this is where things really start to tighten up. Shannon Tarnow in 4th and Yumina Burning in 3rd, both having 8 points. So that's going to be a good battle to watch. And Jet Rao and Tate Brush. Jet Rao is currently in 1st, Tate Brush 2nd, but something's going to give here because both of these riders here have 4 points. So 3 ties in the top 6 there. 2 on 4, 2 on 8, and 2 on 12. So this is a heavy moto here going into the final race here, 65cc 7 and 9. Can't wait to watch what happens here. What do you think about it, Jackie Legs?
Connor Rodriguez looking good this morning, the Florida native, as he got himself a practice start there. So going to be a good one. We're watching the riders make their way through the 10 Commandments on their sight lap. Like to welcome in Dean Diaz. Dean, what you got going on here this morning?
some good racing. That's all I got. I say it every morning. The track, it seems like it gets better and better as this week goes on. The track is a really good racetrack right now, and I can't believe I'm cutting in the 65cc 7-9. We got ties for first and second, third and fourth on deck, and this has been one of my favorite motos all week. You know, Yumina Burning really been fighting hard to try to get that championship. Of course, Yamaha trying to get their first championship in the 65 class. Then you got riders like Shannon Tarnow on that Cobra machine that'll be ripping out there.
Yeah, and there's a few people that really turned things around there for their second moto, such as Jarrett Tinchard, 30th in Moto 1. He was able to work his way back up to 11th there for his second moto. Dylan Chipman, he was kind of on that same train, a 21st there in his first, able to retaliate with an 8th in Moto number 2. Then we have Levi Meyer. He was 15th in Moto 1, able to get up on the podium with a second place there in his second moto. So seeing several riders that's the case for them. They're heating up here this week. Mason Wheeler, same deal, 23rd in that first one, top 10, a 9th place for him in that second moto. So interesting to see if maybe some of these names that we've not saw up at the front of the pack able to do so here in this one.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jackson, we have that. You know, this is it. This is the final day here. You can't hold anything back, right? You got to throw everything at it, even the kitchen sink, and that's what these little guys are going to do out here. Guys and girls are going to do out here in the 65cc 7-9, third and final moto.
Hey, make it count. Even if you're out of that championship, that's why we've got medals here. Everybody wanting to go home with a medal in this one, so hang it all out there. The week's coming to an end. You've trained all year. This has been your sole focus for a lot of these riders. Put it all out on the line, Megawatt.
Hey, Jackson, you know, all week long we get text messages, we get calls, all this. Larry Whitmer's three-time champ down here at Loretta Lynn's. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's the voice of Redbud, driving to a pit bike race, been listening to us for days, and just said what an amazing race. Looking forward to this one coming up, and has had us on the radio for his entire drive today, and said good luck to everybody coming up in this 65 race.
Yeah, nice. Shout out to you, Larry. All right, here we go. Going to line the boys back up, and we are going to get ready to go racing here on a Saturday morning for the 65cc 7 to 9-year-olds. Dean, no doubt about it, the best 7 to 9-year-old dirt bike riders in the nation about to go head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely, and I see right there. Even in the 7-9 class, super mature, there's a little area of the track, the billboard section, they don't get to do in their sight laps, so they make sure they peek over, check out those lines out so they can prepare themselves for the start of this one. And I want to go about whole shot. Let's talk about whole shot predictions as we're waiting these guys to line up. Who do you think is going to grab the whole shot here in the 65cc 7-9?
I have no clue, but I'm going to throw it out there. I believe a Cobra machine is going to be out front here in this one. We'll see.
Absolutely. Those Cobras are powerful, but I'll tell you what, Yumina Burning should be rocking out of the gate, and so will Tate Brush, you know. He's got a championship on the line right here, and that YZ65 is looking great out here at Loretta Lynn's.
Donnie Lucy from Yamaha up on the tower watching out below. He wants to see a Yamaha into turn number 1. Tate Brush, your Moto 1 winner, third there in Moto 2. He is very liable to do that here in this one.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dean. It does seem that we often see Yumina Burning up in the front. I think she would be a great candidate for a potential start, but we got 42 rippers out here wanting to prove us wrong. Well, 41. I think Yumina wants to prove us right. The rest of the field wants to prove us wrong. But she is a great starter, right, Dean?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen her come out front many times. And I think there's kind of maybe a little bit of weight advantage right there, you know. You can tell that Yumina Burning's been putting in the work. She's eating right. She's drinking right. So she's definitely leaning mean out here on that 65.
Four moto scores for that young lady. You know she is wanting to get it up on the box here in this one. And I can't lie. I believe everybody wanting to see that same as well. Love seeing all these young ladies battling it out with the boys and doing it with such style and grace as they have here all week long. I believe the future of motocross is going to see a lot more of that.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, what kind of inspiration is that for Yumina Burning? Seeing Racing Kyler take home that championship yesterday, you know, she's got to be fired up. She wants to show her that, or show everybody that these girls can compete.
I'm inspired by these young ladies. No doubt about it. Oh, look who's making his way in here this morning.
Oh, yeah.
It's the champ. The champ is here, boys.
The champ. What's going on, buddy?
Colton Hadwick getting that moto win yesterday.
Yeah, awesome. Steven up in the tower again with us today. Welcome back. I can tell by your face that you're having a great couple of days here at the ranch. Yeah, mine got a little bit, brought me down a notch yesterday racing Steven. Yeah.
You still had a silver medal.
I did get a medal.
Head low about.
Well, what I heard is Steven said he's putting so much pressure on you, you cracked.
I definitely cracked. The track jumped up and bit me. But look at this. Here we go. The gate is down and we're off.
Oh, one rider stalling it out. Tough break for him, but look at this. Up the inside, it is going to be a Cobra machine. Let's see who we have. No surprise up front. The 51 machine of Shannon Tarnow. Going to be leading the way with Mason Howard and Boone Lloyd right there. Jet Rao, Levi Meyer as well.
Yeah, it looks like Tate Brush there, a little buried in the pack. Not too buried, though. 11th place definitely can work with that in this long moto here. Tough break we see on screen, the 43 machine having some issues there right out of the gate.
And he's got to get that machine fired back up before we make it around here for this lap complete, or he will not be able to enter the track. So the pressure is on for him, no doubt.
Looked like Levi Meyer up there in the mix as well. He has some confidence coming off a good moto yesterday, so it's good to see the number 29 machine out there.
99 of Matt Loves to Ride Semino here down right in the 10 Commandments. Tough break for that young ripper. Is the guy that loves to ride and loves to throw down, and right now he fell down going into the 10 Commandments, unfortunately.
He's going to have his work cut out, and look at this. Another person going to have their work cut out is the 51 machine, as now Levi Meyer has made his way from the 5th place spot up into 2nd.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. He's been really aggressive early in this one. And, man, I tell you, he had some mistakes that moto yesterday. He's trying to redeem himself here in this 3rd and final moto, the 65cc 7-9.
Look back at the Blue Crew rider there, Tate Brush on the Yamaha. Tough start for him in 11th as they passed here, but we'll see how they can shuffle through now. Already up to 4th place, so that's going to be a big recovery for that young rider.
He's shuffling indeed, able to pick up quite a few spots. Checked in 11th place there, like you said, K-Dub. And now already up into the 4th place spot on lap number 1. Here we go, going to buzz by the tower here and make their way into the Thor Sands sweeper. Everybody anxiously watching their 65cc riders make their way through. Going to check in with a green flag here with 1 lap complete.
Yeah, here they come. Looks like Tarnow now still out there in the lead. Levi Meyer catching him and pulling through that that finish line section, that finish line area. And here comes your 3rd place rider as he launches a big jump out of the finish line. It is Jet Rao making some moves out there on the racetrack and also making some moves like Kevin mentioned. Up to 4th place already. Tate Brush and Riker Fitch rounds out your top 5.
That's what we want to see, boys, ladies and gentlemen, all the fans. The 2 championship contenders are right next to each other currently in 3rd and 4th, so this is going to get super intense as if it hasn't been already, and we are only 1 in the books.
Look at this. The 29 machine going to go to the outside, going to take the long way around. Can he make it work? The 51 going to be in the middle of the track, we could say. Definitely not up the inside, but the 29 machine, he's going to go up the inside as we enter into the 10 Commandments. And look at that. This could be the pass for the lead right here by Levi Meyer.
Yeah, Levi Meyer going for it right now, but the good thing when you go to the outside, it's a perfect rhythm. It's an even rhythm. You could double all the way through that section where Meyer had to single out. Kevin, what do you see?
I just saw Tarnow slam the door. He heard us announcers talking about pressure coming. He probably heard it beside him, and he just slammed the door there. But it's obviously not over yet, but great defensive ride by Tarnow, who I haven't seen get a whole shot, I don't think, this week. It's been a long week and a lot of motos, but he's off to put himself in a great position, but pressure's coming, and great defensive ride in there for the 51.
Yamina burning now up into the 6th place spot on the 14D.
Yeah, I'm watching the 29 machine of Levi Meyer. He's the only one in the backside of Storyland taking that outside, and I think it's really going to help him as this moto goes on and that track gets a little more challenging for these Cobra riders out in front that are diving to the inside. Speaking of Cobra riders, they're the top 3, but look there behind them. It is the Yamaha rider, Tate Brush, making some moves around the Rocky Mountain sweeper.
Blue Crew trying to make some statements here this year at the 44th annual as we continue to watch the Cobra. It goes down. Wow. Look at how deep those ruts are. A great view here of our 65cc's.
Come on, buddy. Get it going. Get back in this thing.
Oh, no. Tough break for Jet Rao. He was leading the way here in the championship as he sat in that 3rd place spot. We'll see where he's going to be on the overall when he checks back in, but that's going to allow Tate Brush up into the 3rd place spot, Riker Fitch into 4th, and Yamina Burning into 5th. They're going to check in here. Let's take a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, Jet Rao was really pushing it out there, made that little mistake, made a little hiccup, but it's still early in this one as they check in for lap number 2, 2:15 for Shannon Tarnow, 2:16 for Levi Meyer, 2:16 for Tate Brush as well. Then just outside the top 3, we got Riker Fitch with a 2:19 and Yumina Burning with a 2:19 lap time.
A good recovery there, K-Dub.
Yeah, Cruz Peterson 6th and round now to 7th place. Boone Lloyd checking in 8th. J.R. Giannetti in 9th, and Mason Wheeler rounds out the top 10. Great, good enough recovery to put Jet Rao in a position. He's got to go to work. It was costly, but I don't think just completely catastrophic at this point. But in the driver's seat right now, Tate Brush sitting in our 3rd place position. He is currently in the lead of the championship. Shannon Tarnow is in 2nd, and Tarnow's doing all he can do. He's in the 1st place position. He's got to let the other guys do and girls do what they do and let the chips fall where they may.
So Jet Rao is 3rd place here in this one as far as the overall goes. Physically out on the track, sitting in 7th. Like K-Dub just said, Tate Brush, he's in the driver's seat of the championship now. Blue Crew trying to grab themselves a championship in the 65cc divisions. That would be a huge win for them here. As, oh, look at this. Troubles for the 51 machine. Gets caught up in the rut, kind of high sides just a bit. He doesn't go down, though.
There we go, Dean. There's your long way around. Let's see if it works out.
Yeah, like shout out to Levi Meyer. Like he hasn't changed his line, right? He's still working these some inside, some outside lines, really trying to find a spot where he can put the press on and make a move on Shannon Tarnow.
Let's see what he can do here, boys, as he makes his way through the sand.
I'll tell you what, consistency and persistency for the number 16 of Tate Brush. He is pushing hard out there on the number 5 Yamaha, and he is starting to reel in Levi Meyer and our race leader, Shannon Tarnow.
By the tower they come over the progressive launch.
Hanging out my buddy Steven up here. He's liking what he is seeing from the 65cc's here this morning as they are slicing and dicing their way through that Thor Sand Sweeper. Here we go, the 29. He is loving those outsides here this morning. Could this one pay off for him, Dean?
Not quite just yet. As we've seen, Tarnow was able to grab the jump out of the finish line, but Meyer able to hold the inside by not jumping that thing, so he's going to make all that time right back up, Kevin.
He's got some very, I wouldn't say unique, but creative lines right now. Look at this, another long way around. He's just got super good momentum, and now look at this, enough to take over the lead.
Solid pass right there, solid move. That's like I was saying, he's been really consistent with those lines, and they're different lines, and he finally makes them work right there around the billboards. As we watch Shannon Tarnow try to regroup and put his pass back on number 29, Levi Meyer. But Meyer doing a great job of holding his composure out in front. He was going to that way inside right here. Goes and finds a better line through there, the middle line. But Tarnow has been a little bit faster, being able to double through there and keeping a perfect sequence through the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, that was a perfect sequence, but it was not quite fast enough to overtake. But I love that the guys aren't riding the 2 leaders right now, are just good battle and not following each other around. So a pass could happen at any time. Mistakes are now being made. The track is deep enough that for the 65s, that really for any rider, I would have trouble with these ruts right now. But you know, the depth of the ruts are going to definitely be another competitor, another thing you got to watch. So great racing and good instinct to not be following each other at this point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like I was saying earlier, those guys are checking out the track and stuff. It's like they're schoolboy riders out here. You know, they know exactly what they're doing. They know what lines to take. As we get a good view of the 10 Commandments and our whole pack out here on the racetrack, we're going to throw it back to the top. It's Levi Meyer. Meyer is your leader. Tarnow in 2nd. Here comes the number 51 machine through that tree section, and they're going to come here by the tower. It is a Camelback. Then they got that progressive launch right into the Thor Sand Sweeper. I'll tell you what, Meyer, man, he's really came along on these 65s. We've seen him last year on his micro machine. But now to back it up here and get a win, possibly a win in the 65cc class is really saying something.
Yeah, I mean, to win in this class, I mean, they're so young, and it just feels like
yellow flag.
Here we go. What's going on in the triangle? The 51 there, Tarnow. Tarnow down in the Bermuda Triangle. He has the 51 remounted and fired back, and he will stay, I believe, right in front of Yumina Burning. So that should be there in the 3rd position. Yes. Shannon Tarnow will come across in 3rd, lose a couple spots. Yumina Burning 4th. Jet Rao now up to 5th. But it's Levi Meyer and Tate Brush 1 and 2 in this moto. But yeah, I was just saying that, you know, these kids are so young, and for us to be able to call some great races around the country and have it all come to a head here at Loretta Lynn's 44th running of this national here, I mean, it's just, they feel like household names that I've been saying and calling for, they're only 7,
yeah,
maybe 9,
it's
whatever.
So
but it's just names you say week after week, and the talent level is just jaw-dropping in the things that they do on these 65s.
Absolutely, and it's showing up. Speaking of showing up right now, the mistake of Tarnow has slipped them back, but that's given a little fight for Yumina Burning. You see Burning now trying to charge in behind the 51 of Shannon Tarnow as they make their way into Storyland. We got another Cobra rider joining the party, and that'll be the 72 of Jet Rao, who's actually trying to get around Yumina Burning before this one's over. We've seen Rao, man, he was pushing hard up in the front, had that mistake, had that slip up, had the hiccup, and now he's trying to redeem himself by making some passes before this one's over.
Yeah, that was devastating, and he's definitely trying to redeem himself, but he's got to go all the way up to overtake Tate Brush right now, as they obviously came in tied. So whichever of those riders beat the other would take the championship. So right now he's trying hard, putting a lot of energy out there, but man, I just, my heart dropped. We don't pick favorites here, who we want to win or whatever, but we're emotionally connected to each and every one of them, and just had a massive heart sink when you saw Rao tip over.
Yeah, man, as soon as I seen a yellow flag come, I was like, please pick it up. I wanted to know who it was, and unfortunately it was the number 51 of Shannon Tarnow getting a short end of the stick. I'll tell you what, man, Tate Brush has been riding really well all week. What do you see?
We're just talking about here, Racer TV, as Rao was trying to go the long way around Yumina here. Not going to get it done, but look, he's going to stick to the outside. Nope, he's going to go to the inside. Maybe, let's call that the middle.
Middle line. Yep.
That's the middle.
Middle fades the outside, but he's hitting this jump after the finish line, and watch what it does for him as he tries to reel in Yumina Burning. Oh, Yumina jumping it as well out of the inside.
Whoa, wait, but Yumina's off the track.
Whoa.
She recovers there over the tunnel of love, but got just a little to the outside, and that was enough for Rao.
I think she knew she had to get it. She pulled the trigger right there.
Probably feeling
the first time ever.
So that's so crazy for a 65cc 7 and 9 rider to be able to kind of ride behind them and see, just know what the competitors are doing. I don't know if she's been jumping that jump the whole morning, but clearly she felt the need. It didn't pay off exactly right there, but man, that is good instinct to feel pressure behind you and know you got to do something and give it a whirl. Try your best.
Absolutely great heads-up riding for sure, I'd say. As you see on screen there, Tate Brush making his way through. Here comes Shannon Tarnow and Jet Rao. And just behind Rao is Yumina Burning. After getting past out there, she's trying to make a bounce back and put some pressure back on Jet Rao. Taking that way inside line right there. That was good. Well, they initially started with a foot rub. These riders starting to go through there.
Oh, another one down.
Oh, no, who is that?
That's Tarnow again.
Oh, God. Oh, and Yumina Burning.
Yeah.
Trying to
look how deep that rut is. Man, Tarnow now with 2 falls and just about a half a lap. Very unfortunate for the 51.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to take a deep breath. You got to hold your composure.
Well, it shows how hard he's pushing. The last lap, Shannon Tarnow ran a 2:14. That's the fastest lap time of anyone on track. So clearly he's pushing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe just a little too hard at this moment in this minute, in this lap of this race here, as he's made really 2 costly mistakes in just one full lap here.
Yeah, Kevin, I think Zach was talking about earlier. It's so easy to go out there and override the track and make those mistakes out there, and I think you're right. That's what Tarnow did. As we're watching Tarnow make his way through the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper, making his way over what we used to call the wall jump, but it's still tapered out now, so I'm kind of calling it a ski jump. Into the middle of the track they go. We're watching the 51 of Tarnow as our race leaders making their way through. What do you see, Kev?
The race leaders are making their way through, and what I see is that there is no one now between Tate Brush and Jet Rao. Now, there's a gap there, obviously, but there are no riders between Tate Brush and Jet Rao here, as they have 6 in the books. We do not have a 2-lap board out yet, so there's going to be some time left. And let's see if Rao can make a push for Tate Brush and just bring this thing to a very interesting finish here.
Yeah, definitely an interesting finish. That is for sure. And I also see on screen there, Tarnow had a little bit of mistake again, and Riker Fitch is not too far behind Shannon Tarnow.
Here we go. Rao on screen here as he goes by the mechanics there. I know his parents, mechanics, cheering him on as he got the sign and the signal. Probably says, go, you need Tate Brush. He knows he needs Tate Brush. They've done the math. They came into this moto completely tied. So let's see what happens here, as Tate Brush is probably going to start checking his 6, and his camp saying, hey, he's coming, you have to go.
Yeah, he has about a full commandment lead right now, but I can tell in Jet Rao's demeanor, he is pushing, using those legs, keeping that rear wheel to the ground, and that's what's important because we know dirt bikes are all rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, no doubt it's a big gap and a big margin to overcome, but he knows the urgency of this moment, and like you were saying earlier, you know, it's time to lay it all on the track, leave nothing behind here at the ranch. You gotta leave it all on the track and see what happens. And man, to overcome, if he could overcome a fall like he did, man, talk about the emotional roller coaster. I mean, I remember specifically falling in the 7 to 9 class, and I mean, instantly hit the ground and tears instantly coming out of the eyes. He's probably having to blink and get the water pushed back so he could have clear vision. But the gravity of this situation is so heavy on all riders, but especially the kids. I'm sure that crash brought him to tears.
Yeah, and I just seen there on screen, wiping those tears and pushing hard now is Jet Rao as he is reeling in Tate Brush. I can't wait to see on timing and scoring what kind of lap times these guys are running, because Jet Rao is on a move.
Yeah, he ran a 2:12 last lap, so this is going to be very interesting to see what he runs this lap. 3 seconds faster than the 2 riders in front of him. This is getting so tight, and look, the 2-lap board is coming out. Oh my gosh, we are going to have a barn burner here with 2 to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, Kevin. As we see Jet Rao try to navigate his way through the lap route, he's able to go to the middle, which drifts to the outside, and that is good because it sets him up to hit this jump after the finish line, and that's a huge vantage point here in the 65 classes.
I can't sit down anymore. I'm standing up. Look at this, 2:16 Tate Brush, 2:13 Jet Rao.
Wow.
We got a championship battle, 2 to go, and Rao is coming, boys.
He is coming, that is for sure. Watch him now as they go around the billboard section. And I'll tell you what, Jet Rao's got some really good inside lines around the racetrack here.
Oh, my heart rate's elevating. It could be a little bit because of this Monster Energy I'm having, but man, I am so fired up right now. Look at this in the screen here. Rao is on the heels there, now heading towards the long short chute, and we'll be off into the 10 Commandments. You got to know that Tate Brush now feels a sense of urgency. He just looked back going into the 10 Commandments, over the first double, already checking the 6. So the 72 is heavy on the mind of the 5.
And look how much shorter that gap is now. He is starting to really reel in Tate Brush. And this is, like I said, a battle for the championship. One of our riders going 1-3, one of them going 3-1. They are tied up going in this third and final moto, and we got a battle in our hands as we see Levi Meyer making a mistake there to the outside.
Wow, that was Levi Meyer
he's going to lose that lead right there, so tough break for Meyer. Unfortunately, he is okay, just trying to get that thing refired so he get back going again. But this is now not only a battle for the championship, but a battle for a win here in the third and final moto.
Yeah, right now, I know that they want to win, but right now the 5 and the 72 are only thinking about big picture. They know that the championship's on the line as they're coming out of Storyland right now. Look at the 5 looking back in the air. You got to keep charging, Tate Brush.
Yep, absolutely. You got to race forward. Don't pay attention to where the number 72. Whoa, Jet Rao.
Rao is throwing it down, boys.
He is feeling it right now as you see him wheeling through the Rocky Mountain sand section, man. If you guys are not tuning in, tune in. Racer TV. It is going on right now on the racetrack. It's Tate Brush and Jet Rao.
Here we go. Rao to the outside. Tate Brush inside. They fly by the tower. Can't wait to get this view here. With they're going to be coming around to take the white flag. A little bit of lapper action. Going to the Thor sweeper. Tate Brush to the inside. Looks like Jet Rao is going to follow him around. Didn't want to get involved in the lapper. Into the Bermuda Triangle. They're going to have one to go with one after they make this turn here. Gosh, it couldn't get any better as Rao is right on the rear end of the 5.
I think this is going to be the most intense battle right here we've seen so far as they're making their way through. Tate Brush not hitting it. Jet Rao does jump it.
Triple the hip, triple over the tunnel of love.
That has been his vantage point, but now this is not going to be on the lap. He's already done it. It's the beginning of this last lap. So that vantage point kind of almost taken away there as Tate Brush is still in the lead in front of Jet Rao, but he downs his outside foot. Lap rider getting in the way here. Oh my gosh.
Tate Brush looking back again. Come on, buddy. Let's keep it going forward. Rao is there. Don't look back at him now. You know he's on your tail.
Yeah, a little checkup from the neck up right there by Brush. Rao on the gas right now, bringing that 72 around the outside. He's going to keep it a gear high. Does he have the momentum? Brush looks over again, riding defensive now. You got to race forward, Tate. No mistakes now on this final lap. It's amazing what that white flag will do to a rider, huh, Dean?
Yeah, absolutely. In the same rhythm right now as you've seen the lap riders on the outside. So Jet Rao wasn't able to go to the outside and hit that double section to have that perfect sequence. He had to follow Tate Brush, but that's not a bad thing. He's still right there on the rear wheel as they're making their way in the Storyland now.
Both diving to the inside. Look at this. Tate in the deeper rut. Almost held him up, but they are again side by side going into Storyland.
Yeah, and it looks like like Jet Rao with that size. He's able to stay a little bit lower to the ground, scrubbing, getting back to the wheels out there in the back of Storyland. Here they come out of Storyland. Little mistake by the both of them, so no harm, no foul there.
Tate Brush slammed the door going into Storyland there. He felt the pressure and then just closed it off. Look at still looking back. He can close the door because he knows exactly where Rao is.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Here they come to the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper. Both riders been very good through here. Here's Jet Rao, though, on that rear wheel, keeping that front end high and light, as you should do that Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper.
Coming in some lappers, yeah.
Good call there, Mega.
Got the moving obstacles as we get final couple corners here. Rao goes around the outside, tries to pick his way through the lappers. Brush going to use him as a moving pick. Brush looking back one more time. Knows he has to set this thing down in front of the tower. Here we go into the sand corner one last time.
Jet Rao trying the way inside of the inside of lapper, not going to work out for him. Looks like Tate Brush might be riding the ride that dreams are made of here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch.
There we go. Made it through the Bermuda Triangle. Take us home. Yes, indeed. There you go, Tate Brush. You are the champion. What an emotional battle there. 65-7-9. Jet Rao thought it was over. Goes down early. Says, no, I'm going after it. He almost got there, but comes up just an inch short. Both these guys getting down to the 2:14s, and the battle rages on. Great job to Tate Brush and Jet Rao. And Levi Meyer is now going to come across in third.
Kevin, I'll tell you what we just witnessed. We just witnessed history. Yamaha 65 getting the championship here at Loretta Lynn's MX, man. Huge accomplishment there for Tate Brush. Give us a rundown of the top 10 of this moto.
Yeah, again, Tate Brush, Jet Rao, Levi Meyer. Yumina Burning coming across in fourth. Shannon Tarnow, man, what a ride for that young rider. Going down a couple of times, still managing to get a fifth. Riker Fitch coming across in sixth. And waiting on the rest to come across, so we will give credit where credit is due. But got so caught up in the battle, did not even recognize that the accomplishment of the Yamaha brand. It was more a accomplishment in my head in the moment of Tate Brush and Jet Rao. Man, what a race that you will not forget for many years to come, as Jet Rao had a fall that took him out of this, but what a hard fight for Jet Rao, and a good job for Tate Brush here. Look at the emotion as they hug and congratulate each other. Enzo Posca now across in eighth, Cameron Buckman ninth, and Boone Lloyd. That's going to round out the top 10 in your championship. Congratulations. Look at this. Yumina Burning comes across in third for the championship. And then again, the battle between the two. Jet Rao, your runner-up, and your 65cc 7-9 champion. Congratulations, Tate Brush. Man, the emotions are raging down there under the tent, and we will be sending it down for some interviews here shortly.
Absolutely. Going to take just a moment to get that podium set up down there. Tate Brush, Jet Rao, and of course Yumina Burning going to make their way up. They're going to tell us all about it as our third race of the day complete now. Coming up next going to be our 450B Limited race number 22 on your schedule.
All right, thank you guys down here on the podium, getting ready to chat it up with your bronze medalist here in Moto number 3. An awesome ride, couple of little mistakes there at the end, but an incredible performance from Levi Meyer. We're going to get him up here to chat it up about that final Moto of the week. All right, here we go. He worked hard. He's ending things on a high note. Let's hear it. Levi Meyer, third place in your third moto. Levi, let's go up front so everybody can see you at home on Racer TV. And let's chat about this moto. Come up here, Levi. Come on. Make sure everybody at home can see you. First of all, dude, bronze medal on the final moto of the day. What was the track like out there? I saw you guys switching lines back and forth. How was that moto for you?
It was good. Me and Channing got a battle. I didn't get the greatest start, but yeah, I caught up to first, and then the second last lap, I crashed. So it's a bum, but still got it done.
Hey, I was about to say, had that little tip over, man, but you didn't give up. You got back up, kept charging, turned it into a podium finish. How do you feel about your week overall?
Good. We had a couple ups and downs, but I'm really happy with this week.
Hey, that's part of it. We're going to let everybody go off, and then I want you to talk about who you want to thank, who's been helping you, and shout out those sponsors. Want to make sure everybody can hear it.
Were you freaking out when you went down? Were you trying to get up as quick as you could?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet so. Kind of a bit of a panic there. All right, most of the crowd's gone, man. Let's talk about it. You got great people backing you up, supporting you. Who do you want to thank for helping you this week?
My mom, dad, Cobra, 110, Dunlop, Oakley, ASV, 2 Live Pigs, Nihilo, 113 Angus, Swanee, AMX Tires, Sharp Moto, Alpine Star, T-Rex, Ruse, B99, B3, Turi Fermion, Next Level, HGS, and VP, Coker Pumps, and Tamer, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it. Your bronze medalist, Levi Meyer, here in Moto number 3. As we get ready to invite our silver medalist up, Jet Rao. A fantastic fight, took it all the way down to that final lap, an incredible battle. And we're gonna chat with him here in just a second. So we'll get Jet Rao up next, and then we'll bring up Tate Brush. All right, here we go. Got him heading this way. Took it all the way down to the line and never gave up. That's what it's all about. Let's make some noise for Jet Rao. Jet, let's chat, man. It's came up just short of the championship, but man, I just want to talk about the effort. Didn't give up. You fought all the way down to the checker flag. How do you feel about your riding in that final moto?
I got a good start. I fell down, and then I just charged.
Hey, didn't give up, man. Had that little mistake. It happens to the best of us. Man, it's been an up and down week. You've had some good luck, some bad luck. But as far as your riding goes, how do you feel about your performance?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I bet so, man. It's been fun to watch. Another podium medal to add to the collection. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here this year at the Loretta's?
Cobra, Rao Designs, Alpine Stars, Money Inc., Bees Moto Lab, Game Moto, TCR Wheels, T-Rex, Roost, ASV, VP, Dunlop, and God for keeping me safe.
Let's hear it for your runner-up, Jet Rao, silver medal, and second place in the championship. A great effort from the number 72. As now we get ready to bring up the champ. He's got some gold. He's got a gold medallion. He's got gold goggles, a gold helmet. How about a gold medal to add to it? Let's hear it for your champion, Tate Brush. Tate, man, I could see the emotion when you crossed the line. You let out a roar, dude. How excited were you to get this thing wrapped up?
Really excited.
I know it's been a ton of work, man. Talk about the pressure in that moto. Jet Rao was right there behind you. How hard was it to try to not make a mistake?
Hard.
What now? Were we sticking to the same lines? Were we switching things up? What was the game plan here? Just stick to your lines?
I was switching things up a little bit.
You feel like you got some hot lines there late in the moto?
Yeah.
Hey, well, it worked for you, man. You got the job done. You got the championship for yourself, for Yamaha, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you get this thing done?
My mom, dad, the whole Yamaha Super Crew team, my mechanic Brody, 100%, Bell, ASV, ODI, Parts Unlimited, Gutsy, FMF Joel, or Game, GC, Fastway, Greg Albertson, Caleb Tennant, Metro East, and everybody else that helped me. Thank you so much.
I love it, Tate. Well, this is one of our on-track featured classes, so I'm going to invite Andrea Lieb up from On Track Schools to present you with that $350 check for your education. And we're going to grab a photo there as the gate gets ready to drop behind us. Fantastic things going on there with On Track. That money being able to be used for education here from Tate. And then Tate, you got the big check, you got the gold helmet. It's time to invite Mike Burkeen up from the AMA to hand you your #1 plate. The hat, the handshake makes it official. Let's hear it for your national champion, Tate Brush.
All right,
congratulations there, Tate Brush. Hey, jumping on there, Wes Kane. Welcome to the booth.
Hey, glad to hear you guys sound amazing this morning. Coal miner's daughter, loud and proud, and you guys opening up. It was just, hey, you got to get up and get at it, man.
Yeah, well, welcome to the 85cc 10 to 12 limited class. Let's give a quick hole shot shout out to Landon Lee. He's credited with the hole shot. And I'll do some quick championship standings here. Austin Keller 10, Chance Olberg 9, Carter Gray in 8th, Cade Nightingale 7th, Jaden Smart in 6th, Chase Brennan in 5th, Landon Lee now, he's on 7 points in the 4th place position, Eden Steinbrecher there with 6 points in the 3rd place position, Waylon Bellinger with 5 points in the number 2 position, and leading them out with a 1-1 perfect Moto 1 and 2, Sawyer Geek. And where is Sawyer Geek in this moto? It looks like he comes across stripe in 7th, and we'll give you where they run now as we start to pick them up flying by the tower.
All right, here we go. I got Landon Lee with a quick snap out of the gate, leading this one around. Gavin McCoy 2nd. We'll let him check in for just a second as they come through. Sawyer Geek's not going to stay back there too long. He's in 7th, so we'll see if he can get another championship go back. Megawatt.
Hey, Kevin, you know, we always get a lot of encouragement. We get a lot of texts, get a lot of messages from our friends out there. But one of our guys we're missing this year, I like to call him our 6th man in the tower, our good friend,
Bill Savino. Yeah, he's at home watching, sending us text. I felt like the crew was a little bit short this year. We miss you here at the ranch, buddy. We love seeing you here. Bill's had he and I have been together for many, many years there on the Honda brand, and we knew the crowd was short. We have a lot of announcements this year, but we're definitely missing Bill Savino here in the tower.
Absolutely. And I just got one thing to say to Bill. Listen, this is how it's playing out, and you better be down here next year, Bill. We've got a great race underway right now with Landon Lee, Sawyer Geek out in the number 2 position, Waylon Ballinger in 3rd, Eden Steinbrecher running 4th. Going to be Anderson Waddell 5th as they run on the track, Wes Kane.
Well, right now, Sawyer Geek cooking up a 2nd championship. He's sitting right over there, even moving into 2nd place. He's on top of the board. Landon Lee would be 2nd to championship, and Waylon Ballinger top 3. But hey, Kevin, like we've seen Little Dean all week long, it's never over till that checker, you cross that line.
Absolutely. It's as we were calling that. Actually, Mega was calling that. Sawyer Geek was making that move in the lead. He got around Landon Lee, so Lee now sitting in 2nd, trying to fire back.
You know, if you're with Landon Lee or you're looking for a guy, I don't know his situation out there, but Landon Lee's on fire.
Yeah,
he's in the mix. He's going to put it together. But to be in the same frame, the same the conversation, you might say, with Sawyer Geek and the rest of the crew, Steinbrecher and Waddell and Nightingale, there's a lot of tough guys out there. And it never disappoints here at the Dude Ranch. You have the best of the best. So hats off to you, Landon Lee. We've seen you soldiering up toward the front, lead motos all week. And one day your day will shine, and I know that you will become the champion that you are.
Well, right now he's, as they run, he will not be the champion, but he's only 1 spot away.
Yeah,
so looking really good here in 2nd in the early runnings of this moto. We'll see how it shakes up, but a good performance, like you say there, Wes Kane, for Landon Lee, as now they're check in for lap number 2. Sawyer Geek still in the lead, Landon Lee, Waylon Bellinger, and look, now we got some battles going on over the Tunnel of Love here. What do you see, Wes?
Well, I see our guys out there trying to make something happen. There's the 43 ride.
Easy to pick that bike up.
You can't, hey, those boys over there, Castone and crew, working hard over there, and I know I said his name wrong for the last 50 years, but to you, you're still Tim Castone, and great job out there, the 43, looking good out there, rocketing over that single. A lot of guys break for that, try to scrub it a little bit.
Not today.
Not that guy right there.
Not on Saturday. We're going to launch that baby.
Watching number 11 out there, he's got some company. There's Olberg, Brennan now, and knocking on the door. And he's going to make the pass on Cade Nightingale. Here they go. 4 wide, Little Dean, and the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, 4 wide, man, pushing it through there. You see them all on screen right now. It's a battle. You see Olberg leading up.
Oh, look at that.
Fake for Ballinger, and that's going to hang up Brennan a little bit, but Brennan getting the best out of that one, getting in the move there. Now we see Keller, the 23 machine, putting some pressure on Ballinger as Ballinger gets around the Yamaha rider. That was, I believe.
Yeah, I talked to Jaden Smart on the way up here. He's in the van, and he just said, Wes, it's just one of those weeks. He goes, we'll recover, and we'll be ready for the next one. So hats off to you guys, Jaden Smart and family. You guys work hard out there, and everything will come together. Just keep fighting, guys.
It looks like Smart getting back on the gas. He's getting back around Ballinger. So a lot of racing on the track. Before I finish a sentence, a pass is being made. It's insane.
Yeah, you can't hang up on a thought too long because as soon as you're thinking about one pass that's being made, it's already off to the next pass. The action is super intense here in our 85cc 10 to 12. But how do you call 7 guys in one corner? Like every line's taken.
Call that a gaggle of riders.
A cabog. What was
no, it's just a gaggle.
Oh, a gaggle. Okay,
a gaggle of riders. One turn.
I think Caboggle's 8.
Caboggle is 7. Caboggle is when you go in that like you yesterday.
Like I did
over there. That was a Caboggle.
I did have a Caboggle.
That was a Caboggle.
Handed the lead over to Steven.
An ambush and so forth like that. But Geek out front, Lee, Steinbrecher, Bonglinger, Waddell, Nightingale, Orberg, Brennan making moves out there. Carter Gray looking good. Now the deck is shuffling here. Austin Keller now moves in the top 10. Wolf back at 20th. Lavia 19th. Lampkin 18th. Lane 17th. Has Hanson 16th. Thomas 15th. Ross 14th. McCoy 13th. Miller 12th. And Carter Gray in 11th. And they are making some moves. There he is. The Suzuki ride. The 43 of Chase Brennan.
Yeah, Chase Brennan now 5th in the championship, 5th in the moto. Making some moves right now. I don't think he's going to stay in 5th. It's just too much action to say that that's where he'll stay. Right now he's got the, 67. Look as he jumps to the inside here. Let's see if he's able to make the move there in the horseshoe. And yes, he has. Oh, look, going back in the storyland here. The battle continues as they are handlebar to handlebar as they triple in the storyland. Look, still side by side, one inside, one outside. This pass has been going on since the start of the 10 Commandments, but now it is solidified. Chase Brennan up to the 4th place position.
And making that championship run even better in that top 5. You want to get at least top 3, top 5. Hey, top 10's great, but that's the bragging rights for the RM Army right there. He's just out there soldiering along with the rest of them. Little Dean.
Yeah, absolutely. Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper. We've seen it. Brennan, Nightingale. And there's Olberg on the number 11. And just behind Olberg, he's got the 42 Yamaha rider, Jaden Smart. And Smart now feeling the pressure by Ballinger. Ballinger trying to get around Smart as Smart is trying to get around the rider in front of him. That is Olberg.
Here they go. Sawyer Geek riding a flawless ride out here on a Saturday morning on the final day of racing here at the 2025 Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Championship, brought to us by our good friends at AMSOIL. And Monster has unleashed the beast all week, fueling some of these riders out here, and you K-Dub, making sure that you're up here swinging at the fences.
They are definitely, they've supplied us very well with the deep well water as well as the one with a little bit of lead in it. Yes, indeed. I like the original. I'm just an OG kind of Monster guy, but man, great deal for Monster. I hear that a deal has been renewed and just so many advances in the sport and the lounges and all of the opportunities. Man, so much cool stuff. I think they left the door open on the cool zone because the temperatures have dropped here at Loretta.
Yeah.
But awesome environment that Monster's helping all of the folks here at MX Sports create.
And Kevin, I appreciate you mentioning that. You know, a renewed deal, extended deal, just goes to show the importance of this event. Goes to show what this event means to not only the athletes, the industry, the manufacturers, but our sponsors as well. We are so proud that Monster has done that, has stepped up, and hey, we're all working for the next 3 years. We're still here.
I like it. I like knowing that I'll be able to eat. I like it. And get some clothes. All right, Geek looking good, in control of this one. Geek, Landon Lee, Eddie and Steinbrecher, welcome to the party. You like to get up there in the top 3 overall in the championship. Hard fighting soldier right there. 3rd in the moto, 3rd in the championship. Hats off to that young man and the hard work that their family is doing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've been putting in a lot of hard work, and it's showing here in this 85cc 10 to 12 limited. On screen now we're watching Olberg. Olberg under pressure by number 42 of Jaden Smart. What's going to happen now as they make the way by the tower?
Yeah, Kevin looks over. He sees that Suzuki over there. Gives him a little wink out of his eye. The 43 of Chase Brennan looking good. He's made some quick decision moves out there to position himself right now in the 4th position. There's Geek, Lee, Steinbrecher as they check in. Looks like Chase Lee's going to hit that clicker.
And also in the back of that,
Chase Brennan, yes.
The tail end of that battle there is Wailing Ballinger. Now that's a young rider that came into this moto actually in second place with a 2.35 total points from the two motos combined there. That was enough for second place, but this moto not quite going as planned. As he's in fourth place position in the championship, so that's a rider to watch here as they have 5 in the books. Can he make any more advances and try to break into that top 3? It's going to be a tough road to hoe right now as we watch the 11 and the 42. That is the section of the track going into the West Cane long short shoot.
There they come. I'm looking over my shoulder now as I peep out the window and see the 42 Blue Crew rider of Jaden Smart. Got that leg swag going as he comes through there. And Smart rails around the outside, sets himself up now.
The long way around doesn't work out, West Cane.
He's going to dip to the inside. He's going to have to really drop down and get going there. Chase Brennan now not going to let anybody try to mess up his party.
We're side by side right now in the Storyland. Let's see how it shakes up.
Yep, there's Brennan coming around that inside turn. Smart, using smart methodical moves out there. He's got a back marker. Well, I don't know. The number 11, yeah, that's Olberg. Olberg's still in the fight. Good call, Dean. And he's got to get around Olberg before he can get close to Brennan. So a little bumper there, but I don't think it's going to slow my man down as he heads down 20 miles of bad road.
Here we go. Look, splitting it again. One inside, one outside. The 42 is not scared to take the long way around, and it's working pretty well. Not enough to overtake the 11 just yet, but
I honestly think that he might need to start following Olberg through some of these lines, because look there just behind Smart. He's starting to feel some pressure as they go into that Thor Sand Sweeper.
Good call there, Dean. Maybe a little too far.
Exactly. Yeah, the 67 is coming. That's Cade Nightingale.
Okay, here we go. Now Nightingale's going to try to take the long way around the 42. This is a play that sometimes doesn't really come to the conclusion until the tunnel of love. Let's see here.
There's no love lost there.
None at all as they make their way into the billboard section right now. It is Olberg, Smart, and Nightingale making this a three-way party here. And this is for position. This is for 5th, 6th, and 7th on screen right now that we're watching around the billboards. Then the mechanics area they go.
Nightingale taking that long way around. Now he chops to the inside. There's your riders in view on that Racer TV monitor. Olberg, Smart, Nightingale. It seems like Smart's getting some of the lines that he don't want. And like Dean said, tuck in there and get the wheel close, because you're giving up track when you go back. What do you see, Dean?
Triple there for the 40. I thought he was going heading a little off track, but nice recovery there as he triples. Did the number 42 of Jaden Smart through the 10 Commandments.
And we know what that does. That gives you a little confidence now.
Check him out. Oh, that rut was so deep, it robbed some power from the Yami.
Yes,
kind of buried it on the deep rut, but here we go.
Oh, yeah. Good move there by Smart.
Oh, at the 11. You see that foot drag?
Yeah,
I thought that was going to drag him down, but good recovery.
Well, and Smart was right behind him, so Smart
look at
Nightingale.
Nightingale around the outside.
Now Nightingale might get a twofer.
Nightingale all over these two riders like ants on a candy bar. Is he trying to make the move and get a better position for his overall finish?
Yeah, Nightingale fired up right now. He's going on the outside of this Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper, but tucked into the inside behind Olberg is Smart. Looks like Smart has the move made back, and he knows now he has to get around Olberg.
Well, he's got to. He's got to get that buffer. If he's not careful, he's going to sit there too long. And when you're in that catbird seat, K-Dub, you get to see what these two guys are doing, and finally you make the move and you make the pass.
And you'll see here just behind him, and Ballinger now has caught this pack of riders, so Ballinger trying to make it a four-way battle.
It's going to be a do-si-do square dance here before you know it.
Smart now overtaking Olberg. So as quickly as Smart loses a position in Nightingale, remounts a charge. He's now got him back, and he's also passed Olberg.
So these guys are playing offensive defense. They've got to make split, lightning-fast decisions out there. And Geek gone. Says, hey, I'm going to take this title. I'm going to put it in my gunny sack. I'm going to run away and hide. Lee's still doing good out there. He's still up on the box. And Steinbrecher, Brennan, Olberg, Smart having a battle royale out there.
It is definitely a battle royale, Wes. Thank you for that update. As we're watching on screen now, it looks like Keller is able to get around the 13 of Carter Gray. So Austin Keller going to slide up into that 9th place position as Gray falls back to 10.
So many good things happening out there on this track. A little overcast, the moisture. It seems a little fast right now, K-Dub.
Yeah, I think it's just absolutely perfect conditions to conclude the week here. Watching the 13 here in a battle with the 23. That's going to be Carter Gray and Austin Keller. That is, those two riders are just inside the top 10, 9th and 10th respectively, and they're going around the horseshoe, and they'll head a little feed off there, a little feed off swag as they're going to head back into Storyland.
And coming out of Storyland is number 13 machine of Carter Gray. Gray has been fighting hard this whole moto, but he has found himself in that 10th place position, trying to catch back up to the rear wheel of the 23 of Keller. Keller makes a little mistake there, but not too much of a mistake. He's able to stay on the gas out of Storyland.
I need to see, it shows on the board that Smart did break away from Olberg and Nightingale. I'm going to check it out. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. We're going to get an eye on Smart and just see where he's at. There is Brennan right there. Let's look out the window. And Smart did break away from those two riders, and now he's got his sights on the 43 ride of Chase Brennan.
2 laps to go here for the boys. 8 are in the books. I say boys, there's probably some ladies out there too. I just a slip of the tongue. The riders.
Hey,
2 to go for the guys,
K-Dub,
the fellas.
You're the Hall of Famer, dude. You can do what you want.
Well, I want to get it right, and I've tried my best.
I know.
Sometimes we
hey,
get just a touch.
You know what? It's been a long week, and we're all about what we're doing here, and sport is amazing.
It is alive and strong right now, Wes, as we're getting a good view of the billboard section. Mechanics cheering their riders on. As we're watching Ballinger trying to make some moves right here. If you talk about as far as championship goes, he has to make some moves to find himself on a podium as far as overall goes. Looks like he's going to get around the outside of Nightingale. Is he able to shut the door? Yes, he does. So Ballinger now making a move on Nightingale, and I believe that'll put him in that 7th place position.
All right, we're still looking at the overall there, and it's going to be Geek, Lee, Steinbrecher, Ballnier, Brennan will finish out if it stays like this in the top 5. So great job out there by these competitors as they are working hard out there on the final motos here in the final day of the 2025 Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Championship. There they go again. Hand salute the Triumph board out there as they come around that left-hander in Storyland. Great job out there, these guys making it happen as they pay that toll to rock and roll over that tunnel jump back there. And now 20 miles of bad road comes into effect. It's not as sandy as loamy as you would think out there as it gets dried out there today. It's kind of hard packed over there. Not hard packed, but the compost is holding together.
Yeah, it's really condensed.
Pretty good.
Really condensed.
Pardon me?
Really condensed.
It's condensed and it's good.
And that's the cool thing, in my opinion, about the 2 sand sections as we're now looking at Sawyer Geek through with the mechanics area. 9 in the book. So this is going to be his white flag lap. But what I was going to say about the sand section here is normally you have, Loretta's has 2 sand sections.
Yeah.
Well, right now they're playing out completely different. The 2 sand sections are not riding the same. The one out by the road there is a lot, like you say, more compacted and a little bit more firm. But the Thor sand sweeper here after the progressive launch, that sucker will jump up and grab it. That's deep and soft sand there. So the 2 different sand sections, in my opinion. What do you guys think about that?
Go ahead, Dean. You on a track. You know what sand is supposed to look like.
You know how to work the dirt.
Exactly. I agree. I mean, the characteristics of the sand are 2 totally different ones. I think the reason is because the sweeper, the Rocky Mountain sand sweeper, is more of a sweeping straightaway. When you come in here into this Thor sweeper, it's a little bit tighter, and being a little bit tighter makes that sand stay a little bit more loose.
But in that sand section over there, if you get the higher you get, the drier it gets. And then you're like down at the beach trying to get through some of the sand. I mean, the actual coastline beach. So.
All right, enough about the track. Yep. Let's get to our.
Let's go.
The number 2 is Sawyer Geek, man. Been running a great race the whole moto. Had to fight for it. Got out front really quickly out there around Landon Lee. Lee doing the best to hang with him and try to make a move out there on the track. But Sawyer Geek, he's been unstoppable.
Unstoppable he has been as he is about to clock in with a 1-1-1, a perfect series of motos here in 85cc 10 to 12 limited.
I believe Kevin, he went 1-1-1 yesterday as well. So, man, this man is going undefeated this week, and that's got to be a great accomplishment, a great feeling here.
I don't know what he did last year. I would have to look it up, but potentially starting a win streak here.
Well, you see the number 2 on the bike. So that's a slight indication he just missed it.
So no streak there now. So
the streak's probably starting now.
Starts right now, as there it is.
I would think for
a streak begins. I think potentially a perfect week, as Dean Dias said, but right now in this race, 85cc 10 to 12, certainly a perfect class, as Sawyer Geek is your champion. Landon Lee now across in second. Eden Steinbrecher will come across in third. We'll give you a top 10 rundown as they cross, but that is enough to solidify your champion, Sawyer Geek. Landon Lee is going to be your runner-up here in the class overall, and Aiden Steinbrecher will come across in third for the championship. Dean, give them a rundown of the rest of the top 10 there.
Yeah, top 10 as they make their way through here in the 85 10 to 12 limited. We're looking at Sawyer Geek. He will be your champion. Landon Lee going to finish second in the moto and second in the championship. Aiden Steinbrecher finished up third overall in the championship. So the consistency there for those three. Chase Brennan going to finish up fourth in this moto. Running your top five, Jaden Smart. Waylon Ballinger sixth. Seventh, Chance Olberg. Eighth, Cade Nightingale. And ninth is going to be Austin Keller. Rounding your top 10 is going to be Carter Gray. And we're going to take a look outside that progressive top 10. We're going to see Anderson Waddell. Solid ride for Waddell there, finishing up 11th on the number 74 machine. Gavin McCoy going to check in. He's the number 16 KTM. He's going to finish up in 12th. The 96, Gage Miller in 13th. 14th, Braxton Ross. And rounding out your top 15 is Jay Sonnenberg. We see Caden Thomas, Parker Hatt, Beckham Smith, Ryder Lane, and Kaiki DePino going to make his way through as well. So a solid race, solid ride there at 85 10 to 12 limited. Had a lot of battle throughout the pack. And I'll tell you what, these kids, every single kid out there earned their position in this one. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and throw it on down to the podium, where we're going to pick it up a little bit here with Sawyer Geek, Landon Lee, and Aiden Steinbrecher.
All right, thank you, Dean. Down here on the podium, going to bring up third place. 1, 2, 3 in the moto, 1, 2, 3 in the championship. Aiden Steinbrecher going to come up first after an incredible ride to close out the week. He's throwing on the hats, throwing on the goggles, and has got a bronze medal waiting on him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Third place, Aiden Steinbrecher. Aiden, I'll get you up front here. Man, a solid run, made a lot of passes, had a great third moto. Take us through your week in this final moto of the day.
Yeah, I got to a good start and rode my own race.
Now, how do we feel about the line selections out there? We saw you kind of moving around, peeking to some of those insides and outsides. What'd you think about the track this morning?
Yeah, it was super fast, slick, and yeah.
Hey, well, you're walking away with a third in this moto and third overall in the championship. How do you feel about your performance in general here in 2025?
Pretty good. I feel like I could do better, but I get the next year.
Hey, absolutely, man. A solid finish, a podium overall, a good week for sure. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here and get on the box?
The Lord just kind of keep me safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, Fox, Macent, Dunlop, Pro Circuit, Mitch Payton, Greg Albison, Game Moto, Monster Army, Monster Mike, Rob Fox, everybody supports me. Thank you.
That's Aiden Steinbrecher, third place in your moto and third place in your championship. As we're going to bring up second place, Landon Lee next. Once again, a fantastic performance for Lee, and let's get him up here to talk about it. Here we go, silver medal and runner-up in the championship. Make some noise for Landon Lee. Landon, a fantastic ride to close out the week. What do we think about this third moto?
Pretty good. The track was pretty rough already.
And I was going to say, not necessarily an early moto, but certainly not a late moto. Track developing kind of differently than we've seen later in the week. What did we think about the track you had to face this morning?
Yeah, it was pretty good, but it had a lot of chatter bumps between the ruts.
Well, man, we've seen a really solid performance from you all week long. Just coming up short of that title, but overall, what are your thoughts on your ride here in 2025?
Pretty good.
I bet so, man. It was impressive to watch. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here and grab second on the day?
Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, Bees Moto Lab, Diamond A Motorsports, RTC 7, McCluskey Performance, Oakley, Evan Blair. I meant Daniel Blair.
That's it.
All right, there it is, Landon Lee, second place in the moto and second place in the championship. A fantastic job for the number 68. As now it's time to bring up your champ. We're gonna wait for everybody to go out on their sight lap. Hold on, we want them to hear you. We want the crowd to go wild. He certainly earned it. And just like K-Dub said, this young man starting a win streak of his own. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, your gold medalist and champion, Sawyer Geek. Sawyer, an incredible ride and an incredible week for you here. We talked about it, that number 2, only one number to go. It's a number 1 now, man. You get the job done. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling amazing right now.
Take us through the week. It's been an incredible performance. You've maintained cool under pressure, all of these motos. How do you feel about today, getting it done, and then the kind of the pressure you felt throughout the week?
I'm super stoked to say that I've gone 6 for 6 here, and that I have now 4 titles here, so I'm super happy about that, yeah.
Yeah, it's an impressive resume for sure, man. An incredible ride here to close out the day. Once you got out front, it kind of seemed like you were just hitting your marks. Were we feeling the pressure of the situation, or were you just trying not to focus on it?
Yeah, Landon was riding really good. I couldn't break him. He was on me pretty much the whole moto. But I just tried to stay as calm as I possibly could, and I felt like I rode good. I felt like I had some really good laps, so I'm super stoked.
It's been fun to watch, Sawyer, but I know you're not doing it by yourself. Who helped you get this streak going? Who helped you get these titles?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. It truly is Him who gets me up here. My mom, my dad, the whole KTM Orange Brigade team, Fly Racing, Hope and Alyssa, everyone over at Monster Army, Alpine Stars, 100%, Moto Sandbox, my trainer Jake, all my family that's here and watching at home, and just everyone who gets me up here. Thank you guys so much.
All right, that is Sawyer Geek, folks, and now it is time to welcome up Jensen Burkeen from the AMA to present you with your number 1 plate. It's official now, folks. Let's hear it. Sawyer Geek, a 2-time champ here in 2025. Back up to you in the tower.
All right, boys, we got the 450B limited riders here, and Max Shane sitting on a pair of 1-1s. So let's see if he can go get himself a title. Austin Schaefer with 2-3 scores, Jackie Legs. Franklin Bosher with 4-5 scores, has 9 points, sits third. Christian Merman with 10-2 scores, 12 points. He's tied with Wyatt Duff in 5th on that Yamaha with 6-6 scores as well.
And this is some of our up-and-coming riders right here in this 450B limited class. These are some of the guys that you're going to be seeing on the highest stage here in no time. Possibly even, who knows, we might not even see them here back at the ranch. We've saw it several times again. We saw the fastest lap coming out of this class here this year. It came out of it last year as well with the number 40 machine. But here we go. Wes Kane, take it away.
I'm watching that two-board go up. I see a little bit of the sun starting to break through that cloud cover. And you know what that makes? Track's going to change a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to dry it out. So it's going to. You guys were talking about the track changing, and I come from a track background running a racetrack and how the dirt with the water, how much it gets, how many times you flip it around and plow it. It will change all week long.
Well,
we'll see if anything changes with the 1-1 score of Max Shane. Can he get that start?
I saw Kawasaki come around the corner.
He's third.
Chase Haynes with a big hole shot there on that 71 Kawasaki.
The onion head, Gage Dunham. I love that guy. He got a fresh haircut online. He's showing it up, and he just smiles every time I give him a little nudge right there. But there's Hayes, Dunham, Shane, Merman, Gerda, Staggs, McDonald. Great start for Talon Staggs. Let's see what he can do with it here as they go through the 10 Commandments.
Man, look at this big field here, all jockeying for position as we get this one started out. And I'm not sure if you guys saw, but Max Shane, a big get-off yesterday.
Yep.
Hit that throttle side wrist, I believe it was, or maybe the other side, actually. Maybe that clutch side. Either way, that hand getting really just violently threw off the handlebars there. Looks to be that he is okay, at least enough to be racing.
Yeah, he's enough to twist that grip, throttle grip, that's for sure.
Yeah,
he's right in the hunt. He's got 3 points to give, guys. He has 2 points. Austin Schaefer has 5, so he doesn't have to have his best effort here. He's top 3. It would probably seal the deal.
And, yeah, you know, like you said, Jackie, he got like the saying the wind out of your sail. He's a tough guy. I've seen him take some hits before, but that one was pretty gnarly. And for him to be back out there right now is just a true testament of what a tough guy he is.
Yeah, grit and determination being showed by that 39 machine, no doubt. Kevin Kelly, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm just seeing Max Shane in third, kind of hanging out, just sitting right there.
So he's in a good spot already to start this one off. He's going to be able to maintain it. We're going to check in here. The Kawasaki's going to switch spots. It's the 15 machine of Franklin Bowser that is going to be leading the way here, everybody. Chase Haynes now moving to that second place spot. Gage Dunham with a third. Max Shane, he shuffles down into the 4th place. And Austin Schaefer, he's going to be your 5th place here in this one.
Notable outside the top 10, the 29 of McCaden Fitch now. Jameson McDonald. And
look at this, Wes Kane. To the outside is the 50 machine. I thought he was going to be able to make a move. Not quite yet. He's going to funnel back in behind the 71 here of Haynes. Haynes, a rider coming out of our C class last year, having some good runs. Had a sick video edit that I really love, so I remember that young man.
There you go, man. It all works. We're watching the Kawasaki, a couple of Kawasaki riders, Bosher and Haynes, running 1 and 2. And all of Max Shane's opponents are kind of behind him. I think Austin Schaefer is the man he needs to worry about. He sits second in the points, and he is behind Max Shane. So things looking good right now. The sun is shining literally and figuratively for the 39 of Max Shane. He's got that frosted tip hair. He's bringing it back, guys. It's coming.
He's solid in profiling. He's got the ears pierced. He's got the whole 9 yards.
We're
throwing it back. Yeah, throwing it back big time. So Max Shane is in control of this championship early in this one. Franklin Bowser, your leader, he sits in second the way that they run with Austin Schaefer third on the overall. Chase Haynes at 4th. And then Christian Merman, he is your 5th there on the overall charts. Once again, the way they sit, no doubt about it, going to have some shuffling around.
Keep an eye on this one here. 17th is Wyatt Duff. Noah Sherman, 18th. Wyatt Thurman.
Wow.
Had a moto win. Had some, I believe the crank went out on his bike yesterday. Yes.
Right over here
and I talked to his dad. He messaged me last night. He said, hey, we're just going out there and we're going to show you what we got. So he's got a lot of work to do. If Wyatt Thurman can come back from that 19, at least get up there in 10 spot. Yeah. Hey, you're solid, man. You're gold.
Yeah, we saw that bike let go. He was doing really well. I think it might have been leading, and he pulls right off to the right, just past the mechanics there.
Well, it was something that was going to develop, and like his dad said, we said up here, we got robbed of calling something that was about to happen.
And thankfully it happened not on a jump, it happened right on a flat.
There he is, Kevin. He's already gained about 7 spots out there.
Wyatt Thurman on the move. Max Shane hanging tough in third here on this final championship day. The number 15 is riding a borrowed bike from Patty B, sponsored by Patty B's Kawasaki. So how about that on a borrowed bike?
Get it done, son.
Go.
You know what the best thing about borrowing somebody's bike? You just pin it. There's a different thing about it.
Wes,
go.
Look at this, buddy. The 50 machine down and out, but he's able to get back going. Not quite out of it.
Gage Dunham.
That is going to definitely throw a wrench in his championship, so we'll see what he's able to do now after that one.
Jack, if you're listening back in Colorado, I know you're a big fan, supporter of Gage Dunham. He's up, he's running, and he's back in the action.
I believe we might have him on screen here. Let's see who that's going to be. No, that's the 36. That's Schaefer that we're seeing right now.
Shane. And that's the real problem for Max Shane there. If he has any issues with Schaefer, you don't want to go down. You don't want to tangle with him because he could leapfrog you in the championship. There is Max Shane, then the 34 of Christian Merman. Then you have Schaefer.
Well, we've already saw it today where riders, I believe it was our C class there, where first place he could settle for a second place. That's exactly what he did. He let the other guy by and drove it on in. He won the war.
Championship. There you go.
All right, Bowser, Haynes, Dunham, Shane. We'll check out the roster when they come through. Let's take a little peek as they head down through the Bermuda Triangle. There he is. They're checking in now as they click through. One more lap.
Kawasaki riders running 1 and 2. We had Ryan Holiday on Radio Fox last night. He kind of went through. He's been there since he's been 17 years. He's been in that position with Team Kawasaki. And he spent a few years with AMA, then with Racer X. So I just did not think. I said those few years with AMA were a little bit wild for you. I said me and Wes used to take you out for a little stroll on the track in the rental car every now and
He would be like, "Let me out now." That's 17 years ago.
17 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was talking about also that he has seen riders come and go. They started in his program when he started with AC, and then they have retired. And Anderson went up to him. Jason Anderson goes, "Make you feel old?" He goes, "Holy cow!" Really does. That's incredible. Ryan Holiday, one of the good guys running the program over there at Team Green. Got to reload this year. He's going to lose a couple guys. You know, Tim Merman's going to probably sell off into the pro ranks, and he's got to put some more guns, bullets in the chamber there, Wes Kane, and come back firing. I'm sure he goes, "We're always looking." That's what he said. We're always scoping.
That's what I asked him.
He's got his eyes on some guys. I spoke to him already. He's got his eyes on some guys.
Good. All right, taking a look here on Racer TV. There's Chase Haynes on that 71 Kawasaki machine. Taking a look here, Wes. Chase going to be out of Scottsdale, Arizona on that Team Green Fly Racing Fuel Factory and Adrenaline Motorsports back ride, making them look good here this morning. The 34 machine of Christian Merman, he's looking good as well as he chases now after Max Shane, I do believe.
Here is Max Shane down around that right-hander now, hop, skipping, and jumping over that. Salute the tower. There you go, Max Shane. You buzz the tower, you look good.
Hey, he got the Chad Reed seal of approval when we talked about frosted tips and pierced ears.
Yeah, that's who you want it from, too.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thumbs up.
I agree with that.
Merman has picked up that third place spot as they are now about to check in here at the finish line.
Wow, 4 riders in the Bermuda Triangle.
The Bermuda Triangle, as Mr. Don Hampton has been calling it. I like that one.
Bermuda Triangle.
Bermuda.
For some, until the bike lets go.
Yep, some not bropping.
Not bropping at all. Stop, drop, and roll. Rob.
We saw that.
Here we go, boys. Look at this. A battle going to ensue right here between the 71 and the 50 machine.
Who do we got there? Who's on that 50 machine? You got to look there.
30. That's Wyatt Thurman.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
So Thurman making his way up in the top 7 now. And he's relentless. He is not lifting, Kevin.
No, he's right there on the inside. We talked about a top 10 being, hey, that's pretty good.
He's going for top
podiums,
5.
baby.
Take a look at this. The 29 machine going to join the party. McCaden Fitch. Yep. He's another rider we've had our eyes on all week long. Fitch with a 5.9 moto scores on that Atlas Blue Crew Yamaha Monster Moose Elite back ride.
That's the same Fitch that Kevin Wyndham said, "I'll probably tweak your bars." Sorry about that. He goes, "You know why? Because there was a Ricky Carmichael bend on the bars." He goes, "I needed my Kevin Wyndham bars." The old man Robert Fitch. Sorry, not this one. But he rode Robert Fitch's bike.
Well, there's about 9 of them over there.
With the Ricky Carmichael bend. He goes, "That was my nemesis."
Hey, give it up for Austin Schaefer. Hanging tough out there to number 36, Jada Wolf. Wyatt Thurman on that lap was 7. Talon Staggs hold tough in 8th. Let's see how they come through. There they go. Kevin's pointing to the screen. Your leaders are buzzing the tower now, and it is getting to be a 4-man split for the lead.
How about that? The 15 under the attack now of the 34, or is that a lap? No, that is the Christian Merman. And Merman now putting the pressure on the 15, so we reset the field. Up and over the tunnel of no love lost here. Merman step on, step off right by the billboards there. We got a 5-way battle, Jackson.
We sure do. And a great view of it as well here from Racer TV. Max Shane putting some pressure on the 71 machine of Hayes. Sorry, Wes is going to see if Haynes going to be able to hold him off, man. That's going to be a tough competitor to do so, and here we go.
Shane going to try to sweep around the outside. Maybe he can find himself on the inside going into the 10 commandments. You got to be careful here. It's a big dude. You can't just elbow that guy out of the way on that Kawasaki. You see the difference just in the body mass here?
Not happening here, but Austin Schaefer now looks like he jumps up in there now. So Schaefer making something happen here.
We saw this yesterday with Timmerman. We were like, I think he'll just settle for third.
That's what Monster Mike said down there watching him, and that
and
was
then he said,
not the case.
No time. I want to win. And I think Max Shane, just the pace is going to be naturally will carry him right past these guys. He's kind of ready to roll out. We're 5 laps in. We still got a chunk of racing to go.
Yeah, he's back up in there. Max Shane now up into the 3rd place position, just behind Christian Merman and Franklin Bowser, your top 2.
I'm looking at Schaefer with his passes out there now, working his way up through the Kawasaki guys. He is also in 3rd in the championship. You want to leave with them bragging rights if you're hauling the mail like that.
It makes the drive so much better when you go home on a high note. Max Shane, speaking of high notes, he was high and almost by the 2nd place rider of Christian Merman. Here they are. Hey guys, doing great right by the announcer's tower.
So Bowser now under some extreme fire from Max Shane as he is now moved into the 2nd place spot. Shane in 3rd, going to check in right here for another lap complete. 6 laps in now.
Look at that. I mean, there are 7 guys in that shot there. What a battle there. And Wyatt Duff trying to get in the game here. He is 5th place. That's who we're looking at on the inside there.
Duff now making some big moves and big progress.
Dude, he's got a shot at winning this.
Yeah, jumping from that Supermini, jumping on the big bikes. Duff is definitely one that's growing and maturing and becoming a solid fixture out here in the top 5.
That's Wyatt Thurman. Sorry about that. Wyatt Thurman on the number 30.
He's in 5th now, but Wyatt Duff, well, I see him back in 15th, so he's got work to do, but still, hats off to him for doing all the hard work that he's been doing here in the last year.
Jackie Legs, that's your top 6 there on screen. Top 5.
Top 6.
Unbelievable. Look out, Max Shane.
Not blowing the horn. Beep, beep, beep.
Move over. Slow traffic.
I need to move because the guys behind him are not messing around.
No, Thurman might come up and get everybody, so Max Shane needs to rock and roll here.
Well, Wyatt Thurman right now is riding for the ones on the fence to say, yeah, that guy's solid.
There he is. I think he's going to get that pass done. Max Shane, you're going to have company here in a minute. I hope you told your mom that Wyatt Thurman's coming to the house. Can Wyatt come swim? He's about to. He's got a cannonball right in your pool, son.
Yeah, you let him in there. All right, well, there they are.
Jackie Legs, this race is all over the place, man.
It sure is. So taking a look as they make their way up and over the wall jump at this big battle y'all are raving on about. Here we go. Going to make our way back down Main Street, West Kane.
I mean, if you're boarding the 15, what do you write on his board?
It's changed
when everybody is back there behind him. You can't write all those numbers, +1, 15, 30, 39, 71.
Look at that, 29 going to pick up a spot there from that 71 machine you were talking about, Wes. And those two going to be able to buzz the tower. That allows him to gain just a little bit of time on that pack just ahead of them. Let's give a rundown as they check in. Christian Merman still leading the way on the 34 KTM machine. Merman riding for Hunter Racing, Thor Factory Connection, and Motorex. Franklin Bowser in the number 2 spot. Wyatt Thurman in 3rd. Max Shane in 4th. And already changing around, Kevin.
I think Thurman's about to get 2nd and probably 1st here before this lap is over. He is just an immovable object. There he goes into 2nd. Continue on, Jackie Legs.
So Thurman now going to be the 2nd. That'll put Bowser back into the 3rd place spot. Max Shane is now 4th. McCaden Fitch is in the 5th place position.
There goes Wyatt Thurman.
Not for long.
From 18th
to 2nd. What a ride. Now that one, I can go home with a big smile on my face. He's going to run down our leader, I believe, Merman. Now, does it get him? I don't know, but he is on a roll. Here comes Max Shane. He'll hop right behind Merman here. Unbelievable. Let's see if he can get after.
But if you're Max Shane, you really don't have to battle with Thurman at all.
No, and he's not really like running it up next to him. I mean, if your pace carries you by him, so be it. But daggum, what a race.
1-1 Motorsports. He don't have to battle with any of these guys. He's in good shape.
He's got 2 points to give over our 2nd place rider. Schaefer has 5 points. And Shane has 2 points with those perfect 1-1 scores. Just settle in right behind our 2nd place rider now. Thurman, good Lord, what a race.
He's checking the boxes on Wyatt Thurman right now.
Man, I like it. Coming through the pack here, running right
in the B class.
Running right through this
everybody out there is just amazing and talented right now.
Well, Max Shane now just challenging Wyatt Thurman. I have not seen this many guys that could get caught and then find another gear, get past, and then jump right in. All right, I'm going to beat you now.
Especially in the B class.
I don't
Usually the
understand
top, everybody settles in, and there's a couple of hot shoes out there that really, really get out there and handle the field, but I'm not seeing it right now.
And now Fitch goes, all right, it's time to go. I'm going to pass you now, Max Shane. Look at Fitch on the Yamaha. It's right there on the Husqvarna.
You know what this tells me, guys? The A class is going to be
great.
amazing next year.
It's going to be great.
Exactly, Wes. Exactly. The 29 machine of Fitch.
Fitch jumps right up in there. Get some.
He's the only rider buzzing the tower here, and it is allowing him to gain a ton of time. He is able to pass that Kawasaki machine, now working on the Husqvarna of Max Shane.
This battle and this race in general has seen so many, it's like an accordion, just in and out, fast, slow,
there
fast,
he
slow.
is. Fitch now looking to the inside. Shane, wild line out there. Here they come down 20 miles of bad road. I'm looking, and Fitch makes the pass.
So now Fitch is now up to third. Now can Thurman run down a Merman? Thurman and Merman.
Look out.
On Saturday mornings.
It's Merman and Fitch. Lawyers who care.
Chris Thurman.
No doubt about it. McCaden Fitch has had the speed here all week long, but he's not found himself up on the podium yet in this 450B Limited. You know he wants a medal to leave here with.
And I believe Fitch is young. The youngest one in the class, he's like 15.
Let's take a look. He is 15 years old, Wes Kane.
Hey,
Dang, so he's got another year if he wants to in this class, unless they bump him right out, moving right to the A class. So if you top three it, you're getting bounced.
Getting bumped. Hey, Max Shane was in this B class last year and just right there inside of the top 10 this year, though. He is proven he is the man with the plan.
Came back swinging at the fences.
It's the hair, bro. It's the hair. There's the 15 again of Franklin Boucher. And he's got Chase Haynes, Austin Schaefer back in 7th. But right now it's Max Shane on that 39 who has this championship now in 3rd.
I'm looking at Wyatt Duff now. Coming up the radar there. Is looking good up the billboard. 13th. Gerda 12th. Harris 11th. And look at Staggs in 9th. Slowly working his way up there.
Boys, we got a race for the #1 spot over the Tunnel of Love right now. Thurman is, well, it's not really much of a race now. I believe he's going to just fire right at it.
Around the outside.
That was way too easy.
So you're in 18th in the B class and come all the way up. And
win it.
His dad told me this was their plan last night. He messaged me. I heard my little phone. I looked, it was Eric Thurman. He goes, man, we got robbed. He goes, but we're putting our helmet on tomorrow, and it's a new day. And
well, he's got a ski mask on. He's robbing everybody right now.
So he's out there showing the business out
picking
there.
Pockets all the way to the #1 spot. Wyatt Thurman.
I mean, he's got a goodie bag of stuff. He got some tear-offs from this one. He got a little something to pull a towel off somebody's waist coming through there.
$100 bill out of Jeff Cernick's pocket.
Hats off to you, Eric Thurman. You called it last night, man.
What you got, Jackie Legs? I see you eyeing that paper.
I was just taking a look here at Wyatt Thurman, the Texas native, going 7, and then a DNF there in Moto 2 for the KTM Orange Brigade Thor Alpine Star EBS and 100% backed rider. And now, boys, looking at a gold medal if he's able to hold on to it.
Well, that's the irony. It's not over. You could have issues all through. You're only as good as your last ride, and no matter what happened, that ride right there is the one we're remembering and talking about on the way home.
We're going to go back and watch it on replay all the way back home to Texas.
This one is not over. McCaden Fitch, he is still right there. He has now closed the gap up to Christian Merman, your 2nd place. Could we see Fitch doing something here on these closing laps? The 2-lap board is out this time around. They're going to be getting a white flag.
I think Fitch. I think he's coming. There you go, Wes.
I think Fitch has got it. Good call out there, Kevin. He's just never shutting off. A little out of that line there. Kind of got a little side swipe right there, but back up on it.
Back on the horse. And here we go.
White flag is out here in the 450B Limited. This one has been a fun one here. Wyatt Thurman will lead about a lap and a half of this thing, and it's the best ones to lead here. And he is on his way to a moto win anyway.
If you had any questions about Wyatt Thurman coming in,
I got none.
Or that's it. It's done. I don't care if I'm an OEM and I'm looking for a guy the next level. I'm running over there real quick.
Sign him up.
I'm signing him in.
Here's the 34 of Merman. Then you have the 29 of Fitch right there. They are battling right in front of us. Going into the 10 Commandments.
Look out!
It's happened, boys. That was fast. The 29 machine going to make the move on the 30. So now it is going to be or on the 34, I should say. Wyatt Thurman still going to be leading the way there on the 30 machine. Then it will be McCaden Fitch on the 29, and then we see Christian Merman, the 34, back in third.
We're looking at the shakeup, though. Shane's still with the championship. Austin Shaver now moves up. They're going to be pretty pumped heading back to the east coast of South Carolina with a second overall if it just stands like this. And Christian Merman in the top 3.
Man,
great
what
job
a benefit getting those early race wins. You can kind of just take a breath there and know that you don't have to go out and win the last moto or the last 2 motos. You get like a 10th. You're behind the 8 ball if you get a bad score in that first moto.
Hey, for a rider with the DNF like Fitch has, even when he was sitting in the 3rd place spot, he was 5th overall. So we'll see what he's going to do here with a 2nd place.
A DNF and will give you a 5th place overall if you back it up with like a 1 and a 2.
Yep, exactly. A 5th and a 2nd for him if he's able to hold on to it. But how about it for the 30 machine, one final time around? And how about it, everybody? Wyatt Thurman going to grab a gold medal here in Moto number 3.
Wyatt Thurman from 18th place will charge back through the field. What a ride. And Fitch just picking pockets all the way to the number 2 spot. Merman will slip back to 3rd. Max Shane going to finish 4th, but Jackie Legs, he is your champion.
He is. Max Shane aboard that 39 Husqvarna machine will be your 450B Limited champ here in 2025. Thurman, your Moto 3 winner. McCaden Fitch, your 2nd place. Christian Merman, he is your 3rd. Max Shane, your 4th. And Franklin Bowser, your 5th. And look at the emotion there for Max Shane as he is congratulated by his pit crew. And that will do it for us. Going to go through the rest of this. Franklin Bowser, like we said, the 5th place. 6th place, Chase Haynes. Austin Schaefer, 7th. 8th is Jaden Wolf. 9th is Talon Staggs. And 10th is Christopher Harris here in Moto number 3. Max Shane, Austin Schaefer, and Franklin Bowser are going to be your top 3 overall. Christian Merman and McCaden Fitch, your top 5 on the overall championship charts. That'll do it for us up here in the tower. We're going to get ready to go crown a champion. Boys, take it away when you're ready. Boys or girls, who knows? Sophia Phelps might be up there. I believe it is going to be Zach Heron, though. Once again, take it away when you're ready.
All right, thanks so much, boys. Trying to rile these guys up. They're trying to get cooled off after a fierce battle in that 3rd moto. We're going to have Christian Merman come up first, 3rd in that moto. Then we'll chat with McCaden Fitch, Wyatt Thurman, our moto winner, and then we'll talk to the champ. So let's bring him up. A 3rd place here in the 3rd moto, in a great way to close out the week. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Christian Merman, 3rd place on the day. Christian, man, a fantastic ride. Let's break down that moto. Talk about those late stages, battling hard. You got people all over you. Take us through the tail end of that race.
Yeah, got off to a mediocre start. Actually passed my way to the lead and took charge of the moto, but you know, I haven't spent a whole lot of time up front here at the ranch, so nevertheless, we made huge steps forward, and I can assure you we'll be back up there hopefully to close out another moto here. But yeah, battled hard at the end, just lost it.
Yeah, and to your point, there is something to be said about being comfortable up at the front of the field on a stage like Loretta's, and we were giving you all the praises up in the tower, man. It was fun to watch, and already it sounds like setting your sights towards next year.
Absolutely.
And we can't wait to see it. Meanwhile, I know you got great people backing you up. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here?
Oh, man. Everybody that sticks with me throughout the weeks. My trainer, Timmy. My training partners, Tristan and Chase. Mom and Dad. Jesus Christ. My girlfriend, Madison. Evan from Thor. 100% FMF. Tamer got me into a great start. Dunlop. Rob Fox hooked us up with said tires.
everybody else. Thank you.
That's Christian Merman, your bronze medalist here in Moto number 3. As our next class takes off, we're going to call McCaden Fitch to the podium. An impressive charge into that second place spot right at the very end. All right, let's bring him up. McCaden Fitch, a fantastic ride and a silver medal here in Moto 3. Round of applause for him, folks. McCaden, what an impressive ride, man, charging all the way to the finish, moving into that number 2 spot with just a little bit left to go. Take us through the charge.
Yeah, it was a pretty good moto. I had a bad start again. I just get pulled by the 350s. I got pinched off, and then I knew I had to make moves quick, so I kind of just stayed calm the first lap and shifted through my gears and rode my bike as best as I could ride it, and made passes pretty quick, and then Wyatt got around me, and I kind of just lashed onto him for a minute, and we moved through the pack pretty quick, and then made it up to second and tried to put a charge in at the end, but Wyatt was riding good. So, and good job to Max. I mean, that kid is gnarly. Yeah, good job to him. And yeah, that was a good moto.
Hey, all you guys are extremely gnarly. It was a ton of fun to watch. I know you got great people in your corner. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad. I mean, I can't thank them for everything they do. Like, it's just nuts. Like, day in, day out, Dad's back in Colorado, just absolutely working as hard as he possibly can to make this all possible, and Mom's out at MTF helping me, so I can't thank them enough. The Lord Jesus Christ keep me safe, the whole Altus Blue Crew Yamaha team, Monster, Donnie, Ed, Jordan over there, my mechanic Sambone, and yeah, just can't thank you guys enough. Dunlop, Monster, Moose, 100%, Bell, Alpine Stars, and man, just MTF. We've been working our butts off over there, and everybody, I just can't thank you guys enough.
That's McCaden Fitch, your silver medalist here in Moto number 3. As now we call up your gold medalist here in Moto number 3, making a statement and working his way forward. Let's hear it for Wyatt Thurman. Wyatt, I'll get you behind the bike, man. What a fantastic ride. Man, talk about a statement ride. I know the overall week in this class not going the way you wanted, but man, talk about ending on an exclamation point. Take us through that ride and working your way to the front.
Yeah, no, I was about gate 39. I DNF'd this moto due to a flat tire in the last race, and we weren't even planning on racing this. I blew my bike up yesterday in our championship moto, and we were just going to pack it up and go home, but KTM got it done and got it fixed, and I was told to just come out here and put on a show, and I was all the way outside, and I never stopped believing in myself when I was out there. I knew that I could get it done if I just stayed in it. So I came through the pack, and I was going into Storyland. They were coming out, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be a rough one. So I just put my head down, kept going, and got all the way to the front and rode it on in.
Hey, man, you did put on a show for all of us. It was impressive to watch. Who do you want to thank for grabbing this third moto win?
Yeah, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for keeping me and everyone else safe out there. Mom, Dad, my sister, she's wanted me to thank her, and EVS, Orange Brigade, Game Moto, Greg Albertson, Greg Dorenzo, Jed, Christian from Alpine Stars, Darian, 100%, Thor, Alpine Stars, 100%. And everyone else that supports me, thank you.
That's Wyatt Thurman, your third moto winner. And now we're going to switch these machines around before we call up the champ. As let's bring up the championship machine. We'll bring the bike up, and then we'll bring up the champ. As looks like the gate getting ready to drop behind us. So we're going to let this gate fall before we call up the champ. They're off and rolling, and speaking of rolling into a championship, let's make some noise for Max Shane. Max, man, what an impressive performance, especially after the big get-off that we saw yesterday. The hand a little taped up, but you guys are all a little battle bruised. You pushed through, and you got her done. How you feeling?
I mean, that was the hardest race of my life. I was feeling so much pain. I was hard to breathe in my chest. Wrist was hurting bad, but I mean, I'm sure David Goggins was hurting too, and that's all that was running through my head out there. So just couldn't be a pussy.
Hey, boats and logs, brother. You got it done. Now let's talk about the pressure throughout the week. There's a lot of expectation coming into it. Seems like you managed to stay cool throughout the week.
Yeah, I mean, finished on the podium about every time other than me going down, selling a championship. But I'm so glad I was able to get this done. So grateful for everybody in my corner, and just finally be able to get this done.
Hey, absolutely, man. Run through those sponsors. Who's helping you out?
Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out there. So grateful to be where I am. I was so happy to be able to represent Aiden Zing, represent number 39. That was a really cool moment for me, and glad I was able to get the win for him. My mom, just everything she does for me, just making everything possible. The whole team, Husqvarna, Darian, Jed, Jen, literally everybody from Husqvarna. I couldn't thank them all enough. Like family, just best team over there. Greg Albertson, Game Moto. I couldn't thank them all enough. Greg Dorenzo, Caleb Tennant, all the doctors, Brianna, Colleen, everybody from MTF. They helped me out with my wrist, everything. Dr. Tanner, Brianna, all of them. I couldn't thank them enough for everything with my wrist, chest. Got me feeling good. Monster Army, Altus, Pro Taper, Nick from Monster, Christian from Alpine Stars, GC, Aspen, my mechanic Kyle, Monster Mike, Dunlop, Tamer, Race Tech Titanium, Taylor from TLD, Max Lee, 100%. And I just couldn't thank everybody in my corner so much. I mean, they're the ones that made it happen.
Hey, he went through all of them. Let's hear it for Max Shane, Jensen Burkeen with the AMA here to present him with his #1 plate. It's official. Max Shane's a national champ. Boys, back up to you.
All right, thanks a lot. Congratulations to Max Shane, that #1 plate. Look at that smile. Well done, sir. Much deserved. As we check in with the Schoolboy 1, 12-17, and look at this, Kane Balacina. Good enough for a championship right now. If we freeze the field, he is in second. He's got Cannon Hargrove just in front of him. Balacina comes in here with a 4 and a 1. Braxton Mees has a 1 and a 2. So lots of racing to develop here as we check in with the Schoolboy 1, 12-17. Welcome Sophie Phelps back to the booth. Welcome. Hey, how you doing?
Thank you very much, Kevin Kelly. Thanks, Wes Kane. Happy to be here.
Norman Kane. It's Norman Wesley Kane Jr.
You are just putting him on blast this week,
yes.
aren't you, Kevin?
It's Norman. My middle name's Ashley. Let me have it. Not going to bother me. You can't make fun of me. It won't bother me.
You're calloused about that. It all started in high school. All right, Hargrove out there.
Hargrove in the #2 spot as Tristan Pruitt has gotten around Balacina and Hargrove. So Tristan Pruitt now on the move. We'll see how that affects the championship. I still think it's Balacina for the moment. And where's Braxton Mees? He's 5th.
Bam, bam.
Mr. Balacina, Mr. Kane Balacina.
Balacina. All right, Balacina looking good out there, training hard at Game Moto out there.
That's Greg Albertson's
people.
Yeah, so is
star
Shane. He might have back-to-back national champions in Max Shane and Balacina in back-to-back motos if it can hang tough. How about that, Greg Albertson?
It is looking possible, but like you were saying earlier, Braxton Metz is one that we got to keep an eye on because he has 1-2 moto scores.
He's got to make some passes. He's got 5 points between himself and Balacina, 4.
Yes.
He's got some work.
Tristan Pruitt's sitting on a 211, so unfortunately for him, he's doing the best he can.
Similar to Wyatt Thurman, what we just saw there, had a DNF and
his dad messaged me, goes, we're putting on a show.
He did put on a show.
Hats off to you, bud.
Yep.
You sure did. I'm going to pay you about $2.50 for that ticket for that show I just watched. Great job. That was a good.
All right, I'm sure they'll appreciate that, Wes Kane.
All right, there you go. Pruitt out front. He's coming down that long sandy road over there. 20 miles of it.
He's got right there on the 14. Leading it right there in the #2 spot, I should say.
Yeah, the 49 of Tanner Dorman not letting him get away.
Here's our leader right down Broadway. The 37 just sending it right beside us here in the tower. Everybody hucking this big I don't know what you call it. It's just a big, ginormous jump. I mean, you land in a big hole, and it starts to get kind of wild.
Well, we can feel it up here on the second floor when they hit. Pruitt going to check in. Let's watch them now as they head through the Bermuda Triangle. About 8 lines there. You got to pick one and hope it works for you. Pruitt checks in. He hand salutes the captain. Kane Bossalina in second, in control of his championship right now. Tanner Dorman third, and you never know where Dorman's going to be. He can be in the back, front. He moves to the front, so Dorman, I don't think is going to stay there. Cannon Hargrove in fourth, Braxton Mez, Bam Bam in fifth. Kevin Delpino, a great rider right there, in sixth. Danny Reed in seventh. Chase Moynihan in eighth. Alessandro Carminetti in ninth, and Davis Daniels round out your top 10 as they cloak through there. A couple of notables down there. Colby Lesser needs to get moving there, and a few others. Jace Coy, 24th. Yeah, he's working it. Grant Getz. And Sophia, what do you see?
Well, I was just looking at Tanner Dorman's results. He's sitting on a DNF and a 9. So this would be his best moto finish, at least here in Schoolboy 1. So I'm sure he's looking forward to that and probably hoping to pick off a couple more positions. But you know that Tristan Pruitt and Kane Ballasina don't want that to happen.
No, absolutely not. They want to roll right through there and leave Dorman behind them. They don't want them. You don't want Ballasina getting interfered by Dorman either, because that championship could slip back towards the fifth place rider, Mess.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, Kane Ballasina with a 1 and a 4. So he needs to be very aware of Braxton Mess, who has fewer points than him right now.
And that's what's going on with the pit boards over there. They're assessing it. They're looking at it. You're back in the pack, and they're writing down what you need to do, where you need to think. Drive, push, relax, breathe.
All the guys from Alta's Yamaha, the EBR guys, Donnie Luce, all of them watching their Yamaha squadron out there. Pruitt on that Husk barn, but then a sea of Yamahas there in second, third, and fourth. Ballasina, Dorman, and Cannon Hargrove.
Look at that shot right there.
Heavy hitters there for sure.
Amazing shot by our Racer TV drone.
Yeah, man, we got a great staff here. All those dudes, all the camera operators that have been out there just slugging it out for 12 hours a day. All of our guys inside the truck there, putting together the replays. Griff, one of the good guys, he's out there handling all of our replays. Adam. Cameron, sorry. Griff's not even here. He's probably have a baby, right? Yeah, my bad.
All right, there's Daniels and Chase
Cam.
Anderson now moving up in the top 10. I'm keeping my eye on Carminetti, the number 5 ride.
Ooh,
and 7 submission. Austin Camden moves up a couple spots. Still looking for Chase Coy to get moving there inside that top 20.
Yeah, bummer of a lap for Carminetti with a 2:17 lap time. Last moto he was up there on the podium, so he's not going to be super stoked on that. I would like to note that Chase Moynihan made up at least a position that last lap, and he's been a podium finisher as well, so he's one to keep an eye on.
Check out Mess's lap time, Wes Kane, at 1:53 in fifth.
He's on it. He's on a burner right there.
See if he can. He's going to have to do some work here. He's going to have to get around Hargrove and Dorman, at least, I believe, to even challenge for this championship. He sits second in the championship, so the 14 in control right now. Kane Ballasina back in fifth is our second place in the championship. Mies or Mess. What is it? I've said it a million times.
I've heard Mess most of the time, but hard to say. Right there, he's in the back of our screen on that orange KTM.
Yep.
We got
Bam
eyes
Bam
on him. That is Braxton Mess right there. Now going up over our wall double.
And he's got some Yamahas right there in front of him. There is the
Here he comes, Kevin. Hand salute.
Running the pink boots. That's a power move, Wes.
It is a power move on a powerful rider who's
on
coming
a powerful
up on
machine.
Yes. On the sea of Yamahas that we've been speaking of.
Notable shout out to 41 Brady Olson, one of those riders that went over to England with Jeff Cernick and Mike Burkeen, and in ninth, and he is slugging it out back there.
We are starting to heat up in that number 2, 3, and 4 spot. The push is coming from the KTM. He's pushing those Yamahas, and we're going to have some movement here in a minute. I don't think Ballasina, Dorman, and Hargrove are going to stay in that running order for much longer.
He is, and right now where they are, just with about a bike length between each of them, they can kind of take the same lines and get away with it, but we'll have to see what happens once they get up closer together. They're going to have to mix up their line choices. You can see 1, 2, and 3 all through that rut, so that might mix things up once they have to.
Riders into 10 Commandments now, the 21 of Hargrove. I'm getting a look at him now. Braxton Mez now tripling up through there as they make that little right-hander, then a little step over, and they're going to drive their machines down in
Storyland. Yeah, this story is far from over. We are 5 laps into this bad boy. Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17. This is the 125 only Schoolboy class. The Schoolboy 2, you can ride the 250F. There's the 37. There's a look at Tristan Pruitt, our leader, on his little Husky. And just behind him sits Kane Balacina. Just hang tough right there, and I think you'll get this championship as Mess is kind of just locked into that 5th place position. He has got to go. There's Mess on the KTM. Needs some passes, needs some help here.
He's a little bit. He's just got to keep on going because it's never over. We can't say it enough till the checkers fall, and there's plenty of time here.
It's true. They're only 5 laps in. A lot of these classes have been doing 9, 10 laps. So, yes, they are about halfway through, give or take. Braxton still has time, but not too much. He definitely can't wait and sit around. Look at him quad into this sand section or whatever we call it.
Triple, double, yeah, just a massive leap there.
I have heard it called everything, so.
I mean, it's 2 piles of dirt. So, I mean, it's not even but 1 pile of dirt, honestly, than a big sand roller that
Jump
just developed.
as far as you can get into.
Yes, it's true. And it used to appear to be more of a quad, as you guys might remember, with these big sand rollers. The track just changed a little bit every year. You know, we get these slight changes.
What I like to see is that sun coming up. And really going to change the texture. This guy's probably figuring they're going to add a little more water to it out there.
Add some water to your body, too.
Yeah, don't forget that cool zone is still popping over there.
It is, yeah. What a good spot. I'm sure there's riders sitting in there right now. We've got the Open Pro Moto on deck, but it's probably going to be the motos following that, sitting in that cool zone, checking out these lines, watching Braxton Mess come up on the back ends of Hargrove and Dorman.
No real movement here. They've all been in that running order for the better part of 4 laps here, so I expect some movement. Maybe some fatigue will start to check in, and the 26 needs some help. He's got to get around a couple of riders to even up the score here. In fact, I believe he has to get up. He's got 1, 2. That's going to be 3 points.
And a mistake by the number 14 of Kane Balacina, losing a little bit of time to Tristan Pruitt, and now Dorman was able to come up nice and close on him. You see a triple there out of the 4th place rider of Cannon Hargrove, and now Braxton Mess trying to stay tough.
So some Yamahas running in that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place position there. There's the 14. Can he hold on? Kane Balacina, stay right there, young man, and I believe you'll get this championship. Doing some championship math there. He's got a 4, a 1, and a 2. That'll be 6 points, so we'll see if that's good enough to keep him on the top step.
Watching the 94 of Kevin Del Pino. Now he looks like, where is he? I just looked at him, and I was going to give him a shout-out, but I don't know what Del Pino in 6th, which puts him right about 4th in the championship. So anything is possible, Kevin.
Oh, and was that Pruitt
down on the ground?
That may have been Pruitt.
I think so, because now Balacina now will come in the number 1 spot, perhaps. No?
Oh, it may have been a different rider.
Yeah, I think so.
Not yet. It's not over yet, guys.
Our eyes deceived us.
My old eyes. I think he's going to come around.
Hey,
there he is. He's so far out front. He's comfortably out front, is Pruitt. Sorry to the Pruitt family. I know they're like, what are you talking about?
that was a scary moment.
But not for him.
Worry.
It happens.
The number 37 still out front. 14 follows, not far behind. 49 right behind him. Hargrove after that, and Braxton Mess. There he is, trying to make something happen. But he's going to have to make a couple more passes if he wants that championship.
And you know Greg Albertson has been in the ear of Balacina. They know exactly what they need to do. He's great at this math here, this motocross math. Greg Albertson's got a PhD in motocross math. He's a professor of motocross math.
I did not realize that was a degree offered.
It is absolutely.
Yeah. Carminetti and Lesser now, 13th and 14th. Those guys still working hard out there. Running at 1:58, 1:59 lap time. But Tristan Pruitt on a burner every lap at 1:55.
That is solid. To stay locked in on that lap time, not deviate too far from your best or worst, that's when you know you're consistent, you're fit. We're 7 laps into this thing now, Wes Kane, so time probably of the essence for the 26 of Braxton Mess. He's got to get up there and bang out a couple of passes on that KTM. He's got some Yamaha riders that have other plans.
We'll see if he can get close. We're watching it closely. I see him now starting to come into view. You look at the 21 ride of Hargrove, and you could just catch a glimpse of that orange brigade machine there. I think he might do it.
I mean, he's close enough. He's just got to find another gear. And he's starting to run out of time. We'll see if the 2-lap board will pop out this time around.
You got to pick and choose your lines wisely. I mean, they're all in a sweeper turn at one time. So you're right. I mean, Pruitt doesn't have that big of a cushion, and the push is coming from Mez. There they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right along that. The tunnel of love, and we'll pick him up in front of the billboard.
These riders are so close together, and I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more separation as we get further along in this moto once we hit that 17, 18-minute mark, and some guys start to tire out maybe more than others.
This is looking happening yet.
This is looking like that B moto we just watched. Like they're all right there, all ganged up and waiting for something to happen.
We're following along Tristan Pruitt trying to get a moto win. I believe not his best finishes leading up to this moto, but what a way to finish out with a smile. Like we talked about, makes that drive home so much better when you can go off with a win. To get a moto win is a big, big deal here at the ranch.
Yeah, they're hard to come by, and you start clicking those things off, your confidence gets much, much better. Then next thing you know, the championship comes. It starts early on, and it's momentum that'll carry you through your years here at the Dude Ranch.
These guys will probably be in the B class next year, and probably ride the B class, obviously, throughout this year, but this will be their primary class next year, possibly the B class. Tristan Pruitt solidifying himself as the fastest man in this moto.
He is, and we saw him on the podium yesterday for the 125 Junior 12-17 BC Championship. So he won that one. He's definitely not going home disappointed. But, yeah, to tie it off with a moto win here would feel really good, I'm sure.
It's getting a little closer, Kevin.
Yeah, he's starting to apply the pressure, and I'm sure the pit board's reading it. You're running out of time. It is go time. If you want that championship, you're going to have to go grab it and put together some passes quickly. I believe the two-lap board should come out this time around.
Yeah, he's got it in his hand over there. He's about to show it.
He is. Two-lap car.
There you go, Kevin.
Staging. Now it's out.
Two-lap board out now.
It is go time for the 26. Look out. Bolasina now getting the pressure from Dorman. Those two Yamaha riders now, the fight has boiled over.
Dorman never gives up. We seen him yesterday drive, working hard out there.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to go meet these boys down at the podium.
All right, Sophia.
Yeah, you got a lot of good intel now. You got same to you. Thanks for cleaning up around here.
Appreciate you.
She was sweeping earlier. Now she's sweeping the podium.
She's on the zip line. That's what you need to do. Get a zip line where you just go from the deck all the way down, and then one of those paddle chairs to bring you back up.
One of those
Weege wouldn't do it.
I'm not doing chairs. No, he would not do it. He would not be allowed to do it. All right, the 26 is trying to do it on the 21. Cannon Hargrove getting some pressure.
2 laps. Things happen.
There you go. White flag will come out next time around. See if Pruitt, Bolasina, Dorman, Hargrove, and Mess in that order. And it has been that way for 9 laps, Wes.
This is when things start to happen, though, Kevin. On that white flag 2-lap board, things start to happen. Things start to shake down. Your leader's got to get around some back markers. Maybe he relaxes a little bit.
And
you never know. The landmines, I call them, anything can pop off out there on the track.
There's 3 Yamahas. It has finally started to materialize here. The 26 trying to get in there as well, but it's Bolasina, Dorman, and Hargrove. What a battle, Wes.
I'm not counting out Mez. Mez is right there. Anything can happen right there. I know Donnie Luce and the EBR boys, they're quivering up there. You can feel the trembling now on the back deck coming inside and feeling it right there. Look at them all together now as they come through under the tree, and here comes Braxton Mez.
The push coming from that KTM rider. Can he get it done? He needs 2 passes to get this championship, and the championship's just in front of him. He can see the riders he needs to get around. White flag will come out this time around. A freight train, lap riders. We got riders on the lead lap. It is absolute bedlam, anarchy, chaos, West Kane. Pick a word. It is
a Pier 6 brawl.
It's the perfect one.
They're not on Pier 1. They're on Pier 6 right now, and
I don't want to go to that. I always hear about the Pier 6 brawl. That sounds like a terrible place. I'll get punched square in the face.
Don't go there.
26. We're watching you, my man. Mess. And Dorman slips back a spot. Cannon Hargrove has gotten around. Dorman, he was putting pressure on Bolasina. Look at the 26, guys. Championship in the balance here. The 37 of Pruitt. He's your leader. And that craziness behind him, he don't want anything to do with that.
Nah, he wants to get that gold medal and get up there and put on a little show like Wyatt Thurman did. But the battle behind him is raging.
Dorman now going to have to deal with a KTM, Braxton Mess. There he is, tripling out of the 10 Commandments. There's the 37. He's got the second place rider at Bolasina right behind him. We could have a change for the lead here in just a moment, Wes, on this white flag lap. Wow. 10 laps complete in the Schoolboy 1, 12-17.
Are you holding your breath or are you breathing on this one?
I'm holding my breath. I should probably breathe. It's much easier to talk when you do that.
Well, here you go. The 37 ride looking good. He's coming out of Storyland. Oh, A little cross right there. Where is Mez? Mez, what? One rider goes off the track, back on. I think he just checked out. He didn't want no parts of that. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
So there is the 21 of Cannon Hargrove. Mess might pick up a pass here. That's 27. That's a lapped rider. So Mess trying to make something happen here. Running out of time, Wes Kane. There's the 37. There's a 14. They're going to come down the main strip here.
The boulevard.
And there's the 21 now getting in the mix. Look out. Bolasina has 2 turns to go. He will be the champ if he can hang tough here. The 21 trying to sneak around the inside, Wes Kane.
And watch him now. I see flag in hand. There it is, Kevin. 4 wide into Bermuda Triangle. It's going to be old Koala Bear move. Look out!
Oh, and the 21 of Hargrove almost goes down.
He was right there.
Piling all on top of Kane Bolasina. What a battle there. Kane Bolasina, back-to-back championships for the game training facility. How about that, Greg Albertson? Just hang out on the podium and meet your champions. Good finish there, Tristan Pruitt. You will win the moto. Mr. Bolasina, Mr. Kane Bolasina will finish up number 1 in the championship. Great ride there. I mean, that was just too close to call there at the finish, Wes.
It was pretty wild, Kevin. That's the way we like to see it up here. Without those guys, we couldn't do our job up there. So hats off to each and every one of you guys out there. Great job by all the riders down there in that class.
Getting that sweaty hug there. Give it to them.
Amazing.
Congratulations, Tristan Pruitt. Heck of a ride there. Way to finish. Greg Albertson's all
just
smiles.
going around, looking around.
Yeah.
High fives everywhere.
That was fun to watch.
Jackie Legs coming up for the action. Tristan Pruitt, he's still got enough in him. He's going to do some sit-ups while he's waiting on his podium.
Wow, Greg Albertson training these guys. Pruitt just doing some core work
Give me 20 sit-ups before you get up there. All right, well, we're going to hustle it down to the podium. It's going to be championships, Bolasina, Braxton Mez, Tristan Pruitt, top 3 up on the box. In the top 10 in the moto was Pruitt with a convincing win. Bolasina did what he had to do, finishing 2nd. Hargrove 3rd. Mez 4th. Monahan 5th. Delpino 6th. Reed 7th. Daniel Davis 8th. Caden West 9th. And Austin Camden ran out your top 10. We're going to kick it down to the podium and hear the action going on down there.
Hey guys, I'm down here on the podium. We're getting ready to hear from our 3rd place moto finisher in Schoolboy 1. Everyone give it up for Cannon Hargrove. Cannon, you've been in the hunt all week long, and that was a super fun race for all of us to watch. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I got off to an amazing start, actually. I got the whole shot, and first lap was not great at all. I went from 1st to 4th, and kind of lost. I didn't have the intensity I needed to go with them the first lap, and they kind of got away. And then about 3rd lap, I really started finding a flow and just really pushing up towards them. And then I think maybe with 3 or 4 laps to go, I got into 3rd. And that last lap, I started to see the leader, and I just gave it all I had. And wasn't enough, but we were really close at the finish line, so I pushed all the way through the moto, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Well, we're happy to see you up on the podium. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to give a big thanks to my mom, my dad, my brother, and my sister. A lot of my family's here, so to be on the box this much is awesome. Good racing for them to watch. Everyone over at EBR, Josh, my mechanic Jeremy, my girlfriend, sorry, I'm a little tired. One Industries, Garnet, Arai Helmets, everyone at Altus, Danny, Donnie Luce, Garnet, Heatwave, ASV, EVS, VP, and everyone over at MTF. We've worked hard this summer to have stamina late in those motos, and it's starting to pay off. So yeah, thank you everybody. Oh, and Rob at Dunlop and Rob, thank you.
Cannon Hargrove, everyone. Third place, third moto of Schoolboy 1. Next up, we're going to award our moto winner. Everyone give it up for Tristan Pruitt. Tristan, it's good to see you up here again. Obviously, you had a championship yesterday, so you got to be happy about that. Tell us about this class in particular. We saw some troubles in one of your other motos.
Yeah, the first moto, I pulled trip 23, which isn't the best, isn't the worst. I fought up to second that moto. The second moto had some fuel problems, so all my other competitors are lucky. But got to finish it off good with a moto win and a championship.
Now talk to us about dealing with the pressure of that train of 125s behind you. That had to have been a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I tried to just get a good gap on the first couple laps and then just keep it there. I felt like I was doing pretty good. Kane's riding awesome, Cannon's riding awesome. All these kids are super fast. We all train super hard, but sucks I had 11th that one moto. Wish I could have done a little better, but I just want to thank everyone that helped me got up here.
And who is that helped you get here?
I'd like to thank big thanks to God. My mom and dad, they do so many sacrifices to help me be up here. My grandma, grandpa, my sister, my brother, all my family, friends back home cheer me on through the YouTube, Racer TV. I'd like to thank All Coffee gets you there. Motorsport Hillsboro, Lynx Racing gave me those fast bikes. I got a pretty good start that moto. FMF Joel, EVS, 110 Racing, super comfortable. Chris and Jen are amazing. Adventure Moto. TCD keeping it smooth out there. I didn't change one clicker the whole weekend, and voice crack. But it was smooth out there. Felt really good. T-Rex throttles, NLab, Dunlop keeping me hooking up. I'd like to thank my trainer Timmy, Alden giving us a super nice place to train at, Justin, all my teammates that helped me push to be the best that I can. It's a super competitive training facility, and just everyone that helped me get up here. Thank you so, so much.
Everyone give it up for Tristan Pruitt, your moto winner. All right, thanks, Tristan. Now we're going to move the 37 bike out of the way and bring up our championship bike. I got it, too. All right, and with that bike, everyone get prepared to welcome up your 2025 Schoolboy 1 12 to 17 champion, everyone. It's Kane Bolasina. Kane, 1 week, we've seen you up here lots of times, and that moto especially had to have been a little bit of a nail biter. Walk us through it from your perspective.
I got a pretty good start. I knew everyone was behind me other than Pruitt, and then I knew that I had to beat him by one position, and I did.
And that you did. What does this mean to you to be here at Loretta Lynn's and to gain a championship?
It means everything to me. Like, I never thought I would actually be up here, but we put in the work at Game Moto, and we're champions.
Yes, you are. Now, Kane, who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Jordan, Donnie, Greg Albertson, GC, Greg Dorenzo, First Form, whole Altus Factory Bluca Racing team, Motorsport, EVS, TC Images, Huxon Brand, Sick Wicks, Race Tech Titanium, Moose, Bell, Scott, Dunlop, Motorsport, and everyone else, thank you.
Everyone, this is your champion. Now give it up for Kane Bolasina. And Kane, before you walk off the podium, we're going to welcome up from the AMA, your #1 plate. Hold it up nice and high. And also very quickly, we're going to welcome up Andrea Lieb. She's going to give you your on-track scholarship, $350 to be used towards an educational fund. And the Open Pro Sport is going to help cheer you on with their start. Here is your trophy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your champion. Back up to you guys in the tower.
Those big
All right. Thanks a lot, Sophia Phelps. Great job down there. Congratulations go out to Kane Bossolino. We got an open pro sport, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in those campers or you're down at the concession stand, work your way over to the fence because we've got a barn burner in the making.
Yeah, we got it's all tied up top here. 2-card comes out. It's Landon Gordon and Enzo Timmerman. Each of them share a moto win and a second-place finish. They've got 3 points each. Kate Johnson sits back in third with 7 points. He's got 4-3 scores, 3-5 scores for Diesel Thomason, and Heath Harrison with 8-4 scores. That is your top 5 Open Pro Sport. Enzo has been absolutely dazzling, Kevin Windham.
He's been on fire, but I know right now Gordon feels that this might be his last shot. It is his last shot to get a championship. Let's see who gets that whole shot. Enzo Timmerman.
Oh, boy, that is
trouble. Wow, that's going to be a tough deal for the rest of the bunch as Timmerman's just been on fire and starting out this moto in the right spot.
There's the number 30 challenging early on in this race.
Gross.
Eli Gross. We haven't really said his name too many times.
Nah, Gross looks good out there. Cole Forbes, we're going to watch him now as they come. There's Cole Forbes.
I see an old-timer up there in the bunch, too. Andrew Short with a good start there on the 29 bike.
An old-timer.
Oh,
we kept him up past his bedtime last night doing our Radio Fox.
He's over there yawning. All right, here we go, guys.
Short is down on the inside there.
Oh, no, Short came up short making that turn, and now he's got to pick up his trusty steed well back at about 3/4 of the mid-pack, and Short now rifles his machine in the Storyland.
Kate Johnson now jumps into the number 2 spot. Had a flat tire. He was leading that race for the better part of 20 minutes yesterday, Kevin.
Yeah, man, it's so tough calling those races, and you just speculate what's going on. We found out after the race that he did that with a flat tire, which makes it impressive, right? You're kind of thinking, well, what's going on with him? And then you find out you're flat, and all of a sudden it goes from he wasn't doing that good to, man, he was doing great.
It's incredible. I couldn't do that with 5 tires.
All right, great job out there. I see Clark Robbins back at about 15th. We'll check him in. We'll really get down to the nitty-gritty when we check in one time and our scoring. Let us know where everybody's at. Open Pro Sport, ladies and gentlemen, and the man with the plan with the whole shot and leading lap number 1 is the 21 of Enzo Timmerman.
That is trouble for everybody else. He's had to fight his way through the field a few times, K-Dub, and now he's just got the track to himself, the preferred lines.
Now we're seeing our first shot of our co-leader going into Moto 3. That's going to be Landon Gordon. He's coming by, checking in. Not going to be the start that he needs. He's sitting in 7th right now down through the billboard section. He's going to have to go to work as the one guy he didn't want to see get the whole shot is out front. That will be Timmerman. So Gordon goes to work.
And now if they get around Cole Forbes, we would have Landon Gibson, Landon Hartz, and Landon Gordon all in that running order. They're all on top of each other with the Landons.
All right, tough break for Jonathan Getz. He clicks in with 16th. Beaumont in 15th. Gavin Betts 14th. We'll keep an eye on some of these notables that didn't get the start and see how they worked their way through the field. Kevin Kelly, bring us in them 10 commandments.
Yeah, Heath Harrison just outside of the top 10 there, so another one of those old-timers, as Kevin Windham calls them.
The Alabama Slammer.
With all due respect, I can't do what Short's doing for sure. He's riding very, very well, but facts are facts. He's had an illustrious pro career and now back at the ranch with his family. And to me, it's not a dig. It's actually very, very impressive
Super
for somebody
cool.
like that to be hanging with the best of the business. And Andrew Short always doing a great job.
Yeah, he said he had to do double duty, kind of working with his son. He's getting in that C class, so Shorty has the perspective. When he was just talking about just all the memories and all the good times they've had with their family, yeah, we're cutting up about his age. I mean, I'm older than Andrew Short by probably 10 years.
All right, well, Enzo Timmerman still leads the field.
Whoa, look at the 18 coming to the 30 there.
He had little elbow juice there.
That was some elbow juice. Both riders stay on their 2 wheels, but that is shows the magnitude of what's going on right now as Gordon knows he's got to go to the front, and he is just barreling through them.
He's got to make up some time, guys. Right now, Enzo Timmerman and Kay Johnson are setting the pace for the rest of the field. What do you see?
Hart gets crazy in the sand section. That opens up the inside. Almost took Landon Gordon out, but it was he got through, like threading the needle, and now he's gained another position.
So much is happening in the Bermuda Triangle, like 6 wide, 6 different lines, elbows flying everywhere. But there's the pack right there, guys, in front of the billboard. Meanwhile, behind the billboard and already down and gone past the mechanics is Timmerman and Johnson.
It's the year of the Landon. And there they are. They're finally together.
All of them.
Landon Gordon, Landon Gibson, and Landon Hart, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. What was going on? We're naming all our kids Landon this year. There's the 23. We are watching you. That's Landon Gibson on the Husqvarna out of Peachtree City, Georgia.
right
near Doug Duchette's hometown.
They were definitely binge watching Little House on the Prairie with Michael Landon and said, I'm landing my son Landon.
Look at Enzo, dude. He is just gone. He's dragging Cade Johnson with him. He's already off the Storyland. Got that Tiger Woods championship red gear. Huh? What do you think about that? On Sunday, Tiger breaks out the red when he's going for the championship.
Give him the red coat, green coat.
He's got the red jacket.
Yeah.
Red jacket and green bike, so he's got them both covered here as we're back to Landon Gordon putting in a great ride. But, man, you just got to feel that things are, look, they're only 2 in the books, but things are slipping away as Timmerman is dropping the hammer.
Zimmerman came in and making a definite statement here in our pro classes. Yesterday was an epic battle. Like you said, we didn't see that coming. We thought he'd just settle in. He'd get boarded, cruise, you got this. And he's like, nah, I'm putting a cherry on top of this thing. I'm going for the gold medal.
Yeah, as he flies by, goes into the Thor sweeper. You know, we talked about that a little bit last night. You know, there's that mentality of like we got the championship in the bag, but I heard him on Radio Fox talking about, you know, not knowing what he's doing as soon as next week. Is he in the combine? Is he in the big show and racing the outdoor national with the likes of Hayden Deegan and all the guys there? So I think it's, you know, this is huge, but it's also about what's in your future. And let's go ahead and make the statement that he knows he can. Yeah, you put the championship, you know, you kind of throw it out there and risk the losing that for what in his eyes is the bigger picture, moving on to the pro ranks. So hats off to Timmerman, who wants to make a statement in each and every moto here and solidify his future as he moves to the pro ranks very shortly.
Well, I'm sure there's some side notes and some paper with his name on it, and they're just going to see, and then they'll start to put that in. I told a lot of parents out there, go home, let everybody simmer down for a couple days, and then you'll see if the phone rings or somebody gets a hold of you.
Well, a couple of days is all Timmerman has as he's trying to decide what he rides here in just a few short next weekend, right? As the MX Sport crew leaves and heads to Ironman, gets that race course ready, and that's where the decision will be made for Timmerman.
He's going. Holiday did confirm that. He goes, we got a bike in there. We're sending it up there.
Yeah. But for what class?
That I did not get that out of him. I can't believe I did not ask him that.
Yeah, out of Timmerman's mouth was that, yeah, he'll definitely be there, but they have not decided if he will actually take the course on Saturday with the pros or actually do the combine. So we will see. We'll all be stay tuned for the decision in the Timmerman camp and the Kawasaki group.
All right, well, here we go. He's looking good as he comes down the Rocky Mountain ATV. We're looking at Landon Gordon right there, the number 18, still soldiering on. All those lap times, Kevin, 1:51 for the top 3 riders.
That's impressive.
So it's going to be hard to close up and make any ground out there when you're running the same lap time.
They're all doing it kind of early in the race, too. We're only 3 laps into this thing, so we'll see how this thing shakes out as fatigue perhaps comes into play here. The track gets a little bit rougher. Cade Johnson trying to match him, though. He's right there.
He's watching. He can just catch a glimpse of our leader in that red gear. He's staying close. He's keeping him in eye contact as they head in front of the billboards.
Both those kids about the same size, too. They're both around that 6'1" mark. They're both tall. Can let the bike work underneath them. Kevin, you were one of the taller riders. That worked in your advantage.
Yeah, there's certainly times where being tall will be an advantage. Obviously, you got to keep your feet clear of these deep ruts here on the Loretta Lynn's Ranch race course. But both of them, and you know what's crazy, they're about the same height, but their style
way different.
It looks so much different. So, but both of them are riding very, very well right now. You said earlier, Kevin Kelly, that Cade Johnson was in the draft, and he is not letting the draft go as he's still keeping it interesting. Timmerman in our lead, but Cade Johnson has them in the window.
Yeah, they both were. There were 151s before. Now they're into the 150. So Timmerman trying to break him.
Look at that. They both ran a 150.8. So
dead even.
Cade Johnson matching Timmerman's pace now.
To the 10th there. And he is locked into the 21. Would love nothing better than to shut us up about Enzo Timmerman. Say my name. Say it loud. From the back row, we're watching Cade Johnson out of Texas try to run down the California man, Enzo Timmerman. They did say that he rode one of his practice bikes at one of the Nationals, so he hasn't been on the good stuff yet. So that could help when he jumps onto one of the real deal bikes. Those Team Green bikes are that good, though. You can just jump on one of those bad boys and compete.
Yeah, the Cowie's putting out a good machine there, and as you move up and get the increased packages, just when you think it can't get any better, you're like, whoa, there's some more horsepower.
More horsepower, some suspension, all the little trick parts that come on them. And we're having a look at the Yamaha of Landon Gordon. He is in third. Excuse me, he's on a Kawasaki. Landon Hartz is on the Yamaha. Landon Gibson on the Husqvarna in fifth. Luke Fowler, sixth. Cole Forbes, Diesel Thomas, Eli Gross, and Clark Robbins round out your top 10. West Kane, what do you got?
I'm watching Jonathan Getz, Harrison, and Robbins over there, hovering around that 10th, 11th, and 12th, having a great time. Short now, we're checking in with him in 15th.
Wow. So after that tip over, he is back into the top 15. I wanted to ask him, like, the intensity level of this class. It's probably a little different than that plus 40 class.
Yeah, he definitely made mention in one of his interviews this week. I can't remember after which race or when he said it, but I vividly remember Andrew Short saying things just come at you quicker. So, I mean, look, he's essentially running the same pace as, he always runs, but something about this class makes things just come at you quicker, as now we see a breakup in the Landon party. Unfortunately for Landon Gordon on the 18, he's now back to 9th, not what Kawasaki and the boys in the Gordon camp want to see, but Luke Fowler now and others jumping in to break up the Landon party.
He's back to 9th. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, notable on Fowler. He's been doing the SMX and a lot of combines and so forth like that. Been getting his lion's share of podiums out there. So definitely those boys out there got their eyes on Luke Fowler making some moves here early on in the Open Pro Sport here today.
Over in that big sandy turn, there is the number 17 Yamaha rider of Cade Johnson, hanging right there with the 21 of Timmerman. Oh, the feet off the pegs there for Timmerman. Has to reset, get a little balance point there.
Here comes Cade Johnson. Cade Johnson, it looks like he's getting a little closer.
He's charging hard right now, and I think that he's had some good motos there, led a lot of laps here at the ranch this year. So I mean, it's a great ride for him, and I think at this point he's not going to win the championship, right? So it's one of those things where let's put a stamp on the week and say, hey, coulda, shoulda, woulda, just needed a few things to go slightly different here at the ranch.
Well, definitely taking a lot of notes. You got to take those notes and check your boxes and so forth out there, and
he has matched those lap times every single time for 5 straight laps. Whatever you do, I'm going to do it down to the
1-5-1.
And I say Cade Johnson's not going to win the championship. Look, he's in third right now. Currently second. Coming in this moto, he was with 7 points. So 4 behind Timmerman and Gordon coming into this moto. It's not like he can't, right? I don't want to put it like, hey, let's go ahead and hand this thing off where it's not quite earned just yet for Timmerman. But it's been a tough, it's going to be tough to beat Timmerman. Timmerman has to make a huge mistake for it to go Cade Johnson's way, because obviously Timmerman's been on fire, but he does still want to make a statement ride, and that's tough. That's a tough thing to commentate on when Cade's sitting second in the championship. He's won some points, but Timmerman's just been a huge standout this week.
All right. Battle heating up, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Fowler, Forbes, and Diesel Thomas now. You better look out. The hard charging Landon Gordon back up to 8th.
Yeah, he had a little some issue there about 2 laps ago. Dropped all the way to 9th. Kind of pushed him off of that number 2 spot and allowed Cade Johnson to sneak in there in terms of the championship up to 2nd. And there is the Yamaha ride. Trying to follow our leaders. There's the 23. That is Landon Gibson. And then he'll have Hartz behind him on that 92 Wes Kane.
There he is, Ronald Johnson, Reese Wheaton looking at Andrew Short in 16th. Guys, got to get moving. Don't let the crafty veteran now make some moves on you.
That dude is fit too, man. When he came in there to our Radio Fox show last night, I'm like, geez, dude, he is a unit. Like, that guy's ready to go.
Hey, he's a farmer down there. They got the ranch down there. They got all kinds of stuff going on.
That was interesting, too. We found out that both he, his wife, and now his son have all raced at Loretta's. They haven't won all like we've had JP and Knox Ray have done, but they all have raced at the ranch, a full family affair. There's 21 of Enzo Timmerman, trying to break the spirit of Cade Johnson. He's just not having it, Kevin Windham.
Yeah, and look, this is how tight these two have been. It looks like Timmerman has gapped a little bit on Cade Johnson, but they're both running the 152. So instead of to the 10th, that's how much we're splitting it by now. Same second, now, and it seems like a big deal because Cade Johnson is now 7/10 off of Timmerman, but splitting hairs for the boys right here. They're both riding incredible.
Looks like Landon Gibson bringing along Landon Hartz now up into 3rd and 4th. So we'll see how that one shakes down. Landon Gordon still in third for the championship. Gibson there knocking at the door. So Gibson would need a little bit of help for him to really step up on that championship podium.
Having a look at the 46 of Luke Fowler there as well. As we work on closing out this Open Pro Sport. Lap number 7. They've been going about, what, 11 laps? How many they go? They go 25 minutes. That's right.
Yeah, so Cole Forbes there lost his front number plate there on the 50. Don't know what happened there, but
a lot of things happen back in Storyland, and those stories go untold.
Yeah, you wonder if mechanic's probably scratching his head. Did I do something wrong? Maybe it was just a little bit of love, little kiss back in the sand.
We just Lord, he about kissed the dirt there.
We've seen some aggressive riding here in Moto3, so you never know if it's a mechanical issue or if there was some help from a fellow competitor that knocked that number plate right off the machine.
It could have been. Or it could have just been Colt Forbes being Colt Forbes.
Never know.
He's a soldier, that's for sure.
Riding the plate
Hang
off
on to that thing.
Hang on, dude.
I've seen this guy in action on indoors.
I rode the plate off of that thing.
Hey, when you watch Colt Forbes indoors, blitz through a set of whoops, cartwheel out, visor goes flying, and then you look, and he's kicking that thing over and back in the next lap. He's definitely a tough one.
There's Timmerman looking for Kay Johnson.
Right there in the shot.
That's a lapper. There's Kay back there.
Yeah, it's now a full 10 Commandment section apart here as on that last lap, Kay Johnson threw a 153 down, and Timmerman sticking with the 151. So starting to stretch out. That lapper did send us off our loop. I saw you point at the screen for it right off Kevin Kelly. I was right there with you. There's a battle pursuing, and
didn't happen.
Yeah, it was a lapper.
All right. Form. You see those guys when they come into those deep ruts, they almost jump out of those things. The suspension kind of loads up. Is that why you try not to sit down as much, because you kind of compress that suspension and you sit down as late as possible, Kevin?
Yeah, you definitely want to sit into the hook, not before it, and if you do choose to sit at all. And it's amazing what your legs can do to minimize the load on a shock and or sitting or standing in throttle position. And there is no right way to get on the gas at a certain part of the corner. It all depends on how the corner's forming, and you're starting to see these deep hooks, and that's going to change a little bit of your braking points and your acceleration points. But a pro like Enzo Timmerman, a master of his craft, knows exactly what to do and when to do it, and that's why he's in the position he's in.
You know what I like? Kevin Windham in the tower, because he's like the Tony Romo of the NFL. He breaks it down. He really lets you know what's happening, and you're learning things about where you're sitting on the bike, throttle control, exit turns.
And go back to that. Oh, there he is. Hey, that's Greg Lorenzo. He's going to punch me square in the face there. How you doing there, buddy?
How you doing, Greg? Welcome to the tower here.
Great job out there.
Tower of power now when he comes in here.
Yeah.
He's going to arm wrestle Wes Kane. But let's go back to that. I wanted you to touch back on sitting down in the hook. You're saying stand up, and if you're going to sit down, it's right there at the actual apex of the hook in the turn.
Yeah, I like to absorb the bump as best I can with my legs, and then right when you get to the back side of that, go ahead and sit and hopefully use that downhill. Obviously you're going up on a roller, right? As you go down the roller, use that sitting to really hook the bike into it, power it down, let it set into the power, and hopefully accelerate out of there in a big way. Boy, that's mean mugging up here, huh?
See that? Greg Lorenzo ain't playing around.
Oh, I'm going to keep him on my side. I don't want to cross this guy.
Stay on the good side, right, wherever that is.
Looking at the board, looks like Diesel Thomas now is starting to get on the move. Race. Up in 6th, Fowler 7th. Landon Gordon in 8th. Harrison, the Alabama Slammer, is in 9th, and Clark Robbins round out your top 10. I see Jonathan Getz now. Anything Jonathan wants,
Jonathan
he gets. And I know he wants a 10th, so we'll see. He's at 11th right now.
Forbes on that inside, just letting that KTM eat. He doesn't need a number plate. It's taking up space, man. Lighten that load. They're working on the 92 of Landon Hartz. And in fact, Hartz has gotten around Forbes, I believe.
Hartz on fire.
There you go.
Looking good.
One of the richest riders out there is Forbes. Working on Hartz on that 92. This thing is far from over. They've got Diesel Thomas right behind him. Look at that. A three-way battle, Kevin.
Battle raging on in that Rocky Mountain ATV sand section. Look at the 54. Go to the inside.
Sideways there.
Three wide.
3 wide here.
Woo! Forbes in the middle.
Another part of the bike going to fly off there with Forbes. He looked over him like, what are you doing, man? That was great.
Colt Forbes. He was in a Yamaha sandwich. It looked like It looked like a slice of orange in between two blueberries.
Diesel Thomas now in the Bermuda Triangle. Look, Diesel's one of those guys where it's like it takes, he seems to be stronger later parts of the moto. It takes a little while to get him firing on all cylinders, but Diesel Thomas is definitely doing that now as he is up to fourth, knocking Hartson forward back. And look at this, 31 off to the side of the track. That is Connor Mowry.
Well, he's a long-haul trucker. He's driving that diesel. It takes a while to get those RPMs up. When he gets in the fast lane, it's time to go, baby.
Get that baby fire on all cylinders right now as we have 10 laps complete. 10 laps are in the books. And this is a little bit longer moto, so no 2-lap card or anything out yet. So we got some racing left here, boys.
Oh, they're on it. There he is, Forbes, just hanging on. Diesel Thomas now. Hart's. And those guys are hop, skipping, and jumping through the 10 Commandments. Oh, Hart's got a little cross-threaded sideways in there. He got a little woolly out there, but is able to pull it back in.
Hart's is a guy that when you watch his style, he can recover a lot of those. As you know, we're in the pro sport class. Keeping on two wheels is kind of half the battle here, but he'll get a little loose there and rein that Yamaha back in right at the last minute.
With his strength, really. I mean, he's a big dude, so he can kind of bring that bike, gather it back up. I would like to think that
look at this, 50 around the outside. Sorry to interrupt there, Kevin. I don't know if it's going to be enough as they come out of Storyland. Go ahead and finish your thought there, bud.
Well, I was just thinking about Forbes. He's been kind of close encounters with a few guys that were probably not far off when you're saying he kind of might have knocked that front plate off, because he has been close a few times here.
He is relentless. Colt Forbes, I told you, he is fun to watch.
He is fun to watch. And I think the other guy that he almost bumped into was like, really, dude?
I mean, coming out of Storyland, the line he took, he just like drove across the back wheel from inside outside. There he is again. He buzzes the tower. And there they are, Forbes, like jumping over Landon Hart's head.
So Hart's chose to not jump the jump. He's taking the short way around. Is it going to be enough for the 50 to progressive launch around the Thor sweeper?
Absolutely is, Kevin.
He got it done into the Bermuda Triangle, and the 50 has overtaken it.
Dude, he jumped into that rut. Did you see that? He landed into that rut, into the left-hander. And Forbes is, he just find another gear here?
Yeah, he shed parts of that bike off the
lightweight machine now. There you go.
I didn't need a number plate. I don't need this.
He should be the Forbes 500. He's on the 5.0 machine. This guy's on a roll, dude.
He is.
Follow him for stock tips.
All right, well, Forbes makes a pass over there, so he's going to work his way up in there. And now he's got his sights on this 7.3 Diesel Thomas. Forbes with his whole thing without a visor. He'll just flip those goggles off and just whatever, get in there. Crouching down in there. How was that for him, Kevin? K-Dub?
Man, I was mesmerized by your analogies right there. I got to be honest, I wasn't even looking at the form. I was just waiting to see what West Kane was. Oh, look at this.
Oh, I told you.
Full drift mode going back into Storyland. Unbelievable recovery. Feed off sideways, and he keeps the 50 moving forward.
It's hard to keep up, man. Forbes is fun to watch here. Letting it all hang out, if you will.
Yeah, that was definitely
give him something right there. Give him something for his effort for the end of the week.
I mean, top 5 is fantastic for Forbes. He's got the 92 behind him there. Landon Hart's, he's putting behind him in 6th.
I mean, Forbes never came through the ranks here at Loretta's. He was a GNCC mini bike champion, and one day just decided, I'm going arena cross racing. Then he's trying to qualify at futures and move his way into supercross and outdoor nationals, and I'm like,
well, it's must-see TV, bro. He is fun to watch.
Hats off to you.
Absolutely.
When I first saw him, I'm like, where did you come from?
Oh, no.
Here we go, 50 around to take the 2-lap card. As Enzo Timmerman is a little ways ahead here going into the 10 Commandments and in control. 2-lap board is out for all of our riders here, so we are not far away now from crowning a champion, but right now we are focused on the exciting number 50 as he rides around there in the number 5th place and did some work to get there and made it super exciting along the way.
All right, top 10 look like this. Timmerman checks in on lap 12. Enzo Timmerman running a 1:53. Kay Johnson from the start has been right there in 2nd place. Relentless, not letting Timmerman get away. Landon Gibson now moves up into 3rd on this lap. Diesel Thomas 4th. Cole Forbes solidly 5th. Landon Hart 6th. Luke Falzer 7th. Heath Harrison, the Alabama Slammer, in 8th. Landon Gordon works his way up to 9th. And Jonathan Getz has got that 10th that he's been hoping for in this lap here on lap 12.
Back to Storyland for the number 50 at Cole Forbes. Still
they are
exciting.
zeroed in on him.
Yeah, well, it's been exciting, man. I mean, just times look absolutely perfect and flawless, and other times feet are off the peg, so it's been exciting, and he's in the action.
He just jumped right over.
Like, you're not going to hit that right.
Did you see that?
Wherever I'm at, where I'm at. Let's go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And here he goes again, down 20 miles of bad road. Let's watch Forbes.
Being fast while doing it, so that's
absolutely
another impressive part here. All right, now we're going to jump up to...
There he is. There's our leader right there in his red fox gear, Enzo Timmerman.
Yeah, he's on his final lap here. We're going to show some love to...
What's probably going to be his last time around the ranch here, wouldn't you think?
So. You would believe so. And
yeah, he's gone. You don't bring him back.
Go out. Had some statement rides there, not undefeated on the week, as he had some splits there with Gordon, who's in 9th place. Not the best moto for him, but right now we will focus on the moment at hand, and that is a potential championship with just about a half a lap to go here for Timmerman, who's had a fantastic week.
Chooses lines wisely there.
Yeah, lap traffic now his biggest obstacle. Hand on the clutch there. Grips that bike, sits down very minimally. We're up right out of that hook there you were talking about, Kevin.
Yeah, looking great. And right now, don't lose focus and start thinking about Ironman. We'll think about Ironman for you, as I know that Ryan Holiday and the boys are now
they got a plan
and making their calls like, what are we doing with it here, boys? This guy's looking great, and we think he can go do a job. What class are we gonna have him ride?
They got a plan for that young man already.
Look forward to watching him next weekend, whatever he rides, as I will be at Ironman as well, doing some combine stuff. So, hey, maybe I get to coach him.
That'd be cool.
Maybe I get to watch him. Who knows?
I mean, Chase Sexton was videoing him, and he had heard about it. He was super pumped on that.
That was probably, it was all of the championships and everything that Timmerman is going to get here this week. That's got to be a highlight for him. Chase Sexton just said, like, man, that was inspiring me, and I'm here to learn from the 21. As here we go, take it home.
The championship is yours. The number 21 of Enzo Timmerman will cap off a fantastic amateur career here. The 21 will be your champion with 112 scores. Great ride here for this young man. The 17 of Cade Johnson will finish out his week as well with a convincing second-place ride.
Yeah, runner-up in the championship as well for Cade Johnson, so great job to the 17. Gibson now across.
And that's how they will.
The
yeah, there you go. Top 3. Enzo, what a great way to cap it off there, bud. Timmerman, Johnson, and Gibson 1, 2, and 3. Diesel Thomas will finish up 3rd with a few passes there late in the race there. And Diesel Thomas will finish up 4th in the race, 3rd in the championship. So it's Timmerman, Cade Johnson, and Diesel Thomas in that order for the championship. The moto goes to Timmerman, and then it's Johnson and Landon Gibson, as we are putting a little water down on the racetrack, giving these riders some water as well. There's Mom and Dad and Uncle probably in the background there watching the Timmermans do their thing. And Kev, what a great race, man.
Yes, it was. There was a lot of action there, and also a great performance, just kind of breaking away there with Timmerman. It's great to watch battles, and sometimes it's just great to watch greatness. And Timmerman's been great this week, and big things for the 21 in his near future, and I look forward to watching him grow and move on to the next level. And what a great way to close his experience here at the ranch. And he'll be back here as a visitor in years to come.
That'll be fun.
As a break on the professional series. You'll get to catch his autograph and watch his accomplishments in the pro ranks. But right now, let's sit it down so we can hear what the man has to say for himself as he closes out the week here at the ranch.
Sounds like a plan, K-Dub. As we get ready to do some celebrating down here on the podium, going to chat it up with Landon Gibson first. 3rd place in that moto, an incredible drive to close out the week. And these guys are worn out under that impound tent. They left it all out on the track. As they're trying to get cooled off, maybe throw that jersey back on. Like I said, arguably the toughest challenge of the week is getting that sweaty jersey back on. But he's got it on, and he is headed towards us. He's got a bronze medal waiting on him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for your 3rd place finisher here in moto number 3, Landon Gibson. Landon, a fantastic ride and a fantastic week as well. We've seen some really good flashes of you, man. Some great passes, some different line opportunities, really showing your skill level here at the top of the amateur scene. How do you feel about your week?
Yeah, man, my week's been all right. I just need to be better overall. Need to have more consistent laps and need to sprint a little earlier so I can run up front.
Hey, well, like I said, it's been impressive to watch. You've had some great battles and shown what you're capable of, not only here in the amateur ranks, but in the pros as well. You got a great crew behind you, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you with such a good showing this week?
I'd like to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, everyone over at Rockstar Husqvarna, Nate, Darian, Grizz, my mechanic, for getting my bike dialed in, and 100%, Garnet, Fly. Everyone else, thank you so much for helping me get here.
That's Landon Gibson, third place in your third moto. Make some noise for him, folks. As we're going to get ready to call up second place, Cade Johnson to the podium. A breakout ride this week for Cade. Has had some great starts, led a couple of laps as well, and is now looking to add a silver medal to the collection. Takes a swig of water, throws on the hat. And now it's time to do some celebrating. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome up your silver medalist, Cade Johnson. Cade, man, a fantastic ride and really a breakout week for you. We've seen some great starts throughout the week, led some laps, and really seems like you kind of found your groove here in this Pro Sport class. Take us through your perspective on the week and how you close things out.
Well, first moto, my suspension, we came in a little bit unprepared. It was not right. First moto, I got super tired because of it, and then we changed the suspension. Since then, I've gone 4-3-3, 2-2. So we're improving, just getting better as much as we can. Learn from the other riders. Enzo's riding great, so I was watching a lot of his film and whatnot. So we're just trying to improve, show the teams what we have, and hopefully go pro soon enough.
And you touched on watching film. I was curious whether or not you guys were going back, maybe checking on Racer TV, seeing what some of those different lines were. How do you feel this track has developed and changed from the first day of racing to today?
A lot of lines have changed, actually. They've adjusted like a few inside bumps or whatever, got a little bit smaller, so they're a little bit speedier. So it's just constantly learning and adapting to the track. It's what the pro riders are so good at, and it really what differentiates the pros and the amateurs. But in that moto, I didn't get a good start, really, and I came around the first corner, and I don't know what happened on the first lap, but the next thing you know, I'm in like third. So it was an amazing first lap. I was pacing off Enzo. He's riding great, and yeah.
Hey, like I said, man, it's been fun to watch for sure. I know you got great people in your corner. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here?
BJ Burns, Hemmings University, Swanamex, the Dog Pound, Michael Byrne, Dan Truman, Dazzy Lawrence. We've been training really hard on my technique, trying to get it better, trying to adjust to my height and use it to my advantage. Prime Star Home Health, the Castlemans, they've been helping out a ton. Brian McDonald, Mike Visor, Grandma and Grandpa. My sister Aspen, it was her birthday yesterday. Altus Blue Crew, Dunlop, Monster Energy, Bell Helmets, 100%. My mom broke her wrist this week, so the 100% guy's been making goggles for her, which is really nice. So Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, Alpine Stars, EVS, ODI, Artec, Huxon Brand, Twin Air, Anchor Tape, just everyone that helps me and really believes in me. I really do appreciate it. It sounds cliche, but I really do love every sponsor I have.
I love it. Cade Johnson, your silver medalist here in Moto number 3, a fantastic ride to close out the week. But man, fantastic rides. It's hard to get better than this next rider. He's got a gold medal waiting on him. He's got a championship to go along with it. Let's call to the stage Enzo Timmerman up next. Champ's getting the jersey put on, getting the hat put on. Everybody high-fiving, shaking hands, kissing babies. All the things that go along with being a national champion. So we'll get Enzo Timmerman here to the podium, do some celebrating as we continue. Just a little bit of track maintenance before we drop that next gate, which is good news for everybody here at home because we got plenty of time to celebrate this gentleman, Enzo Timmerman. Folks, make some noise for him. Enzo holds up the gold, and man, what a week it has been. I think this is 2025 is the week of Enzo Timmerman. It has been so impressive to watch you maybe not get the best of starts, work your way forward. This moto, you got the start, and that was smooth sailing from there, man. Take us through not only this moto, but the week and how you're feeling.
Yeah, I've raced here 12 years now, and that was my first ever hole shot here, so that felt nice, and was able to lead it wire to wire the whole time. And to have the week I had, it feels great, you know, like 2 titles, almost a perfect week. It's great, man.
What a way to close out the week here at Loretta's, leading that thing wire to wire, like you said. As far as the pressure, we know you guys, you got the industry behind you, you got the eyes watching on Racer TV. Were we feeling any of the weight on the shoulders coming into these third motos, or were you just locked in on what you needed to do?
No, yeah, I was a little bit stressed out, I'm not going to lie, but once I got in the lead, I had control of it, so I just rode a smooth race, and we finished it off.
Hey, it was impressive to see, man. Nobody does it by themselves. Who's got your back? Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody at Team Green Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Danny, my mechanic rider. Great crew over there. The bike's awesome. Everybody at Fox, they got me dialed in all week. My whole family, everybody back home, thank you so much. My trainer, Monster, Pro Circuit, Throttle Syndicate, Hinson, Twin Air, Rental, and everybody else, thank you.
That's Enzo Timmerman. I'd like to welcome Mike Burkeen from the AMA to present you with your #1 plate. He lays down the hat. There's the handshake. It's official, folks. Let's hear it for your Open Pro Sport champ, Enzo Timmerman. And Enzo, we're going to give you the trophy as well. Everybody going wild. One more time. Let's hear it. The 21 of Enzo Timmerman, your Open Pro Sport champ. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thank you there, Zach Herron. And a good job to Enzo Timmerman. Man, what a run he has had here at this 44th annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships here at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. And hey, a few stitches in Enzo's chin, no big deal for that man. He was able to have himself a great week all week long, K-Dub.
Yes, indeed. It doesn't get a lot better than that as we take a little rapid replay here. Racer TV bringing us some more action here. Look at the 21 looking so sharp. Cade Johnson in tow. At that point of the race, the 50 still had the number plate.
There's a little chop there from the 92 machine.
Yeah, close call for Hartz there.
Still able to salvage a 7th here in this one, and it gets to field like that. That is definitely nothing to hang your head low about. What you seeing there, K-Dub?
I was just watching those guys fly by the tower in this section here. We're watching the 50 and the gang come through. I walked that off. That's a 100-foot leap on the progressive catapult. So
wow,
it's an impressive launch for these riders. And there he is, the man of the hour, the champion in our Open Pro Sport.
Enzo Timmerman.
Look at that.
That's what it's all about.
Yes, indeed.
All right, getting ready to run here, everybody, with our senior 45+. We have ourselves a barn burner. Shane Kelleher and Greg Paymart. Frenchie coming into this one tied 3 points apiece, and Ben Graves sitting in the 3rd place spot with 6. This is what it all comes down to here. Moto number 3 here for our senior 45+ class.
Yeah, a lot on the line for these boys. I believe this would be the first championship for either one of them, I believe. But I can tell you that Kelleher there, we see him on the screen, the 88, he has been in a text message there with Wes Kane where he showed me a picture of his thumb. Kelleher sent it to Wes Kane. He took a fall, or I don't know what jammed his thumb, but kind of impressive to even be able to ride the remainder of the week. That happened early in the week. So he's been navigating through his issues there for some time here. But a notable there, a thumb is hard to hide the pain in the thumb. You need it tremendously there hanging onto the grip. So, but he's a dude. That's a man's man. He's going to fight through the pain. He's going to do what he can to hold Frenchie there at bay, but Frenchie's got a plan of his own.
Yeah, exactly. Frenchie, he's going to be ready to go. He was down at the dog show last night, got a win there, and I'm sure looking for another one here. But, yeah, that thumb, that's a big one there because you go to grab the brake, you go to grab the clutch, you put a lot of strain there on that thumb when you're doing so. I actually just jammed my thumb a few weeks ago, and the last thing I thought about doing was racing at Loretta Lynn. So we'll keep that in mind here in this one. I'm sure the 88 machine is going to have no problem fighting through the pain as he has to be really wanting a championship here at Loretta Lynn's, and he's put himself in a great spot to do so. I mentioned those top 3 there with Graves running in that 3rd place spot. 4th, Callan and Anlevick, and then John Burruff I believe, our defending champion. That is our defending champion there on that number 1. You have to earn the top 10 spots here at Loretta Lynn, so he is your defending champion there, K-Dub. And sitting in 5th right now for the overall points, but take a look at that. 4th and 5th going to be tied there for 4th place. So Calvin and Lovick and John Burruff, one of those two, will be able to secure that 4th place spot. So we'll see who it's going to be. Who knows? They might even be able to get farther up than that. Who knows? They might both be out of the running. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Wait and see. Yeah. Looking here at the souvenir yearbook, and yeah, it goes from Jessica Patterson to Billy Payne and Gary Peak. So I don't believe that Paymark's in the book there. So this might be a good opportunity for either Kelleher or Paymark to get. Look, your name goes in, it never comes out of the souvenir yearbook here. All the past champions in this book, and might not mean near as much as a trophy right now, but when you come back years to come, you're like, look, there I am, permanently etched in the history of the ranch.
That means a lot to you when you've spent your life doing this and put so much, dedicate so much into this. A good way to reward these riders. Hey, speaking of which, if you haven't got yourself one of those, you want to make sure to get your hands on one of these souvenir yearbooks, especially as we're on our last day here. You can find them normally up at the MX Sports office, so if anybody out there that has not got their souvenir yearbook, especially if you're a racer, you are in there, make sure that you go stop by and grab yourself one of our official 2025 souvenir yearbooks.
Yeah, what a awesome souvenir. Andrew Short and Caden Dudney and Drew Adams embraced the cover of the 44th annual Monster Energy AMA National Championship at Loretta's, presented by AMSOIL.
Hey, speaking of Dudney, I want to give him a shout out. I know he would love to be here right now, not able to, but a big shout out to him turning the fastest lap time there. I actually got to announce a few smaller races that we were fortunate enough to have Dudney show up at, and man, he was really one to beat. So
yeah, great guy, good talent. Had a rough year, had some injuries and some surgeries and whatnot. So yeah, obviously not here, but great talent, and good job giving him a shout out there, Jackie Legs.
All right, Kevin Kelly going to jump back in here with us, and we're going to get ready to go senior 45 plus racing. Anything?
45, Kev. You could do this.
I could from up here in the booth for sure.
You did yesterday, man. You still reeling from yesterday? Were you able to recover from that battle?
A 2-lap battle royale. I was a little sore, but in all fairness, I didn't get the right warm-up. We had about 7 minutes to prepare for that moto there, so I think the warm-up is just as important as the cool-down, so that's why I have soreness today.
Hey, you were looking good. As fast as that was thrown together, you were looking good out there. That gear, you were styling.
Not quite as stylish as maybe like a Deacon Dendo. His fit is on point. I was kind of a hodgepodge thrown together, but thanks to MX Tires for helping us throw that together. Cernix and the boys, we got that thing put together pretty quickly there, and certainly Fitch for letting me ride his bike.
Boys, we talk about getting excited. That's what makes me excited. When they point down the line like that, I get nervous for these boys. It is time to roll. The card going to go up into the air. That's what he was pointing about, saying it is go time. Throw it up, go down through the line, make sure everybody's ready to go, and they are. Here we go.
Card is sideways. Heads are down there watching that gate intently. Let's get these working class heroes through that first turn safely.
And it is.
Whoa, look at the Paymart. Did not get the whole shot, but he got a little loose there. Started to jump ahead of the gang. Who got the whole shot there?
It is the Yamaha machine of Kip Posey that is going to grab that whole shot there. Ben Graves in the number 2 spot. Oh, and a big pile up here.
Hey, look at that big number 1, though. Is that John Boroff in the mix there? The big Mega Series superstar.
Wait,
I believe it might be.
Wait, guys, hold up. Is that Paymart and the 88 side by side? We're going to have to get a read on that. That would be incredible.
Taking a look out our window here as we watch on Racer TV, them making their way through the 10 Commandments.
It is. Look, going back into Storyland, Paymart on the 44 and Kelleher on the 88 are together in this moto. That is what we want to see in the senior 45 plus. This is going to be a race to remember here, as both of these two guys, man, they are just tough as nails. So this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, the weird thing, the number 1 is not showing up on timing and scoring. That's last year's champ, I believe, John Boroff.
Here they go, coming into the wall here as our leaders make their way towards the tower. They're going to do a little flyby here. Salute the boys.
And look at that, a great start for John Boroff on the Yamaha, last year's champ. Makes that number one look good, Kevin. How's that feel to be running around in the number one spot on the number one machine?
That means I was a bad dude last year, and I am a bad dude this year. I'm getting it done right now. Where does that put him?
I don't see
champion. Oh, well, yeah, this is going to be tough here. Timing and scoring. Let's let the transponders click. Maybe it was just a start and loop error, but as of now, nope. The number one is not going to be on your screen. He must be having
maybe a mechanical issue with his transponder. Well, we know who you are, John Boroff. We'll give you your credit where credit is due.
Yeah, currently if you're looking at timing and scoring, it's showing him in fourth. So we'll see if we can get that corrected, as he is definitely your race leader right now.
Big man on the Yamaha, does a lot of Mega Series stuff. Raced back in the day. Yeah.
Nice.
There's Mr. Johnny Boroff. There's the 37 of Kip Posey with 2 Ps in the number 2 spot. So Yamaha's 1, 2, and now 3. Shane Kelleher on the 88. There's Paymart a couple of spots behind him. And there is the race for the championship as we are following along, tracking their progress, Kelleher and Paymart.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle there for those two. They're still neck and neck as they go back into Storyland. Looking a little further back right now. Got the number 43 on screen, Frank Koenig.
Kelleher has made a few passes there on that 88 machine to distance himself from Paymart, but we know that Boroff not showing up on timing and scoring, but we'll keep you apprised of his success here in this final moto. Got a little pressure now.
Yeah, so we're going to go with a top 10 rundown right now. John Boroff is in first. He's showing fourth, but we're going to get that worked out. Kip Posey should be in second. Ben Graves in third. Shane Kelleher fourth. Battling there with Gregory Paymart in what would be, I believe, fifth.
Lead change. Well, not for the moment. Look, Boroff looks like he was able to hold off Kip Posey. Who are you talking about? Brian Sabal?
Yeah, so it'd be Brian Sabal, Frank Koenig, and Donald Letty, Gabriel Guardado, and Jeffrey Doan there. That's going to be your top 10.
It's not Zohan, it's Doan.
Yeah, now so the number one back to the front there on timing and scoring. Got that problem worked out, I believe. Oh, and as soon as he goes to the top, we get timing and scoring right. No, sir, you get passed by Kip Posey. He is now your leader there on the 37. So
Kip back in fourth as far as this championship, so his best ride finds himself in the number one spot. The crowd is cheering for big Kip Posey. Boroff trying to hang tight with him.
There we are, the big Shane Kelleher.
And look at this. Those two are going to be right here together. This is for the championship right here, everybody. Those two coming into this one tied, so that is going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, one of the more exciting races you will see here in this plus 45 class. We're all tied up, and it's Kelleher versus Paymart. And that championship in the balance. Paymart has to get around him there. Frenchie trying to make it happen here as we scroll back and look at some of our riders. Letty, Sabal, Koenig, Guardado. There's the 43 of Frank Koenig.
And the battle rages on as we're in the 10 Commandments here. Look at that. Just, whoa, one rider down. See if we can pick up a number there, Kevin Kelly. You got your spectacles on.
No, unfortunately they're.
Oh, you don't have your. They're right beside you.
If only I would just smart enough to use them.
There we go. The 27 now, John Beal, back in 15th place.
Showing these dudes some love here. That's a big dude. 27 is a big man there. Not in width. I'm talking about just a tall dude.
So here's the deal. We've talked a little bit earlier in the week. You know, these kids, they win their titles, they win their races. They're made it to the best 42 in the world. They go to school and they brag about what they did. What about the 45 plus? They're going to show up to work having coffee before they clock in and be like, let me tell you what I did last week.
Well, they're taking their ibuprofen all the way home. They got to drive. They get all stoved up driving 27 hours back home. You got to get back to the tire shop, start changing tires.
You got to imagine that the bragging is not just for the youngins. Also, they're going to go home and brag to their coworkers now. Not their classmates, but their coworkers.
Well, I assure you, they have told everybody at work, hey, make sure you tune in to Racer TV and check out your boss man here.
That, and can you please cover for me for the week? Because I'm going to be at the ranch. It may not have cell phone service. I don't know. I'm putting my phone down. I'm going to work.
I ain't got time to worry about you guys this week. We're going to have to figure it out.
I don't have cell service. Yeah, you're right, man. I'm MIA for a week. And
all right, there goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just about that quickly, as this race is still tight up here in the front.
It's Posey right there. The number 1 is last year's champ Boroff. Then you have the 29 of Ben Graves. Perfect form there for Ben Graves, man. Elbows up here.
Yeah, Ben Graves third in this race. He is actually third in the championship, so great performance from him. But the battle that we all wanted to
that was Paymart. We just saw it.
Come to a head here is this championship battle. This is a race where we found both of our competitors tied for the championship, and now handlebar to handlebar. It is going to be a great one here, as they have 3 complete laps, that is, in the senior 40 plus and 45 plus, and they're heading back to Storyland. But through the 10 Commandments, we got a whole host of riders doing all kinds of combinations. We got a 1-1-1, we got a 2-2, we got off rhythm. We got tons of stuff happening there in the 10 Commandments.
Probably Letty, Sabal, Koenig, Gardado, and David Nichols rounding out your top 10 as we follow along here in the background. That's the 36 or 46. I believe that's the 46 of Donald Letty. I don't think these guys are complaining too much about the heat not being as prevalent as it was the last few days.
I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely not as hot as it was the last few days. I don't know the last time he came out of the tower here, Kevin Kelly, but the clouds have actually gone away. And I can tell you that as soon as the old sun poked out here in
77, wow, that's not too bad.
Wow.
It looks like it should be 96.
It may feel a little hotter. The sun came out, and the things are changing quickly here at the ranch. But certainly, to your point, not like the start of the week, as it has been a...
Now, we were in the triple digits to start this one off at one point as far as the feels like goes, or the heat index there. But, yeah.
Look right here, the 43. We got the camera on Frank Koenig, and he has got some absolute company. His wife did not invite all these guys over. She goes, what are you doing, man? There's 10
right
guys at our house.
Koenig is 3 wide. Oh, look at this, a little mishap going for the 23.
Traffic jam.
Small brake check, not intentional. That was just a recovery brake check.
Oh.
Possibly a stall, you think?
Man, he kind of, I don't know. He had feet off, and I think it was just trying to he didn't want to look like me. He did not want to go down in the Bermuda Triangle, and that he did not. He saved it at the last minute.
Andalovic goes up all the way to 8th on that 23 machine. They're making a few passes as we're with the billboards. There's Frank Koenig, and we can see him. He's just in front of, 47 guys there from 5th to about 15th. There's the big number 27 of John Beal. D. Wayne Carter back there in 13th on the 48 machine. I mean, this is just a great battle. There's the 68 of David Nichols on the Yamaha. I mean, these guys got grandkids, man.
Whoa, look at this in the 10 Commandments. Oh, my gosh, that was a little bit too sideways for a plus 45, but nice recovery. You don't want to hit the ground. You don't want to break commandment. That would have been commandment number 3. Definitely don't want to break that one. Might break a hip if you break commandment 3. We don't want to do that.
There's the 43. We're still following along here with Koenig.
Hey, guys, don't forget Burroff and Levick. Those two are tied coming into this one as well for that 4th place spot, both with 10 points.
Yeah, Boroff just a couple of spots ahead of him there. And Andalovic back in about 8th, I believe. Yeah, 8th place on that number 23 KTM. Paymart still trying to, we got a rider in between Paymart now.
Yeah, that was a little update there as we go look at the championship battle as they fly by the tower here. Racer TV focusing on a few other riders, but Kelleher now has put Ben Graves between him and Paymart, so that will be a little bit of championship insurance, but we're not going to call this one yet, as I know Paymart understands the significance of this moment.
Does Progressive sell insurance for championships?
Well, I would not want to insure Kelleher or Paymart at this point, because it is that's what you're going to have to pay out on, right?
Yeah, there's a high probability of that.
Looky there, the 80 machine going to grab a spot in that shot.
That's Sabal, Brian Sabal.
Going to be able to get by Gardado, I do believe.
There's your leader.
Yeah, back to the leader. That's good.
The 37 and the 1.
Here's that battle.
Yeah, Kelleher is kind of creeping up there.
Kelleher running in that 3rd place spot now. Ben Graves and Paymart, they are just right there. And as they sit right now, of course, Kelleher going to be leading the charge as far as the overall championship goes. Paymart in 2nd, then Graves, he is in 3rd. Pazzi is in 4th. Burroff, he's 5th in the championship. Anlovic, Bill sitting right there in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, Posey actually your leader, and he's in that championship hunt as well. We just had a great shot of all 5 of the riders there. We could see them with our drone shots here, and we'll look down the 10 Commandments and check in with the rest of the riders. I believe the Yamaha of Donald Letty comes through on the 46 machine. And there might be Andelovic. And there we are up in the tower looking out there trying to, with my spectacles, can't see anything.
Look at your eyes up against, pasted up against the window there, Kevin Kelly, looking out for the action.
Get sunburned, man.
So everybody following in formation right now. But
Jackie, this is kind of when the wheels come off there in terms of us older guys here. The fatigue kind of sets in. And typically your races back home, they're about 5 laps. You don't ever dip into the 7, 8, 9 laps unless you did something wrong and rode right through the checker flag and rode the next moto.
Look here. They're John flying in formation now. Going to have some passes trying to be made. I believe that possibly the...
We're going back over here. We're going to look over here.
That was the 19 of Joey Ballinger. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, that's Andelovic there on the 23 coming past us here on the other side of the track. So Andelovic comes in at 7th, and here's the rest of the gang outside of the top 10. Getting some love here on the show here. That's the 27 or the 17 of Michael Brewer on that Kawasaki. So they're just battles everywhere. You're in 30th, you're in 4th. It does not matter. You're going to battle with somebody.
Ballinger actually able to pick up a spot there.
And Jackie Lake, all these riders were born in the 1900s. It was a different time.
Way back when. Hey, I was born the first day of 2000. You know that. First day.
That means you're not in the club, Jackie Lake.
I'm not. I'm out of it.
These guys are
not in the club.
1900s, man. No cell phones. They had to just look at other kids and talk to them. You couldn't just text them.
Hey, 24 hours sooner, and I would have been able to join the club.
Really?
Yep.
December 31st or the 1st?
January 1st, yeah.
January 1st, baby. How about that? There's the one. And John Porter, what is this race here? Who are all these? Is that Paymart? There's Kelleher.
Yeah.
There's everybody. The whole gang's there.
We got to get to the front here as I'm looking out the window. Paymart has made a move to take the rider out. No, look, Ben Graves up to 3rd. So now it's a Kelleher-Paymart battle.
And we're back.
Wow.
Look at that. There's Boff. And there's Paymart. There's Kelleher on the inside. No, that looks like a parade lap, but it's the actual race.
Paymart and Kelleher back in the in Storyland there. There's our leader here coming out of Storyland. And Paymart is smelling blood in the water here. I just want to let y'all know that Kelleher's got to go. We talked about him potentially nursing a
what happened there with Ben Graves? Was that the 29 of Ben Graves?
I did not see, but I know one thing. The 88 and the 44 machine, they are very liable to do some bumping and grinding here in this one.
Hold up. I think no, they're just nose to tail. They're nose to tail here. They're flying by the tower here. The 88 is in the lead of the 44, but it is tight as we are about to have the white flag. 7 laps are...
oh, boy. Yeah, white flag is
it's already out.
Here we go.
Wow,
a checkered flag gonna fly here as the 37 of Kip Posey grabs the Moto 3 win. John Burruff, he's gonna come through in the 2nd place spot on the number 1. And then Shane Kelleher gonna get it done with a 3rd place here in this 3rd moto. Gregory Paymart, Frenchie with a 4th. Ben Graves in your 5th place spot as he checks in. There goes the 26 machine. And now waiting on our 6th place still as we try to find them out on the track. Look at this. We might be able to pick some of them up. And watching here on Racer TV as they make their way by.
So the championship, it is Kelleher, Paymart, and Ben Graves in that order. And Ben Graves comes through in 4th. And that will be good enough for 3rd place on the championship as we continue to fly and follow some of the fast riders here in this plus 45 class. There's the number 17 of Michael Brewer on the Kawasaki. He's about ready to call it a day here as that checker flag comes out.
So top 10 is in here, Kevin. It is Donald Letty, your 6th. 7th is Calvin Anlovic. I believe that's how we said it. I believe I was told that earlier this week.
Anlovic. I'll go with that.
And then Frank Koenig, your 8th place. 9th place, John Bill and Gabriel Gardado will round out our top 10. As far as the championship overall is concerned, it is Shane Kelleher that's going to grab it. Greg Paymart, your 2nd place. Ben Graves, your 3rd here in the championship. with Kip Pawsey in 4th, and then Burruff will round out our top 5 there in the overall points as we get ready to throw it down to Zach Herron to crown a champion.
Yeah, they don't pop bottles of champagne. It's ibuprofen. Just, whoa, here we go. Congratulations. Way to go, boys. Plus 45 classes in the books, and you're right, we'll get ready to toss it down to the boys in this 45 class. Take it away there, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen down there at the podium.
All right, thanks, boys. We're going to start things off with John Burruff up on the podium. All right, so let's start things off with your silver medalist here from Moto number 1. I'm going to have John Burruff up here to the front. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. A silver medal here in the 3rd Moto of the week. And he worked hard for that one. We're going to let everybody go off on their sight lap, John, and then you're going to get to tell me about your week and about that race. Love to hear the family support down here on the podium. The fans going wild. He's throwing cups out to the crowd. John, let's talk about that race, man. A fantastic way to close out the week here at Loretta's. Just kind of take us through things and how you're feeling about your performance.
Honestly, performance has been really well this week. That was the best start I got, and I was able to pass a few guys going down the first straight there and got in the lead for a couple laps, which was cool. The first 2 motos, though, broken hole shot device on the start, and then the second moto, I was playing ping pong with some guys and come from near last each moto to top, might as well say top 5, but it's been good. Can't do it without the guys and gals that helped me. My bike's not here, so I'm not going to know them all, but I do want to thank Yamaha Blue Crew Racing for all the stuff that they have done for me this year. Fly Racing, Matt Mueller and his family, the Bora family, the Garashi family, RC Pond and his family, Brandon Belcher. I can't forget my mechanic. He got the ride too, top 20 and 40 plus.
All right.
Awesome week for him. Little Valley Motocross, that's my place. It's just a key membership deal. You sign up and you can ride 7 days a week if you want. But other than that, thank you all.
I love it. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. John Burruff, 2nd place in your 3rd moto. As we're going to bring up your gold medalist next in that 3rd moto, Kip Pawsey grabbing the moto win. And we'll go behind the machine here for Kip. What a fantastic way to close out the week. You said it needed a second to catch the breath because you guys were flying on a very rough racetrack. Take us through that last one.
Yeah, no, the track was really good. Like, for me, it was probably the best it's been all week. I finally got a good start. And my nerves have been killing me. I don't race big races too often anymore. It's just, I'm so passionate that I have a hard time calming down. But once I do, I feel pretty good. But it was good. It was a fun week, good experience for everyone, and we just loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah, I love it. I totally understand what you mean, too. There's a bit of a pressure situation that kind of comes with it. You feel the intensity of the situation, but, man, what better way to live up to the pressure than to walk away with gold, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. My friend Troy, he likes to mess with me, but I said, I need to get a hole shot. I need to get a hole shot. And he looks over and he says, Kip, you realize you only have one more chance to do it, right? And I said, yeah, you're right. I better get her done.
Got her done indeed, man. Well, it sounds like you got great people in your corner helping you out. Who do you want to thank for helping you get this gold medal?
Oh, yeah, my friends and my family are the best. Of course, my parents got me started in this 40 years ago, and Nikki and my kids and the grandkids. Laney's probably at home watching, I love seeing Papa on TV. But Stedman's Racing, Honda, Yamaha, CF Moto, Beta, Polaris. We have RMX Series, Grassroots Racing, Fast Company, Flex Bars, Flowvision Optics, Barn Find Motors, ZBD Detail, B-Seam Promotions, PK, Warp 9 Wheels, MotoX Outlet. My friend Kelly's MotoXOutlet.com. We've been buddies since we were teenagers, and he's kind of taken me under his wing and helped me out any chance he could my entire life. So big props to Kelly. He's a great dude, and just Yamaha for building a great bike, and and just, you know, God for giving us a chance to be up here and living our dreams. So
I love it. That is your third moto winner. Kip Posey, make some noise for him. And we're going to move Kip's bike off of the stage and bring up our championship machine. As we're going to wait for this next gate to drop, we're going to do the bike swap around with Shane Kelleher, and then we'll be chatting it up with your champ. So here we go, gate is down. Next group off and rolling. I believe that's one of our C classes. And if you guys want to jump in and call some racing, I will let you know when we got the champ ready.
Awesome, Zach. Thank you for that. 250C limited off and rolling, and going to be a big one going into this one. What do we got? Oh, yeah, Shane, Zach's going to jump in here in just 1 second when they are ready up on the podium. We'll go ahead and watch this 250C limited class take off. And it is Chavez that is going into this one with 3 points. Man, take a look at that. Wiegand there in the number 2 spot as far as the overall goes, sitting with 12 points in your third place, 13 points. This is definitely Chavez's to lose.
All right, boys, I'm going to jump in because we got a champion up here on the stage, a bronze medal, but he's got the overall title. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Shane Kelleher. Shane, man, it came down to that third and final moto, and you did exactly what you needed to do. You played it smart, and you brought this thing home. How good does it feel?
Oh, it feels great. I mean, after what happened last year, pulling it out this year, calm and steady, I can't ask for much more. You know, I'll be back next year to try again.
Well, and you talked on it, calm and steady. That seemed to be the motto throughout the week. We saw some big flashes of speed, but it seemed like you were able to reel in the effort, make sure you were able to bring this thing home. How do you feel about your riding specifically this week?
Well, you know, I didn't let the cat out the bag, but my first moto, I ended up breaking my thumb and ripping my groin muscle out in a crash. So all week long, I pretty much just been going on cruise control. I didn't want to let my competitors know I was hurt. But now that it's over and I got it, broken thumb, baby.
Hey, it's not going to stop Shane Kelleher, that's for sure. Shane, I know you got great people backing you up. Who do you want to thank for helping you get this title?
First and foremost, Loretta Lynn's and the ranch for putting this event on and letting us amateurs race on this platform. The boys up in the booth for keeping it interesting. Can't thank them enough. FXR Moto, my gear sponsor. Hydro Earth, Kelleher Sealants, Octane Co for the edit, 139 Designs for the graphics, Dirt Care for the win, CSC Hood and Duck Services, and anybody else I forgot, my mechanic, my wife, my kids, my boy Tom for coming down with me, and everybody else.
I love it. Well, Shane, we're going to welcome up the AMA to present you with your #1 plate and make it official. And here it is, Shane Kelleher, a national champion. He's going to throw on the hat. And Shane, you got the plate. If you can, let's see if we can hold the trophy up along with it. You get a custom OGO 9800 and a bottle of champagne. Let's hear it for Shane Kelleher. Back up to you, boys.
Yeah, congratulations to Kelleher. Let's get down and going with the 250C Limited, and chaos right now for Alessio Chavez. We thought he had a grasp on this championship. Jackie Legs, he's in 10th.
Yeah, what is going on out there? This is the C class for us. Almost 9 points is what separated them going into this. So
he's still got the championship, though. Even in the running order he is in, or the position he's in, but he cannot give up any spots now.
And he cannot afford any kind of tip over, anything like that. He is going to have to bring this one home. So we'll see what he can do out front here in Moto 3 of this 250C Limited. Oh, as 2 riders are down right here.
Get a number on those bikes here as they stand them up, maybe. We'll see who drops when they pass timing and scoring here.
Yeah, they're going to drop big time just now. One of them getting fired back up.
Chavez has made a ton of passes, a rider down in the Bermuda Triangle, so he's inside the top 5 now. So Chavez is riding the ship, and that's the one thing he has been locked in on, Kevin, when it was his starts.
Yeah, that's the whole shots are what we see in here, and he was back there a good ways, and that is very uncharacteristic. Now you see a lot of back and forth and up and down with the 250 C class, all of our C classes. But one thing you don't see is Chavez get a bad start until Moto 3, but he is responding to what he needs to do now as he's in 6th place. And look, trying to make a pass again as he does on the 84 of Gavin Shantney.
So now
that was his closest competition, too. Shantney is in the number 2 spot for the championship, Jackie Legs. Go ahead, bud.
So there we go. Up into the 5th place spot and around his closest competitor. So Chavez doing exactly what he needs to do. A lot of chaos already in this one with just 2 laps complete. I have to imagine that's just because these boys know this is the end of the week. This is their last chance to prove themselves here on the biggest platform, and I'm assuming that is why everybody's going to be throwing the kitchen sink at this one.
You also have to wonder if he kind of got bumped on that start. We saw a few guys go down that might have impacted his start. There's a rider down just in front of us here in the 10 Commandments. He's trying to pull himself out of the bike. That's the number 42. Who do we got?
Travis Heat.
Travis Heat. Way to get on a Kev with no glasses.
Yeah, man. Well, you saw the action down, so I went straight to the board. So we work as a duo, the Kevin duo.
Wow. You're the eyes and ears and brains of the operation. I'm not sure what.
Well, lucky for us, when we get it wrong, we got Jackie Legs to straighten us out. We get a little loose sometimes. Yes. Thank you, Jackie.
Smack
like
you with
the
them legs.
84 is out there on the track right now, getting a little loose right there. Shantney trying to hold on to it.
Keeping tabs on Alessio Chavez. They're on the 19. One of the best dressed riders in this C class for sure, as he's going to come into view here. Our leader flashes past us, and that is Collins. We're looking for Chavez. He's working on the next Yamaha victim, or the blue bike anyway. I'm just going to assume it's a Yamaha, and it's not. It is a Honda of all things. So can you say that now? Can you say the blue Honda? Because people get mad when you say the blue Yamaha, but I mean that's a blue Honda.
I think that's a KTM.
Yeah, we're close. It's blue, and it's it's definitely not a Yamaha. So anything flies after that. When you try to trick the announcers, you can do it. It's not hard. Just try, and you can.
Great call.
So what we are talking about here is that number 50 machine. That is Sean Sutton, and that is the KTM. We could have looked at timing and scoring. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Way to call yourself.
It would help if we were colorblind. That would be a big start. But
Chavez taking a face full of roost from that number 50 machine. So the passes aren't going to come as quick now as you move towards the top of the field here. These are some good dudes that Chavez is now having to navigate through.
They won't come as quick, but they really don't have to, right? Because Chavez is in control of this thing, so he's putting himself in the position. Hopefully for that camp and that rider, he will ride with his head and understand where he's at and what he needs, because he is on his way to a championship. If he can keep that 19 on 2 wheels and do exactly what he's doing right now, no need to change much at all.
They've kept Greg Albertson busy down there, another rider out of his game training facility there. Spent some time there before Loretta Lynn's. Alessio Chavez, we picked him up at World Mini, at the Verb World Mini, and he was lights out there, and I was like, who is this
19
guy?
Here around the outside of the blue KTM.
And that's going to be Chavez picking up another spot.
So he is going to push Sean Sutton back into the 5th place spot. That'll allow Chavez up into 4th here. Chavez, a 16-year-old from Rock Springs, Wyoming, on the Chavez Concrete JB4 Baja Brew and Art of War suspension back ride.
So he's got some strong hands there. They come from a blue-collar family there, laying some concrete. Well, he's laying the wood right now to the competition here. He's creeping towards the front of the field here. He's got the leaders, just a few of them in front of him. He's in 4th now. He's got the number 90, will be next up on the hit list. And that's Mr. Dylan Foge.
All of Chavez's friends, family, everybody here, everybody on Racer TV has to be biting their nails right now as he is working his way up through the pack. He doesn't have to. He could have settled all the way back there in the 10th place spot, but we know that is not what he is going to do. These riders are going to keep moving forward. I'm sure he would love to pick up a medal on his way to a championship as well. I mean, he's already got a few, but what's one more to add to the collection?
Good ride for Caden Wiegand. That's Timmy Wiegand's son, right? And he is off to college after this, going right into college. So go out with a bang. Kids are pumped. Somebody's thrusting their fists there at those riders there. That 3-way battle we're watching. That's the 67 of Smeltzer, perhaps.
Taking a look here.
79 of Ellert.
There we go, 79 of Ellert. So that is Jaden Smeltzer right there, along with William Vanderford that is behind.
That's your guy, Kev.
Yeah, Kane Vanderford. He's creeping into the picture. He's showed some speed this week, not able to produce the starts quite like Chavez and some of the rest of the group. So he's been in almost every position of the week. I happen to know that because he is one of my guys, so I watch him a lot. Give him a little shout out right now as he creeps into Racer TV picture. Currently in 10th, see what he can do with the rest of his moto here.
Watching them make their way through Storyland, now making their way out of Storyland. And gonna head over to this big tunnel triple here.
I think Kane or William just picked up a spot. Potentially, does he give it back? I think he might have. They're side by side through the sand section, side by that bar to bar, like you say, Kevin. Here we go up to the next battle here, and now the 50 getting some more pressure. Now it's coming from Shantney on the 84.
And Chavez still steady in 4th now. Looks like he's probably gotten the pit board to say, don't jeopardize it. You're in 4th. He kind of backed off that 3rd place rider there of Dylan Folge.
Yeah, we'll see as they post up lap times. Last lap, Chavez was the fastest on track, but we'll see what happens now. As Collins in with an 05, Wiegand in with an 05, Fodge with an 04, and like you say, Kevin Kelly, Chavez now turning an 05. So we got to assume that he's getting the board, getting the message, and understanding his main priority here. Like you say, it's always great to get a moto medal. That is a huge accomplishment, but it might be time for big picture thinking.
Hey, for Wiegand here, Wiegand with a 4th place there in Moto 1 and 8th place in Moto 2. He is trying to pick himself up his first medal in this 250C Limited and doing a good job of it right now as he runs in that 2nd place spot. We'll see if he's able to hold on to it.
Yeah, not only in contention for a Moto medal here, but also 2nd in the championship as they run right now.
That would make that drive back home a lot cooler. And as you head off to college,
going to be a long one. Temecula, California. He's going to have a long time to think about this one.
Go back and watch the highlights. That's a 5-way battle we're tracking on screen here, the Kawasaki ride. Is that your boy Vanderford?
Vanderford, yeah, he's picking up some spots now, heading back into Storyland. Got to the front of that group that was in front of him just 1 lap prior, so he's on the move.
Hunter Brennan going to be in this one as well on that Suzuki machine that you just saw there. There he is, making his way by. Just behind him, the 67 machine, who has lost a few spots, Smeltzer.
Yeah, he's got 2 riders there on his right, and they are itching to just slip right on by him and go after the Suzuki Speedster. One of them's going to do it. Heading down towards the sand section there. And those rollers just are sitting there with a big smile greeting you every single lap.
They're relentless. Oh, rider down.
Man.
Claiming 2 guys here. We're going to get a number on him.
I think
it might be 3 or 4. Who is it, Jackie Legs?
I wasn't sure exactly who it was, but I think that other rider's Will is holding his bike down, so going to take him a minute to get unstuck, although he looked like he was pretty much just standing up there where he was. He wasn't able to get freed up.
Maybe the 79 perhaps of Ryan Ellert.
Yeah, possibly the 28 machine. That was the 70 of Jet White that it was still down. We'll see. They're going to check in here in just a second. We'll know for sure.
Yeah, that was a battle definitely inside the top 10 there. So we'll see who drops out of that top 10 as they'll be through timing and scoring shortly.
How about Vanderford? He just swoops in there and snatches a couple of spots from those guys. A little scavenger.
That's one way to pick them up.
There you go. They're picking bikes up. He's picking spots up.
Go ahead, Jackie Legs. What you got?
A few riders moving down a little bit. Blake Mara.
Oh, Smeltzer in 21st,
Smeltzer and
guys.
Pike, yeah.
Maybe Smeltzer was one of those riders there.
Perhaps. Because he's way back now. He was way up closer to the front there.
Hang on to it there on the number 50 there. Sean Sutton started jumping 10 Commandments, turned it into a blitz, and still trying to make a pass all at the same time there.
White flag is out here in this one, everybody. The 250C limited class. This one's going to be a little bit shorter than what some of our others are. For those at home watching, wondering why this one feels like it's going by so quick. 15-minute motos here for most of our C classes, so I would say that is why we have 6 laps in the books. Going to make it 7 once they make their way to the checkered flag.
And I don't think they are complaining either. There's the 96 of Brady Collins, your leader.
He's had a good day.
I think I hear some 125 barking. We didn't mention that, I don't believe yet.
It is.
That's a wraparound pipe.
That's the one we saw earlier.
Yep, the old wraparound pipe. I caught it that it was a 2 smoke, but missed the CC by just a march. Just a smidge.
125 of them.
I missed 125 of those things, but nevertheless, the 9.6 through the Thor sweeper. One turn to go, the trickiest turn on the track it would seem, and we will be off to a medal here for the moto.
Man, what a day so far for him here in the third motos. Brady Collins going to pick up the third moto win here in this 250C limited class. Caden Wiegand going to come through in the second place spot. Dylan Fodge in the third. Alessio Chavez, your champion, checks in fourth here in this third moto, and Sean Sutton will round out our top 5.
Yeah, Chavez was tough, man. We saw him again out at the Verb race out at World Mini in Mesquite, and he had starts, he had speed, he had everything, and he brought that all the way from Wyoming right here to the mean streets of Tennessee and took care of business there, K-Dub.
Yeah, they're all checking in now. I believe we got to the top 5 there. That was Sutton. 6th place is going to be Gavin Shantney. 7th is Talon Basira. 8th place, Ryan Ellert. William Kane Vanderford there in 9th, and Hunter Brennan's going to round out the top 10 of the moto. What do you got there for the championship, Jackie Legs?
It is Alessio Chavez as your champion here in this 250C limited class. Good job to him as we take a look at him here on Racer TV, pulling that bib off. And
getting it from Greg DiRenzo. Hey, good there, bud. Nice work there, bro.
Taking a look here at our second place here in the overall, it is going to be the 39 machine, your second place in this third moto. Caden Wiegand. And then to round things out, third place on the overall is going to be Brady Collins, your third moto winner.
And Chavez getting all the accolades there, as he should. He was solid. He recovered after that tricky start. Some riders went down. He was able to navigate through that and through the rest of the field. Settled into fourth and will take this championship in this 250C Limited. What a fun one to watch. Alessio Chavez, the concrete man.
We'll send it down, watch some hardware be handed out as we will crown our champions in 250C Limited. Take it away down at the podium.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to welcome your podium. This is Dylan Fodge. Dylan, third place in this moto. What a great way to end off the week. Tell us about it.
Well, I got like 4th or 5th off the start, and then I just kind of just cruised the whole time and waited for everyone else to get tired.
That sounds like a good plan. How has the rest of your week been?
Not very good. I've got like 40th in one race and then like 23rd in another.
So this is a great way to end it off. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma, all my other family watching, and everyone else.
Dylan Fodge, everyone, third place in Moto 3, 250C Limited. Now we'll pull up our second place finisher of this moto. Can we get Caden Wiegand up here? Everyone give it up for Caden. Caden, awesome ride. You got to be happy to finish this off with a silver. Walk us through your moto.
Yeah, I just got a good start and kind of was patient, let riders do their own thing, and I kind of reacted to them.
That sounds like a very mature plan. How about the previous races this week? How are you feeling leaving Loretta's?
I know I had more, but the week's over and all I can do is learn from it.
Well, we hope to see you back next year. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, Aiden Zing, my mom, my dad. A huge thanks to B-Dog for helping me all week and just throughout the last year and a half. Scott for getting us the RV and letting us really come out here. I'd like to thank TRE with Jason Eck and Zach, 7MX, Adam, Dennis, Church of Dirt, Decal Works, and Fast Bars, or Fast Company, Cole and Grayson. Thank you.
Caden Weekend, everyone. Second place in Moto 3 of 250C Limited. Now we'll get our Moto winner up here. Everyone give it up for Brady Collins. Brady, awesome ride. Putting your bike up here at the top step of the podium at any point is a really big deal. How do you feel about it?
Feel pretty good. Hopefully I did good overall. I didn't do too good those first two motos, but it ain't too bad. But I just got off to a really good start that moto, and I just rode my race.
And that's what you should do. How did you feel about the track here about midway through the day?
It actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was. The lines got pretty, planted pretty good in, and the ruts weren't too bumpy, but by the end of the moto, they were, way bumpier than before, so.
Well, you managed it very well. We'll give the bikes just a second here so they don't interrupt you too bad. All right, tell us who you like to thank.
I'd like to thank Chuck Lenhart. I love my dad. I love you. My grandpa, Chris Thies, Thies Motocross Schools. And I'd like to thank myself for putting on all this work to get up here.
That's right, everyone. Give it up for Brady Collins, your first place in Moto 3 of 250C Limited. And we'll get this 96 bike off the podium if we can, and we'll make way for our champion and his bike. All right, if we could get the Chavez machine on up here so we can congratulate our champion, Alessio Chavez, finishing off with a 4th place finish. Going to add another championship to his record here this week. Already sitting on a championship. It's been a good week for the Chavez family, it seems. 1, 2, 4 moto finishes here in 250C Limited. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now, please with me welcome your 2025 250C Limited champion. This is Alessio Chavez. Alessio, now this has been one heck of a week. Walk us through it and your emotions, and what did you do to prepare to make it here?
Just really trained at Game Moto and with Greg Albertson and Greg Duranzo. They really pushed me, so to prep me for this week, because it's a gnarly week. We got some gnarly guys out here, but glad to be on the top step.
Now, how does it feel to pick up 2 championships this week?
Feels good. That was the plan to win these 2, and we got the job done, so couldn't be more proud.
Well, you certainly did. Who would you like to thank?
Just everyone, really everyone. My whole family, the Hansons, Brecken, the Jaspersons, Pit Stop, Chelsea, Let's Ride, GBR4, Pit Stop, already said it again, Artivore, and just everyone else watching at home and supported me and just really helped me get here. Thank you so much.
Everyone, that is your champion. It's Alessio Chavez. Now, Alessio, we're going to welcome up Emily. She's from the AMA, and she's going to present this coveted #1 plate. Hold it up, and here's your trophy. There we go. Congratulations, Alessio Chavez. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thank you, Sophia. As you're probably going to want to work double duty, I think you might want to come up and call the women's race. And we will congratulate Chavez and our 250C Limited boys. As Jackie Legs, you want to take us through a rundown?
Yeah, give me 1 second here. And taking a look at our championship points after 2 motos complete here in this 3-moto round. Gonna be a good one here, K-Dub. 2 points for Lachlan La Turner, one of the fastest ladies that there is. Kylie Stallings, she is sitting in second there on that number 1 machine with 4 points. And Jordan Jarvis, she holds on to 6 points there in that 3rd place spot. So 2, 4, 6, 8 for our top 4. Mayla Herrick sitting with 4-4 moto scores with 8 points. So far it has been 1 1s, 2 2s, 3 3s, and 4 4s for our top 4. Seeing Lillian Pettis there in that 5th place spot going 6-5 for 11 points. She is tied with Mayla Baltic with 5-6, equaling 11 points for her as well. So here we go, getting ready to charge into this one. As we take a look here at the line, they're going to go through it, make sure everybody is ready to go here in this women's class. And the 2 card rises into the air. We're going to swap it around to the 1. Time to turn that thing sideways, and with it, we will drop the gate and go. Women's class racing here at Loretta Lynn's for the final time in 2025. The revs are up, the gate is down. Let's see who it's going to be into turn number 1. And take a look at that. It is the big number 1, Kylie Stallings with a big hole shot. And 1 rider down, I believe. I'm going to take a look here out the window to try to figure out who that is. I believe that's one of our front runners here in the championship. The 76 machine is who that is. Lily Ann Pettis, that's exactly who I thought it was too. That is a tough break for her, but look at this, the battle we were wanting to see, the 1 and the 99.
Yeah, Stallings been flawless on her starts. She just drops out of the gate kind of even with everybody, and that bike just, when she shifts up 1 gear, that thing just pulls her down in the first turn. So hats off to Kylie Stallings, but she's got company. The WMX champ or leader is closing at the door.
They're headed back off into Storyland. It was hard to see there, Wes, possibly a move being made. Not yet. It is still going to be the number 1 that is leading the way here out of Storyland. Oh, look at that. Lala able to make the triple there to the outside, and that is going to seal the deal here on lap number 1. Lachlan Turner going to grab the lead.
Yes, she is, and that's where I thought this might go. She's been just flawless this week, riding so well. So great start for Kylie. She's been nailing the starts right now. We'll see what she can do to try to latch on to Lala Turner, but that has been tough as Lala's just been on fire.
Lala comes down the boulevard, buzzes the tower, brings Kylie Stallings in tow as they head down through that big sandy sweeper into the Bermuda Triangle.
Here she is, the lady working double duty right now. We'll welcome Sophia to the booth. We'll give her just a chance to catch her breath as Jackie Legs takes it away, and I'm going to pass off the headset. Welcome, Sophia.
Hey. We have a good battle here, Wes. Mila in the mix here, Mila Baltic. Let's see, they're going to check in. We're going to get a new running order here on our screen. It is Lala Turner leading the way, Kylie Stallings in second, and then Jordan Jarvis in third with Mila Baltic in the 4th place spot, Mayla Herrick in 5th.
Shelby Brighton back there in 8th. 6th going to be Naomi Honda. Isla Phillips 7th. Britton 8th. Nolan 9th. And Ascan in the top 10. Jackie Legs.
They sure are. So taking a look here at that Yamaha 83 machine. Baltic. And they're going to make their way here into the 10 Commandments. Going to be following the 19, I believe. Mayla Herrick possibly making a pass now up into that 4th place spot. I'll have to double check on that, but I believe so.
If you're watching through that big wide view angle of the drone shot, as you're hovering over the 10 Commandments, you see our leaders break away, and now they're exiting. That's Lala Turner coming out. If you focus on that FMF inflatable just behind it, that rider right there, that's Lala Turner. So she is turning and burning and getting some real estate between her and the rest of the field. Sophia.
She is. Yeah, thanks for letting me come on, you guys.
You
for this
got it.
photo. Yeah, Lala already putting down some really fast laps. She knows she gets out front, she has to drop that hammer. Just in case there's anything that might go awry, you know, she can she has some space to recover there. And she's been saying after her motos, I want to be a little bit faster. That was a good ride, but I still have a little bit more in the tank. So,
unbelievable.
yeah, it is crazy. And maybe what we're seeing right now is more in the tank.
More in the tank, absolutely. We're 2 laps in. She's absolutely got that tank full and ready to unleash the beast on the rest of the field.
Yes, Jackie Legs.
We should have got a stopwatch. I would have loved to have solved the time there between the podium up here to the tower for you.
And she was at M&M Concessions getting food. I caught her down there way back on
I went to get lemonade. They didn't have
Unbelievable.
Apple Pay.
She's
really
counter-moving all these moves and still up here.
Were you guys watching me run up here?
Oh, yeah, we knew you were going to be on the way up here. We were ready for you. And, hey, all of our ladies here in the women's class, Sophia Phelps, she loves you guys. She is ready to get up here and do some announcing. She is probably the biggest supporter. So here we go. What are you seeing on screen?
That's a great title. I'm seeing a battle between the number 14 and let's see, who's on this Yamaha. I don't know, guys. I can't read these numbers.
That looks like Jordan Jarvis right there. That's Lala coming through the 10 Commandments. You got Jarvis, Mela Herrick on that KTM, Baltic on the Yamaha, the 83 ride, Honda on the Yamaha. Okay.
A little confusing.
I like it, but Phillips on the Husqvarna, Shelby Rowland on the Kawasaki, Britton 9th on the Yamaha, and Sutton in the 10th spot on the KTM. A couple notables back there we need to keep an eye on is Harris, Dow, Ingersoll, Jackman, Stiller, Spiker, trying to work their way up in there. Jackie Legs.
Our top 3 in Moto 1 and 2 are going to be our top 3 here in Moto 3 as well.
But we're going to see, this is Mela Herrick, who's working on Jordan Jarvis right now. Mela has been a fast young competitor, just recently getting onto her 250F. We saw her in all of the girls' motos. She went 2-1 in those motos, and then this last moto, unfortunately, DNF. But she was in the championship runnings, and now she's in the top 5 here. Mela Herrick is a competitor that you need to be concerned about. So,
watch that number 19 ride rolling up on the back fender of Jordan Jarvis. It could be an exchange there between our 3rd and 4th place rider.
It could be, and we just saw Mela Herrick do that Rocky Mountain double, if you will.
Pull the trigger right on it. Bam!
Yes, she did, and now they're checking in here at the tower. Mela is flying into this the sand corner, the beach, trying to make her way around the outside, carry some momentum around Jordan Jarvis.
Yeah, and the outside will set you up in the right here. Oh, a little squeeze off right there by Jarvis. Just closed the door, slammed the door on Herrick, but Herrick's not going to take that.
It's true. This is not Jordan Jarvis' first rodeo. She knows she has to protect that inside. And Mela Herrick is no stranger to this level of competition either.
All right, looks like Sutton's still hanging back in 10th. Britton 9th, Rowland 8th, Phillips 7th, Honda 6th, Baltic 5th, Herrick 4th, but I don't know for how long.
Oh, yes.
Jordan Jarvis isn't going to just let her pass by. Jackie Legs.
So here we go right now as the 19 machine goes to the outside. But here we go. I'm going to focus on this for 1 second. Jordan Jarvis going to slam the door going in the 10 Commandments. But what I was going to say, Mela Herrick, you know she has to be fired up coming into this one. 4-4 moto scores. She's going to want herself a medal leaving here. This is her last time to shine in this women's class. I expect big things in this one from the 19. I do not think she is going to give up without a fight.
Jordan Jarvis riding a wide track, but goes to the inside, leaves the door on the outside open. Mela Herrick, but Jordan cuts under as they go into Storyland. Herrick to the inside, Jordan with a wide sweeping turn. They got smooth track, here they go, same line, inside, outside. Jarvis now trying to hang on to the coattails of Mela Herrick. Herrick drops in, gonna pay the total rock and roll. Jarvis now throws a couple nickels in there, and off they go down 20 miles of bad road, and Mela Herrick makes the pass.
Yes, she does, Wes Kane. That was really exciting. I can't keep up with that, but I will tell you that you're right. Mela has been looking for that, especially after missing out on that medal in the last girls' moto. She's got to be she's definitely working for this. She wants to see a good moto to end off her week. And yeah, 4-4 moto scores is not shabby at all. We knew that Jordan Jarvis wouldn't just give this up, but Mela Herrick is on the run. Look at her.
I think if you're Mela Herrick, just like you said, she's got to run away and get a little space there, because Jordan Jarvis has fire in her eyes, and now she's laser beam focused on the 19 ride of Herrick. So let's see if Jordan Jarvis can maybe catch a breath, respond. Jackie Legs.
A shout out is due for the 76 machine of Lillian Pettis, the Alabama native, the 17-year-old Alabama native there, going 6'5", having a wreck off of the start. Yep. She has made her way from dead last up into the 22nd spot.
Wow.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Impressive. And we are only about halfway through this moto, so let's see how far up she can get.
When you have to pick your bike up on that first lap and all the riders are in just one big gang, they all leave you. There's no stragglers. You pick your bike up in 43rd or 42nd, you got some work to do. And
then when you do start catching those riders, if you can, you hit a wall, because like you're saying, there are so many, there's a wall of riders in front of you. You gotta, there's 8 lines across the track. Sometimes you have 4 riders going across them. So it is definitely a busy first couple of laps, and it's hard to work through those riders, but Lillian Pettis doing a great job. We see on screen right now, Shelby Rowland on the Kawasaki. And,
having a good one there with the 52 of Sutton.
Yes, yeah. Callie Sutton is a fierce competitor in our girls class as well. On the podium yesterday, it was good talking to her. Well, look at her go. She doesn't have a lot to say on the podium, but I'll tell you what, on the track she does, Wes Kane.
Well, these 2 riders are coming around. They're right in front of the tower here, and they're going to take a right-hander, hop, skip, and jump through the 10 Commandments. Keep your eyes peeled. They're jockeying for position. They would both like to roll up into that top 5.
Oh, wouldn't they? Yes, they would, and they've got Isla Phillips just a little ways ahead of them. We can see her headed into Storyland, and you know that if Callie can pull away from Shelby, she's going to try and catch Isla.
So Callie Sutton into the 8th place now as they head back off into Storyland, and look at that, already putting some ground between her and Shelby Rowland. And Shelby Rowland, if she doesn't pick up the pace here, she's going to have another fight on her hands. The 97 machine starting to come into the picture, Caitlin Harris.
Meanwhile, up front is still going to be Turner running a 2 flat lap time. Stallings in second, a 2:05. Herrick now drops it to a 2:03. So I don't know, check what the gap is, but I think Herrick's now starting to pick up the pace.
Yes, she is, but we do have to say that Mayla Herrick always has the pace on high. As we see right now, the 97 of Caitlin Harris making the pass on Shelby Rowland, and she's trying to pull away as well.
Well, she got a bike length or 2 there in the sand, almost went down. I mean, almost. Able to gather it back up, gets back ahead of Shelby Rowland, and now securely into the 9th place spot. So moving up into the top 10 here for Harris, as that is going to push the 44 machine back down. They're going to check in this time around for 5 laps complete.
Now, we can't see it on TV, but last time these girls came around, Mayla Herrick was only a 1.5 seconds of Kylie Stallings. We can see him out our window at least. I'll tell you, they're going into Storyland, and Mayla is on Kylie's heels. She wants to work up as far as she can through this pack.
Well, we're going to watch that battle, Jackie Legs, unfold here, but right now it's still going to be Turner, last year's champ, trying to uphold and defend that champ is Stallings as they head down that 20 miles of bad road. They'll be turning left and coming into the 10 Commandments.
Seeing our top 10 making their way by here on screen as they head back down through the start stretch. Now we're going to pop forward here to our leaders. There's the number 1 machine of Stallings on screen now. The 12 machine just ahead of her, some lap traffic. And she's going to have plenty of it. This is going to cause a battle to the inside. Is Mayla Herrick.
Ambush, ambush. How many times have we saw that real tight inside line hug that inside and the pass made there, Jackie Legs?
Seriously, Wes Kane, that is all she wrote. She's going to pick up the spot. Mayla Herrick now going to be our 2nd place. Kylie Stallings in the 3rd. That was executed perfectly.
Textbook maneuver. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to say Kylie left that inside rut open, and Mayla jumped in. There was an opportunity. She grabbed it, and she is already putting a little bit of a gap on last year's champion. Very impressive ride by Mayla Herrick. I believe a first-timer in the women's class.
Championship still looks like this. It's going to be Turner still on point for a championship ride here. Kylie Stallings in 2nd for the championship, and Mayla Herrick rounds out top 3. A couple notables. Jordan Jarvis back there. And
that's Mila
Baltic still in there.
Is it Mila?
5.
Yes.
Okay,
what
Mila Baltic.
What is
Mila
it?
Baltic. Mila
Baltic.
Yeah, Mila Baltic. Okay, here on screen, we're continuing to watch Mayla Herrick here, along with Kylie Stallings, your 3rd place here in this 3rd moto. As this one now going to be over the halfway mark. Still might be a lap or two till we expect to see that 2 card out. 6 laps in the book for your top 8 here in this one, as we continue to follow along here with Kylie Stallings on the big #1 Kawasaki machine, doing it for Monster Fox and Dunlop, along of course with Kawasaki.
11th through 20th, checking in with us, Shelby Britton in 11th, Haley Vassallo in 12th. Keep our eyes peeled, looking for a 13th place competitor to pop through. There's Haley Dow in 13th. Alyssa Ingersoll looking good.
Man, what more can you say about Lachlan Lala Turner? She is blazing fast from Nevada. Actually, I believe she has moved to Chattanooga, Tennessee. I know she came and raced a local race up in Georgia where I'm at.
She did. They moved to Tennessee temporarily, and now they have found themselves moved out to Club MX.
Nice.
So that is where she trains
So
full-time.
South Carolina is where they are calling home here for the moment on that Atlas Motorsports, Blue Crew, Yamaha Racing, Parts Unlimited, and Club MX back ride.
They're up at Club, and she's and Mom's all around, still selling real estate all over the place over here. So
She does, yes. Their family does it all. With Lux Turner racing professionals, supercross and motocross. Their younger sister snowboards. They've got a very active family, as do all of these ladies. You have to be raised in some sort of active family.
They are
to be able to pull
busy.
this off. Yep. As we see the #1 making her way through lap traffic. That is a nice big #1 there on Kylie Stallings' bike. A 2-time now champion of the women's class here at Loretta's, as well as a 2-time girls class champion. Yes, Kylie is well respected in this class.
And she's getting a little unruly out there. Got that sponsor Unruly. The boys take care of Kylie Stallings, putting her face on that clothing line out there. So those guys doing a great job picking Kylie Stallings to run the foremost of that line for Unruly.
Yes, they do. And I would just like to say the gap between Lachlan and Mela is about 32 seconds. So between first and second place, that's a 32-second gap.
Watching the 99 machine of Turner now on your screen. I do believe when Turner checks in this time around, she will be getting a 2-lap card, signaling 2 more to go here in this one. And man, she is blazing fast. So gonna follow with her here for a little while. Thank you there for that, Jack, as we continue to watch her make her way into the finish line. And man, oh man, able to hop, skip her way into those ruts. I know one thing, I do not want to have to get on the track with Lala Turner.
She'll make mincemeat out of you, son.
Yeah, she will.
Get out of the way.
She
Jack
will.
legs.
And to be fair, most boys don't want to get on the track.
No,
Boys and girls don't want to get on
She
the
showed
track
up to my local race and absolutely put a hurting on everybody. Came up, did an interview, and said, "Peace out. I'm going back to Chattanooga." That's all we saw of her.
That is Lachlan Turner for you. And she's been mixing up with the boys in 250B Limited this week. Yesterday was their final moto. She ended up 9th. She had a couple of crashes, was able to work up into the top 10, tipped over again, and then worked back up in the top 10. She absolutely moves. And I've talked to some boys who say, I'll stay out of those races with Lachlan. She rips.
She's tough. She's a tough cookie coming through the 10 Commandments. About 9 ruts right there. Kevin Windham all through that turn. As one rider, I see a flag out. A little tip over there. Who is that?
That's the 44, Shelby
Oh,
Rowland.
I hate to see that for late here into this one as we continue to watch the 99. And Lachlan's such a respectful young lady herself and the whole family. I've been loving seeing all of her moms post here lately about some inspiration, a little bit of guidance here for some of the other moms that are getting into women's racing, and love to see that. So shout out Mom as well. The whole family doing a great job with this young lady, the 99 machine of Turner.
Yes, they are. And that is one great thing about the women's motocross community here in America right now, is that there's a very good understanding that we cannot do this if we are not together. We have to all act as one and work together to build up a professional women's motocross racing community. And the Turners are kind of leading the chart, or maybe not kind of, they really are. Lachlan is leading the championship and last year's champion, so she knows that she has to set an example that people are paying attention to her. So the eyes are on her for what women's motocross looks like in America.
And you can see the classes, the younger classes filling up.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're filling up.
White flag coming out this time around, and
head down to the podium.
Sophia
We'll
going
see
to
him there.
get ready to go talk to them down there. But yeah, the WMX series is back, everybody. So make sure to go tune in for that. They are at Select Pro Motocross Rounds Racing. They got a chance to be on Peacock for a moto the other day.
Great.
Hey, that's how the universe works. What seemed to be bad luck wound up being a very good thing for that WMX class. And one thing to note about it too, Wes, is they're all buddies. Like she was saying, they are all friends.
Well, they all went down to Australia, some of the front runners in that WMX.
Oh, yeah.
When you take trips like that, no matter what, if you're a competitor, you're still looking after each other off the track.
Yeah.
On the track, when helmets go on, sleeves go up, could be a little different story. Sleeves go up. But, you know, KW, you've traveled with guys you had to race against, and you have dinner together and camaraderie and look after, hey, there's your luggage, I'll grab that. But when the helmet goes on, it's all about business.
And I saw where Michaela Nilsson actually been posting about Lachlan Turner this week. Wish she was here. One of the front leaders in that WMX series as well. But that's how good of friends they are. They are posting, they're cheering each other on, even when they're racing against each other. So it's so good to see as we continue to follow along here on Lachlan Turner's final time around here at the ranch for 2025 at the 44th annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships. This has been a good one.
Hey. All right, I thought KW was going in there. I got the nod. White flag out. A couple more to go.
Wes, that is one of my, I love it when you do that.
What's that?
Hey.
Hey.
That's one of my favorites.
I'll jump in now as you say it, but I just didn't feel appropriate to jump in with a quarter a lap. I've just been enjoying the action.
Bring it home. Bring it home.
And Turner has just been a sight to see, so it's been a pleasure to let Sophia come up here with the boys and doing double duty. He's going to take care of the podium interviews, as I will let Jackie Legs and Wes Kane take it home here for our champion.
Here we go, everybody, for the final time. The 99 machine going to make her way around. Let's hear it for Lachlan La Turner as she takes home the women's class championship in dominating style, going 1-1-1 here this week at the ranch. And that will put a ribbon on it, as she is going to take that championship along with all three moto wins. However, here in Moto 3, we have had a shakeup. It was Kylie Stallings and Jordan Jarvis there for those first two motos. Mayla Herrick, she's put her name into the ring. She has moved up into the second place spot. And here we go. They're going to check in now. We are following that 19 machine on screen. Look at that. Going to give way. Make sure she makes it to the line clean, and she does just that. Mayla Herrick comes through in the second place spot. And now Kylie Stallings going to check in there on the number 1 machine. Stallings going to be your second here in the overall championship for your women's class. Jordan Jarvis going to check in the 4th place spot. And with that, Mayla Herrick able to grab 3rd place there on the overall. That is going to put Jordan Jarvis down into the 4th place spot there for the championship overall. And Baltic going to round out your top 5 on those overall charts as we wait for her. Let's wait and see. Make sure she makes it to the line first. Waiting for her to check in here with 10 laps complete. We should be seeing her any moment there at the finish line. And there she goes by my window now. So we are almost there. So far, so good. She has to make it through the Bermuda Triangle. And she will be on her way to a 5th place here in Moto number 3, a 5th place in the championship as well. As we wait for her to check in, let's see, and she does it. The 83 machine will be your 5th here in this 3rd moto along within your championship overall standings. Congratulations to Lachlan Turner. What a ride. Naomi Honda, she is your 6th place as she checks in now. Isla Phillips will be your 7th. Caitlin Harris, your 8th. Callie Sutton, your 9th. And Shelby Britton will be your top 10 here in Moto 3 of the women's class. We're going to get ready to throw it down to Sophia Phelps as she gets ready to talk to that young lady on screen, La Turner.
right, thanks, boys. We're getting this women's podium all ready to go. And we're going to hear from our third place finisher first. It's Kylie Stallings. So if we could see Kylie Stallings up here on the podium. Here she comes. All right, everybody. This is your third place finisher in the moto. Everyone give it up for Kylie Stallings. Kylie, that was one heck of a ride. You're no stranger to being on this podium. So tell us, what does it take to be on the top step or on the podium at all in the women's class?
Honestly, consistency. I think that's a really big thing. I went into this last moto and kind of did some math going into it, and knew who I had to beat and who I didn't have to beat to get the second spot. So did what I had to do, really just cruised and tried to get it done. But the track was really good. I think probably the best so far. But no, it was really fun, and I'm excited for next year.
Well, that's a very positive answer. I love hearing about your races. Now tell us, what do you have coming up next for these next couple of weeks?
Yeah, so as some of you guys know, I'm doing the WMX series. So there's 3 more rounds left. It's Ironman, Unadilla, Budds Creek. So back-to-back weekend. So I'll leave from here, go home for a couple days, and then head to Ironman. But no, busy next couple weeks, but after that, it's going to be chill, a long break. So
we'll definitely be tuning in. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer, Robbie Raynard, Fox, Monster, Dunlop, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Monster Mike, all the guys from Fox, Maxima, Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Pro Circuit, Hinson, CTI, Ajax, really everybody that helps me get here. Thank you guys so much.
Everyone, that's Kylie Stallings. She's 3rd place in the moto and 2nd place in the championship. All right, and we'll get our 2nd place finisher on up here. If we can see Mela Herrick. Here she comes. Everyone give it up for Mela. Mela, that was the best ride that I think we've seen out of you all week. Would you agree with that?
No.
All right. Then what was your best ride? And yes, what was your best ride?
Probably my 2nd girls moto.
Well, I think you've done awesome all week. Now tell us about this moto and how you got it done. You made a lot of really important passes there.
Yeah, I had a pretty gnarly crash yesterday, and I lost my championship, and I just want to do my best this one.
Well, you certainly did that. 2nd place in this 3rd moto is definitely something to be proud of. Who would you like to thank?
Everybody that helps me get here, my dad, my family, everybody coming out here. Sun Enterprises, get me that 250. I couldn't do it without them. Mark and Matt over there. Rob Fox from Dunlop. The whole Dunlop Elite team is so awesome. My trainer, Robbie Raynard. Ashley and the boys. Everyone over there. All the dudes from Fox, they're doing an amazing job. And Mike and Nick from Monster, getting my lids and stuff, everything. And Aaron from Oakley Goggles, DBK, Twitch, Paul from Renthal, Rao Designs, everyone over there helped me so much get my graphics and making my dreams come true. EVS, keep me protected. Slade, get me that HGS pipe on there. Lynx, TCD suspension. They've helped me so much this past week, can't thank them enough. Slide strips, Tamer, get me good starts out there. Motomach, keep my bike clean. Moto Seat, Race Tech Titanium, got up there keeping me safe, and Aiden up there.
Everyone, that is Mela Herrick. She's 2nd place in the moto and 3rd place in this championship. An awesome competitor. And ladies and gentlemen, will you please with me welcome our 2025 Women's Championship, our Women's Champion here at the race. This is Lala Lachlan Turner. What should we do with this, Lala? All right, there we go. She handed me the helmet. She said, you've been up here on the podium to watch a couple of these, right? You know where they put the helmets? No. Well, Lala, this is not your first championship here at the ranch. I kind of thought that you would know where to put the helmet.
Not really. I don't know.
Well, Lala, tell us how you got this done with 111 moto scores.
Dude, pretty much my mom and dad believing in me, Club MX for helping me out so much. They've done a lot for me, and the whole Yamaha team. Dude, I just love that they believe in me and just follow my dreams, yeah.
That is awesome. How have you liked the track and the riding here at the ranch this week?
The riding here is sick. I don't know. It's just normal.
Now, Lala, what do you have coming up next after this?
The WMX rounds.
All right, well, we wish you luck in WMX. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, the whole Altus Blue Crew Yamaha Amateur Factory Racing Team, Donnie, Ed, just Club MX, my trainers Hayden and Ben, Chad Reed, my mechanic, he's been doing the work, putting in the work, and then I've been riding for Aiden, and yeah, I just thank everyone who believes in me, Rob Fox for the tires, just he believes in me so much, it's sick, and then FMF, Joel, my brother back home, I wrote his number and it worked out pretty good. Yeah, just everyone believes in me. Thank you so much. I've put in a lot of work for this and it's definitely paying off.
It is paying off, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for your champion. It's Lachlan Turner. All right, we're going to welcome up Mike Burkeen. He's from the AMA. He's going to give you your number 1 plate. She's got a couple of these, but I'm sure it just feels sweeter every time. Hold it up for him, Lachlan Turner. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Sophia. Congratulations, Lala Turner, great ride. Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. The gate is down. Mason Rayner went in 5th. Vinny Way, 4th. Trinity Bachelor in the top 3 going to the gate. Deacon Dino, could this be your championship run here? You're tied with 3 points, also with the 95 of William Caniger. What do you think on this start?
I think Deacon Dino is taking your words to heart as he has put himself in the number 1 spot and leads your pack through the 10 Commandments here on lap number 1.
Yeah, we'll give a little bit of credit here to Carson Woods, as he was actually credited with the whole shot, but good call there, Zach, as Deacon Dino sends that KTM to the front of the pack very quickly.
William Caniger in the number 2 spot across the line. Mason Rayner, Vinny way up inside the top 5. So some big names up front early. Has seen a couple of riders tipping over as they make their way into Storyland West.
All right, here we go. Gavin Moon back there with a pretty decent start up around the top 6, but this is a story right here out of Storyland. Could Carson Wood be the spoiler, Zach?
It's entirely possible. We keep waiting for the flash there from Carson Wood. He's been lightning off of the start, but had mistakes in the moto that have cost his overall results. So, like a lot of these riders, he's looking to end the week on an exclamation point, and what better way to do that than to try to make a pass around Deacon Dino as he marches his way forward.
Dino now takes that line, but there's that inside line, Zach. Yep. We've seen so many times this week. Kevin Windham, here they come as they buzz the tower.
Flying by. This is going to be a good one. It's setting up perfectly as we are going to try to hand out another championship in 20 minutes from now in our Schoolboy 2 12-17. You can't ask for a better start to this race.
They're checking in now with the captain. I see the green flag. It's all systems go for Deacon Dino, Carson Wood, and Caniger. There's Vinny Way, but better look out. Gavin Moon, he got that start. He's right up in there. Let's see how that transpires by the time we hit lap number 2.
Yes, we put a lap in the books. Wood re-secures that 2nd place spot. Caniger in 3rd. Vincent Way jumping up into the 4th place spot. Trinity Bachelor, he was in the backside of the top 10, now on that top 5 bubble.
It looks like a 2-bike breakaway right now. They're getting a little gap. The push to Deacon Dino is coming from Carson Wood on that Star Yamaha. You better believe Bobby Regan's back listening to his star pupil to see what he's got to say, but I know Luke from Pro Circuit is keeping his eye on Vinny Way.
There's some heavy hitters up front early as Wood, a large jump through the 10 Commandments, closes back in on Dino, and would not be surprised to see these guys yo-yo back and forth with this gap for the rest of the moto. As these were some of the favorites coming into the week, Wes, like we talked about, you don't have those first 2 motos you're looking for. It's still not over yet. You can end things with a bang and show what could have been.
William Caniger, the one right now with some pressure on him. He knows what he has to do as he's tied with Deacon Dino with 3 points coming in this moto. He's got to get around Woods, Carson Wood, that is, really quickly here. But that is a tough feat. But You do not want to let Deacon Dino get away. He's been looking sharp and in control of that KTM, riding it flawlessly all week long, and he's got to go to work if you're Kennegar.
Carson Wood wanted to have one of those rides where, hey, maybe I might be in the championship run, but I'd love to get a moto win and get a gold medal and put my bike up on the box. So could he be the spoiler, get up there and maybe do a little bamboozle with Deacon Dino and Kennegar slip by? There's a lot of scenarios here, Zach. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and to your point, Wes, we've already heard that today on the podium. A couple of riders saying, hey, things didn't go my way in the first few motos, but I did want to leave everybody with knowing what I could have done if everything went right.
Yeah, that was Wyatt Thurman put an exclamation point on that.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, no! Get off. Woo!
See, that's going to be the, 20? Yeah.
Might be Devin Cook down.
It could have, yep.
28 there, riding in 9th there, 1 lap prior. He is going to fall back. Keep an eye on him, Wes Caney.
Yeah, he's starting to get up. He's okay.
Good.
Just got a little. Hey, that's a tough section. We've called it all day. That is changing, and that could change after your side lap. 2 laps into that, the line was there. It's not there. He's getting back up on his trusty speed and getting back in the dogfight.
Let's go ahead and fight it out. You got one more opportunity here before the ranch experience is over for the 44th running. So tough break, but he'll remount and make the best of it.
Back to the front we go as we watch Carson Wood on that Yamaha machine trying to chase down Deacon Dino, which is not something that we've seen so far this week. Dino really been the dominant, especially once he gets some clear air out front. He got another good start here late in the week, and he's making the most of it.
Deacon Dino got the same plan, I believe. He opened it up, and he got the same game plan as Sawyer Geek. Get the KTM bike out front and get away from everybody.
Yeah, he copied, pasted.
Hey, here it is. Here's your orders. Here's your orders, guys. Get it done.
Well, getting away is what he's trying to do, but Carson Wood keeping him honest. Last lap around, they both ran a 54-second lap time. Deacon Dino just 0.2 faster, so Carson Wood still in the game and trying to mess up Deacon Dino's game plan there.
Look at this coming out of Storyland. A couple of our riders slicing the dice, and as we flash back to that lead group here, they're getting ready to buzz by us in the tower, headed into that Thor Sand sweeper. And I'm telling you what, if you're William Cannegar and you can't quite get to the rear wheel, best case scenario, Wes and Kevin, is he wants Carson Wood to apply that pressure to Deacon Dino and slow the pair down.
And here we go. Applying pressure. What he's doing, he's around the outside. Is he going to have the drive as they come to the finish line? Yes, he is.
What a pass.
Carson Wood takes over the lead, and that is exactly what Cannegar wants to see. Dino not in the game plan, and now Deacon Dino is going to have to look ahead of him and behind him as we have 3 laps in the books.
Yeah, Deacon Dino can't let the wind get out of his sail on that when he made that pass. And you can't play when you know that you're tied up with that young man, Cannegar, and he's back there. I'm sure the board has already said 95 -1. You got to be careful. And here he comes. Cannegar firing at him. He sees a crack in his armor and going at him, Kevin.
Yeah, Cannegar is going to have to also play the same game that Deacon Dino, and what I mean by that is that Vinny Way is keeping him honest there. Don't take the 27 out of the game. Vinny Way is putting some pressure on Cannegar, excuse me. So there are tons of layers of challenge here for these riders as they try to bring it home.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, Trinity Bachelor not far back there as well. We saw him up front leading and tip over yesterday in the second moto out front. So best believe maybe a little chip on the shoulder of what he can show here in Moto 3 as well.
Top 10 as they check in with the captain. Carson Wood out front with a great pass just out of Storyland. Deacon Dino in second, Cannegar third, Vinny Way fourth. Bachelor 5th, Rayner 6th, Lawton 7th, Moon 8th, Bussey 9th, and Davis in 10th with Jet Kellogg knocking at the door in 11th.
And I am really impressed by what I'm seeing by Carson Wood. Impressed but not surprised. I think this is something we all knew that the Star Yamaha rider was capable of, just has not been able to put all the pieces together so far. But a 152.9 on that last lap. And guys, this one could be even faster.
I can't wait to see this one because he is throwing the hammer down and now pulling a little bit of a lead there on the 19. Like, not insurmountable, but that was a very impressive lap for Carson Woods. Let's wait and see what the time is when they check in here.
Now, Deacon Dino sees Woods start pulling away. Is that going to make him deflate a little bit? I hope not, because Cannegar looks like he's starting to close the gap up on the back of Dino.
He absolutely has to, as the camera here on Racer TV focuses on the 27, and that's partly the reason why Cannegar is going towards the front, is because he is being pushed by the 27.
Look at that, Wade using those far outside lines, avoiding the braking bumps.
Not the fastest lap time that we've seen this week, obviously, but a 51, super impressive because he is 3 seconds faster than Deacon Dino and Kanigher on the last lap, so that is why the gap has grown so quickly for Carson Wood.
Yep, Carson Wood a 151.9 late in the day of racing, and I believe a 148.09, the fastest lap, and that was the second moto of the day yesterday by Deacon Dino.
Wow.
Exactly. So Wood got to feel good about knowing that he is currently outrunning the guy with the Oakley fastest lap of the week.
Yeah, Carson Wood definitely got some under the hood and in the tank for this one here, guys.
Into the back of Storyland they go. There you see William Kanigher tied for the overall championship here.
All right, they got to roll the toll bridge back there, the old toll tunnel.
Yeah.
Got the flags out, see everything's okay back there. They're making sure, and here they go. Hop, skipping, and jumping through there. Everybody's got to adhere to those flags, and here comes your leader now.
Yeah.
Out of 20 miles of bad road. Go ahead.
Good job for the guys for rolling it. You would hate to put this championship in the hands of Mike Burkeen on a rule infraction, so all the guys up there in the front definitely checking up and respecting the flags there. So good job from the boys, because the battle is on and the emotions are rolling. So great job paying attention to the flag, boys.
I think Kanigher might have something. We're not even in the very top core of this.
Halfway flag
now.
just came out.
So that next half is an eternity here. We've seen it, especially when it gets down to the 2-lap board out here. Anything can happen. What do you see, Kevin?
Now we see a breakaway lap for Carson Woods. Now he's settling back in, 51 to a 54. So he's fallen off 3 seconds there. Don't know exactly what's going on. Oh, I know why. We rolled the jump.
Yeah.
So Carson Wood's still in the mix there. But Deacon Dino answering because he also ran a 54.
All right, Katie better bar the doors down this one. This one here is shaping up to be a dandy here on this Chamber of Commerce Day here at the Dude Ranch. Trinity Batchelor, Rayner, Lawton, Moon, Davis. Good to see Riley Bussey up there in the top 10. Jet Log 11. Jacob Hogg been working very hard out there in 12th. Logan Edwards 13th. Jackson McCarty 14th. Blake Lisby 15th. And Grayson Townsend finds himself in the top 16.
Guys, I am literally on my feet. We have 3 motos left.
Crazy.
I mean, the battles have just been so intense. 2 after this, yeah. 2.5 motos left is what we have to be exact. Thank you, Megawatts. And we are on our feet and just have no idea what's going to happen here. Such exciting racing. And I can't wait to bring it home for the last 2.5 races. They promise to be awesome. But right now we are in the middle of Schoolboy 2, and we are looking at battle there through the 10 Commandments. That is
number 25. Looks like he's going through there.
58, Dustin Davis there in the front of this four-rider battle here. 74. Riley Bussey also making a pass, going back into Storyland. Oh, one rider has to double.
Bussey, one of those riders that went with Jeff Cernick over to Europe, to England, for the junior Team USA ride, and showing his skills here today.
Yeah, this is 8, 9, 10, and 11 we're watching on screen as Gavin Moon, Dustin Davis, Riley Bussey, and Jet Kellogg all go to war in the backside of the track. Getting ready to launch into that Rocky Mountain sand section. Going way outside is one of the Yamaha riders. Cuts back to the inside right at the very end. Slams the door on the number 96.
Very important laps here. I'm looking at the leaderboard. They're checking in. Vinny Way just across the line here. Carson Wood 52, Deacon Dino 53, and Kanigher at 54. Kanigher cannot lose toe at Deacon Dino. It is all on the line right now. It's a tough feat, but you got to do it. You got to find a way. You got to dig deep here.
We're looking at Dino down that long short chute as he goes to the outside. Oh, he dips inside, Zach. You got to look at him over there, and here he goes. Triple, double out, and here comes Kanigher.
Yeah, you said it, Wes. Taking a look out the window. It's late in the week. This track is starting to dry up and get some of these square edge bumps as well, especially in that long short chute. And Dino doing a great job of keeping the KTM under control, hard on the brakes before in that 10 Commandments.
There's a shot by the mechanics area by our Racer TV drone. I see the 51 coming through. There is the 58 up and running. We got to look at him as he comes through. Great job out there, Dustin Davis, and the 74 ride of Riley Bussey on Racer TV.
You saw him hopping through those braking bumps.
Popping. You got to hop through.
Used to be a straightaway. Now it's just a triple section.
Well, this guy here, I believe, was 42. I looked out the window. He hit a braking bump going into the outside line before the 10 Commandments and actually skipped off of that. And I thought he was going for a ride and tucked it back in and made that turn. Wow,
a lot of talent out there on the track. They can navigate the toughest of tracks, and a tough track is what they have right now as it's really chewed up. Later stages of the day here.
Whoa, looking out the window here. I know we don't have it on Racer TV, but Deacon Dino got dangerously close to going down in that Thor Sand sweeper. So clearly pushing the pace and well aware that his title competitor is right behind him.
Could that add a little life now to Kanigher? If he sees something like that, he thinks he's rattled, he could drop that hammer. I see him now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with it, Wes. I just don't think Kanigher close enough to realize there's blood in the water quite yet. If he can get a glimpse of Deacon and a couple of these, I don't even want to call them mistakes, but just close calls as a rider that gives you a little bit of motivation saying, hey, maybe he's starting to break, maybe I can chase him down.
Well, the other part of that, Zach, is the fact that it's a heart rate spike. Like every time you almost fall down, it's a holding the breath, it's a tightening of the handlebars, and you get a spike in the heart rate. But right now, Deacon Dino, even with the few very small mistakes, Kanigher is currently losing toe, so that is
just a little bit. Yes,
that's not good for Kanigher and his hopes for a championship.
Kanigher does seem like he's settling down into the pace. I don't know if he's going to step back a little bit. You can't let him get too far because there's no way you're going to make that time up or that gap.
Yeah, Kanigher kind of balancing. Do I go for the title? I don't want to throw away. Whoa, look at that. I don't want to throw away the overall podium as well.
What do you see?
Looks like that might have been the number 12, Logan Edwards, getting the door slammed in his face just after the finish line.
Yeah, the 51 there, right? Was that?
Believe so.
Yeah, slamming the door right before the tunnel of love. That's not very inviting as you're heading towards the tunnel of love.
That's the tunnel of not even friends.
That's a tunnel. I'll see you in the compound there.
Tunnel that just walked right past you.
Oh, God. All right, good job out there, Zach, calling it. K-Dub up here, the Hall of Famer, the legend, getting his analysis like the Tony Romo in the booth. He can dissect the play, he can dissect the track, let you know what's happening out there. What do you see, K-Dub?
I see the 25 going around the outside for a sec. We're not going to give up just yet. The 12 still fighting for it. Their handlebar, look, this is one of those things where we see them side by side through the entirety of the storybook section of the track. They are still side by side. That's going to be your number 25 of Jackson McCarty, and I believe Brennan Harrison up into the mix there.
Brennan Harrison, a soldier in his own right.
Brennan Harrison was a rider that I saw in the very back on lap 1. He had a mistake. He was not in the back on the start, but somewhere going in the storyland early in the race. I saw him in practically dead last, so good comeback for the 49. But still only up to 16th, not where he wants to be, but a hard charging fight to end out the week here at Loretta Lynn's.
Man, did you see the dance of McCarty's rear end coming into that corner? I wasn't sure he was going to be able to get her turned in time. Wide open, and it looks like the KTM trying to go along with him, the number 49.
All right, here they go. They're coming down the boulevard as they jump down in that sandy section. K-Dub, these guys getting after right here. The number 49 looking good.
Yeah, Brennan checked up on the progressive launch. He's going to take the inside of the sand section. Not sure how it works out. We'll check time and scoring in a second as we move on to another battle here in Billboard section.
Battles everywhere out here. Landmines going off, claymores, the whole 9 yards.
I think we can check that side plate, or at least the back. Okay, that's going to be the 58, right? Yep, Dustin Davis.
Yeah. 58, 59, I believe.
I think he's battling with Jet Kellogg there on his 51 Yami. They go down the long, short chute.
Yep, 58, Dustin Davis looking good in there. And our leader out front, still Carson Wood, running at 154. Dino, Kanigher, Wade, Bachelor, and Raynar round out your top 6 in this Schoolboy 2 1217 BC Extravaganza.
Watching them make their way back into Storyland once again. The 58, a good drive up the inside, but got a bit of a kick coming out of that rut. Going to funnel into the same line as they launch back into Storyland. And he's trying to work, boys. He's looking left, looking right. He's doing everything he can, but just not quite able to make it happen, as it sounds like the 2-lap card has come out. 2 to go for Carson Wood in what is, without a doubt, I believe, the best ride of the week for him. Putting the pieces together so far, just needs to bring it home for 2 more laps.
Like threading a set of shoelaces in your shoes. He has threaded this track together. He stringed it together. And finally, he can leave here, and this is the last ride, saying, hey, I got me a gold medal. I figured this thing out finally.
Yes, he has. He's looking strong right now. This has been a picture-perfect moto there. He had to pass Deacon Dino, which, look, I got to say, that might be – he's got the fastest time of the week, Deacon Dino. That's not easy for anyone to do. He took control of this early and set smooth sails. So, like you said earlier, I'm sure Bobby Reagan and the boys are checking this performance out and saying that we need more of that right there.
And they'll get it out of him.
Oh, absolutely.
He's still young. He's still young fella there. They work hard over there, so.
And we kind of talk about the tone of the week being set as well. You remember early this week, Carson Wood out front leading that opening lap and then just sliding out on the face, coming together with that structure just on the finish line. And he shook it off. We saw him posting on social media, says back to work we go. But what a good way to cap off a week that ultimately you probably know he had higher expectations.
Well, that's a good thing about these third motos. You can use them to showcase. If you had a couple rough ones out there like we saw Wyatt Thurman, go ahead and put an exclamation point. You're only as good as your last ride, and this is the one throughout the week. If you didn't win a championship, they'll remember this one.
Yeah, you'll certainly remember the win, but you will also remember the title, and the title right now is set to be handed out if things continue to go the way they are for the number 19 coming by the tower and into the Thor sand sweeper.
2-lap board out.
Yeah, 2-lap board is out. That should be coming.
White flag now.
White flag now, as we are going to look at the 19 for a little bit more, as credit needs to be given both to Carson Woods, our race leader, but Deacon Dino, man, what an incredible week if he can just hold on to what he's got for one more lap. Kanigher has conceded, I believe. He's not in the position to make a run at Dino, so Dino needs to just bring this thing home for the championship. And now we're back to the guy who's about to go get a medal here.
Yeah, the 26 of Carson Wood going to get to chat it up with Sophie Phelps down on the podium. You see the little glance over from the 26. How hard do I need to push things on this final lap?
Let's go with not very hard.
Hey, you're managing right now.
Yeah, I think he's got this one, Nev. This one's got to feel good. It's a good feel-good last lap here. Knowing that, hey, you got out there and showed them what was up.
Yeah, this is, I'm very curious to listen to the interview because I think we're going to see a lot of emotion from Carson with some expectations coming into the week. Bad luck that not is necessarily his fault. This is the exact thing he wanted to show all week long, and he's getting her done here in the final moto of the week for him. Carson Wood launches his way back out to Storyland. What a story it is here in this third moto. Through the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper. What starts as a smooth highway turns into 20 miles of bad road down there. Oh,
pay the total rock and roll.
Yeah,
and Carson Wood actually dropped a couple quarters in there on that Pennsylvania Turnpike.
He missed that first hole in the first moto, and then he said, wait a second, I know where my quarters are at, and now he's paid.
Now here you go, you get a moto win. Because the dog days of summer here at the Dude Ranch will strike down the visions of a championship, and they're going to bring it in.
Here we go, one more trip through the Bermuda Triangle, hopping his way through, going to take a wide line here, and a fantastic close to the week for the 26 of Carson Wood, going to grab the moto win. Meanwhile, we turn our attention now to the 19. Deacon Dino going to cross the line, second in the moto, and with that, going to wrap up your Schoolboy 2 12-17 BC Championship. He is fired up.
Look at him. Yes, he is pumped. He is so fired up.
William Kanigher does cross the line in third place. Just going to miss that title, but will get second in your championship. Vincent Way, fourth in the moto, and rounds out your overall podium here in Schoolboy 2. Looking like Trinity Bachelor, a solid run. Going to close out the motos with a fifth place finish. All right, taking a look. Looks like Chase Lawton, Mason Rayner, Jet Kellogg, Dustin Davis, and Riley Bussey, your top 10. We'll wait for them to officially come through the stripe, but no question about it. The smile on the face. Hey, get these gloves off. I am pumped up. I am ready to spray some champagne.
Give me my gold
He's
medal.
got a brand new custom OGO 9800 waiting on him. Custom. I was talking with Pilo, all custom made for the champions. Sending it home. They are awesome.
Monster Mike jumping in there, camaraderie, just like Megawatt will hug all us up as we head out the door.
That's what it's all about.
We'll leave here. Hugging. Megawatt will stay here all year until we come back in here.
That was cool too, Kevin. What we just saw, Kanigher and Dino hugging it out there. Those were the two title competitors.
Yeah,
yep,
it's good.
Good racing from both of those riders. Everybody running clean and just pushing the pace. All right, well, let's get ready to send things down. We got a podium celebration coming up with our Schoolboy 2 class. Let's send it down to Sophie Phelps.
right, guys, I'm down here on the podium. We got William Kanigher up here. He is our third place finisher, Moto 3 of Schoolboy 2. Everyone give it up for William. William, that was a great ride, and you've been on the podium every single moto this week. Talk to us about how you developed that consistency.
Yeah, just clear mind. No real expectation. Just I know what work I put in the off season, and just kind of let it show. Try to be as consistently as possible and execute all the steps. Start, get away from the pack pretty quick, and if I didn't get a good start, just try to pass people. I mean, it's pretty simple. So I'm happy with my week. There's still definitely some more. Gate pick kind of screwed me over a little bit in the other class, but it is what it is, and I think my riding showed some good effort this week.
Tell us how you did it in this moto specifically. Walk us through it.
Yeah, got off to a decent start and was behind Deacon for a little bit, and just kind of halfway through we kind of settled in and just try to bring it home, honestly. The lappers aren't too great out there, so yeah, third place that moto, can't complain. Good way to end the week. And yeah, time for some time off for a little bit.
Who would you like to thank?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, all my friends and family that came out to watch me this week. Matt Bishalia, Brandon Hartraff, Kyle Cheeseman, the whole Future MX team, Brian, RJ, they helped me out so much. Cody and Cameron, everybody back home that supports me. Tyler from Power Band, DCR, FMF, and just everybody else, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your third place finisher. Give it up for William Kanigher. All right, and I'll get our moto winner on up to the stage. Let's get a round of applause for Carson Wood. Carson, great ride, and what a way to end off the week. Talk to us a little bit about your week here at Loretta Lynn's.
Man, it's been a struggle in the beginning. I should have came in here with the 1-1, but you know, just crashes, you know, just stupid mistakes. But yeah, it was good. I got a good start. I think I was in second, and then I passed Deacon in the back, and then just kind of rode maybe like 60%. I wasn't trying to push it that much, so yeah, it was a pretty good moto.
It was a good moto indeed. Can we expect to see you back here next year in the Pro Sport class?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha, Pro Taper, Thor Alpine Stars, Al, my mechanic Talon, everyone here helping me, my trainer Swanee and Jeannie, and God for keeping me safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's your moto winner, and his name is Carson Wood. All right, we'll get this 26 bike off the stage if we can, and we'll bring up the bike of the champion. Sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to welcome with me your champion 2025 in Schoolboy 2 with 1-2-2 moto scores. It is Deacon Deno. Deacon, what a week you have had, setting fast laps, winning motos. Walk us through all of it and tell us about your emotions right now.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. I mean, I don't even think it's sat in yet. I mean, I don't think I realized what I've just done. These are some of the toughest classes at the ranch, and I just won both of them. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's kind of surreal. I don't think it's sat into me yet, but yeah, I'm sure it will in the next couple hours. So yeah, I'm pumped. It's been a crazy week.
I'm sure it is surreal. And can we expect to see you next year here in the Pro Sport class?
we'll see. Things change pretty quickly, you know. People get a lot better pretty quick, so we'll see. A lot of people have gone to B, just straight to pros, and maybe I can be one of them, so we'll see. I'm enjoying this week a lot because I'm not sure if I'll be here next year. So yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I guess we'll have to see.
Sounds like a good plan. Who would you like to thank?
I can't thank the Lord up above for keeping me safe all week, and all the racers out here, everyone here. My parents, they do so much for me. I'm so grateful. Put in so much work. The whole Orange Brigade crew, Derry and Jed, they've done so much for me. Brownie, Styles, Gavin, my trainers, they've done a lot for me. We've been working super hard. It's not just something that happens in 1 year, it's something that happens over 5 years. So I'd like to thank all of them and everything they've done for me. Dunlop Tires for getting me off to a great start. Twisted Development for the rocket ship all week. It's been working good. Pro Taper, TCD Suspension, Guts, DID Chain, Monster Army, Monster Mike, AP Designs for the sick helmets, Renin USA for the sick kits, Alpine Stars Christian for the boots, and 100% for the Vision all week, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Deacon Deno, he is your champion. We're going to welcome up Mike Burkeen. He's going to present the #1 AMA plate. You can hold that if you want. There you go. Let's take both. All right, Mike Burkeen's going to present that #1 plate. We're going to wait for this start here in the we're going to wait for this start here in the mini bike class. Then we're going to see Andrea Lieb up here on the podium. She is from On Track School, here to present this scholarship. Loretta Lynn's is a scholarship race from On Track, and this is a scholarship class. So $350 that Deacon Deno can put to an educational fund. Thank you very much, Andrea Lieb. And now, once again, let's give it up for our champion in Schoolboy 2, Deacon Deno. Back up, P-Boys in the tower.
All right. Thank you there, Sophia. And as this 65cc 10 to 11-year-old race is off and rolling, I'm sure you might have saw on the far side over there what we've been calling the Bermuda Triangle. Miss Lori Daniels has been making her way over. We fondly know her here at Loretta Lynn's as Mama. She has been a flagger here at the ranch for 30-plus years. Once again, Lori Daniels. All the riders that have came through here, I got to hear her. Hear it myself the other night. She got her Lifetime Achievement Award. It was a surprise, and it was priceless to see the look on her face. In her speech, Megawatt, she said everybody that has made their way through a section, whether they were in the 50-plus class or in the 50 class, they were one of her kids. Everybody, I want you to please give it up for Lori Daniels over there in the sand section. 30 years of flagging here at Loretta Lynn's.
A huge round of applause, Jackson. I was there at that Lifetime Achievement dinner. The emotion broke down into tears, and she said, I'm a flagger, I'm a part of the moto community, but I'm a mama first, and I treat every rider that came through my section like one of my kids. 30-plus years. You think about the number of riders, the number of superstars that have come through her corner. K-Dub puts his hands up in the air. We can't thank you enough. Wes is saying his kids, everybody, Dean, myself, all of these folks have been able to do what we love to do thanks to the amazing flaggers, and a huge congratulations to Lori on that Lifetime Achievement Award.
And Lori going to be over there flagging for one more class here, and no better one than this 65cc 10 to 11. Once again, Lori, we thank you for all of your service here, not only to Loretta Lynn's, but to MX Sports and everybody that has made it through one of your sections.
Yep, we love you, Lori. We appreciate everything that you do, and you're always a part of our Loretta Lynn's family, and you flag for us anytime, absolutely. It's just so cool, and it's so cool to see us celebrate this as well, Jackson, because it does show the unsung heroes that are our flaggers, how much it means to them as well to be a part of this event.
Yep, and Lori, you're always going to be mama to us. Once again, we love you. Thank you for all of your service.
Now let's take a look on track, that 65 10 to 11 class. Your top 5 coming into the championship moto. Talon Hinson 5th, Jax Baker 4th, Weston Otto in the 3rd place spot, Levi Guy 2nd, and Cannon Zabnik out front in the championship chase. But in this moto, Weston Otto leads the way on the 72, Jax Baker and Racing Kyler 2 and 3, Beckett Burke and Beckham Smith, your top 5. So watching right now is, couldn't quite tell who that was launching back into Storyland. Your whole lead group still bar to bar, as I believe one of our early race leaders actually went down on lap 1. So we've had a few lead changes already. And look at this, side by side, the 29 and the 23. That's going to be Beckham Smith and Beckett Burke going at it for the 4th place spot.
Wes Kane, check it out. Good to see our boy Weston Otto there. Off to a hole shot at the beginning of this race. Give a little credit for his position here early in the 65cc 10 to 11 class.
Man, did you just see that, Kato? There was 2 riders in that battle, then all of a sudden Ken Zabnik showed up and got in between them almost immediately. The 55 is marching his way forward after a tough start. He was 7th the last time across the stripe. I think he's already up to that 5th spot, maybe even 4th.
Fourth.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see where things check in as they come around to pass timing and scoring. Again, like you said, Ken Zabnik in control of this. Levi Geist just a couple of points back in the championship. We'll look to see where these riders have moved up as they come around to complete lap number 2.
Seeing some yellow flags waving, rider down. That's the 34 just beside the tower.
That Geist?
That's Geist.
Wow, a huge change right there. As the 34 just now able to get that Cobra fired up and pointed back the right direction.
That's going to hurt, and that may open up the door for Weston Otto. He's sitting 3rd in the championship on 9 points, currently in the lead of this race. So things are going to get dicey here with Kanan Zabinick, Weston Otto, and Jax Baker's actually up there in the top 3 as well. Beckham Smith, that's for the overall, right? So I'm looking on the overall side. Weston Otto, Baker, Smith, Zabinick, and Burke. They're the top 5 in the running order in this particular moto.
Man, take a look at this massive group of 65 riders. This is the tail end of the top 10, arguably all the way back to the top 20, Wes. There's a whole, what is it, a gaggle of them.
A gaggle of them, I'm telling you, they're flying south for the winner, and they're all in flying formation right there.
We're looking at the battle for 10th and 20th, all in the same frame.
Yeah, they're good. No, all the way from 1st to 20th. All the way.
Look at that, moving over, taking a wide line away from the number 2. Talon Henson, Wes Kane just points out back there in the 12th place spot. He's going to start marching forward as well.
Wow, that was a good call. All right, Tucker takes
right
it
down. That's going to be the 28.
After Hall.
He's trying. You can see it in the background. He's still trying to remount. And get fired up.
A big tumble right there, headed back into Storyland as well. One of those riders I saw get a kick, headed to that inside line. He went flying. So riders dropping left and right, Wes.
Got a kick.
Yeah, they were deep into Storyland. We weren't able to catch a number. We'll have to wait till they come around for timing and scoring to figure out which rider that was. Now it's 46 on the screen. We got so much going on right now. He's Levi Letty. He is right there in the top 10, currently 10th place.
Yeah, looking good out there. A lot of notables back there. Racing Kyler, our early champion yesterday, setting a record back in 18th to 54. Will not stay back there long, Kevin Window.
No, she'll be on the move for sure. She's had an incredible week and not where she expects to be. We'll see what she can do with the remainder of this moto right now. But, man, everywhere you look, we have something happening on the race course. There's a lot to keep up with here for us 3 and Racer TV and everybody on the fence line as things are changing by the moment.
Well, and it's tough. It's the end of the week. Everybody worn down. It's been a fantastic long week for everybody. We're 3 wide through the Bermuda Triangle. This track's starting to catch some of these riders off guard. It's chewed up. It's beat down. It's got some square edge as Talon Henson misses all those square edges, launches his way past a couple of riders, slams into that berm over the Tunnel of Love, and picks up 2 spots within about a corner.
Almost off the track on that one, Zach. He just got a handful of brake, front and rear, and brought her back in.
Hey,
yep.
He keeps it between the Cherubies markers. That's all that matters, Wes.
Yeah, you
far
stay
left,
there.
far right. He's in the track, and he is rocking and rolling.
Don't go into giggle weeds. All right. Eli Herrick back going to number 66. Talon Henson. See if those 2 guys can work together. There's the 29 of Burke and the 11 of
Ospina, I believe.
Ospina.
You saw him with a little glance over down the long short shoot as well. He takes the inside. Going to try to double his way through.
I think that's Henson. Henson's starting to come into picture frame. He's getting a push. There's Levi Letty. Keep an eye on that young speedster, the number 49.
Wow, those riders got close there as Letty slams the door on the 28. 28 has to check up, head to the outside.
Back into Storyland they go. Looks like a lot of these guys kind of hugging that inside roller, piecing those insides together. Look at the deep inside rut there. Is he going to be able to get enough drive? The 11 of Ospina doing a great job of defending from the outside and hangs on to it for now.
All right, keep it on Yamanik and Berg. Yamanik makes 7.5. Jax Baker having a great ride, still in second. Western Auto checks in. They're running 4 guys running the same lap time, 2:15. Hard to make him any ground like that.
Man, this is an impressive performance here to close out the week. Weston Auto and Jax Baker 1 and 2. And shout out Beckham Smith as well, a 6th and a 15th coming into this third moto, trying to show what he's capable of on the number 23 as well in that third place spot.
Still watching the battle here between Levi Letty and Martin Ospina.
I'm getting a look at
this. Look at this battle.
Yeah,
we're through the Thor sweeper, but we jump now to another battle. Like I said, everywhere you look at this race,
they're battling.
There's battles
They're
everywhere.
arguing. They're doing whatever it takes out there. Hand gestures, tomato sandwiches. It doesn't matter. They're just throwing everything they got at each other, trying to get the position.
Now we're checking out Beckham Smith as they're through the billboard in the mechanics area. As soon as we take a look at Beckham Smith, we flash back to the number 55, Zabanik. Zabanik is, I said that kind of chill. Zabanik, he is the one in control of the championship right now, but man, I just don't think you can count anybody out as things are getting shaken up, not lap by lap, but corner by corner.
Well, and continuing to shake things up is Beckham Smith on screen right there, the number 23 KTM rider. He's made his way around Jax Baker into the number 2 spot. So Smith continuing to march his way forward with a 2:14.9 on that last lap. Weston Auto, the only other 2:14 we're seeing in the field. Watching Baker now pick his way through. Jax Baker currently sitting second the last time they went across the stripe. We now know he's physically in third. He's third in the overall championship as well, so we'll see if Baker loses a spot. Talon Henson moving his way up. Going to be curious to see how that affects the overall podium.
All right, we're looking Racine Kyler one more time through the whoops. She's picking up a few spots out there, Zach. We knew she wasn't going to stay too long back out of the top 12. So Kyler goes into the top 12. Friera Jr., Sedgwick, and Eli Herrick right around 9th, 10th, and 11th.
There's action all over the track, all the way back into the top 10 and 11, like you were just calling there, Wes Kane. So there we go, Zabanik coming in around again, and as soon as Zabanik goes by here, we see Levi Letty. Levi Letty has overtaken Ospina.
Yeah, Letty was applying the pressure for laps there, so he had been working on that one. Ospina doing a great job of defending, but going to maybe see what Letty's doing, maybe see if he can remount a charge and get back around.
Well, this is huge. This is for the top 5 here, so you got your little battles within battles. You want to make it to the ranch. You want to be top 20, top 10. Now we're talking about top 5.
Yeah.
Well, and expectations are great coming into the week, but by about Wednesday or Thursday, you kind of know where you're at. So, yeah, maybe we wanted a podium, but now let's try to make a top 5
Yeah,
happen.
you make a more realistic goal out there, you know.
So that pass by Beckham Smith there for Jax Baker, as they've come across, on our screen it shows that Jax still has enough to remain third in the championship, and it'll be Weston Auto and Ken Zabanik, but we have a lot more racing to go. They have 5 laps in the books.
Henson hovering.
And that is only the halfway flag there, Wes Kane.
Talon Henson hovering around in 4th in the championship. So I don't know what kind of moves he's going to have to make to bump Jax Baker out of the way, but right now, they're making moves all over the track.
Yeah, Jax Baker came into this third moto with 9 points. He's actually tied with Weston Auto for that third overall. Talon Henson, 12th place, 4th overall coming into this moto. So we'll see how that's going to shake out between Auto, Baker, and Henson for those final few spots on the podium.
Well, right now, Western Auto's got the best seat in the house. Zach, out front, leading this one out.
Absolutely. As we continue to watch this Ospina battle with Levi Letty. Ospina on the number 11. Letty has made his way around into the 5th place spot. And now jumping forward to, looks like a couple of Cobras doing battle. That might be Jax Baker and Cannon Zabanik.
All right, watch them now, Storyland. And there's all kinds of stories being told and chapters written back there. And the books are finally closed on some of them.
We got them all. We got fairy tales, scary stories to tell in the dark. We got it all. As look at this, is that...
That's going to be, that's Zabanik.
That's Zabanik.
Zabanik still putting the pressure there on the 99 of Jax Baker. This battle's been brewing here for a little bit, but something's got to boil over here shortly with these two.
It's like that crock pot. It's set at high steam, and that lid just rattling.
Start whistling.
It's ready. It's ready. It's rattling on the top of that pot.
Hey, he's fired up. He's got the pace. And he was about 3 seconds or so faster on that last lap. So Cannon Zabnik kind of just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to see if he can get around the 99 of Baker. But Baker putting a strong couple of sections together. He opened that back up a little bit, Wes.
He's got a stronghold on the situation right now, you know, and you watch a race and you're like, it won't stay like this long. You're just waiting for that moment of something that just goes, you make you wow and sit on the edge of your seat.
Zabadabadoo here, Cannon Zabnik going at it.
There you
That's
go.
a good one. That's a new one this week. What you been hiding? Why are you waiting for the last to come out with some of those?
New tricks. Got to save it for the last day.
Okay, then. I got
Championship motos.
I love it.
Leave it all on the track.
Tucker Ticks back there in 15th. McBride 14th. Paxson 13th. McPherson 12th. Vieira Jr. 11th. Sedgwick just in the top 10. Shout out for Vandegrift. Racing Kyler. Looks like she might have had a problem out there. I believe she's back to 18th. Was running in the top 12 there at one moment.
Yeah, tough race for Racing Kyler, but still battling it out. Looks like they're circulating around the track. Meanwhile, you can see how hard Cannon Zabnik is pushing that Cobra, dancing around underneath them. And Jax Baker living up to the fight. Both of those guys at 2:18 on the last lap. And Baker actually a couple of tenths quicker than Cannon Zabnik. Was that the mistake right there? Just like that, blink and you miss it. Jax Baker, a little dab coming out of that corner, and that's going to allow Zabnik to pull right up alongside. He's set up on the inside, headed into Storyland, and Cannon Zabnik makes the pass.
You started mentioning lap times there, Zach, and we got 2:15 for first and second, and then look at the riders turning 2:18s. Nearly all of the top 10 there in 2:18.
Yeah, and then it drops off after 9 and 10.
Yeah.
20 and 24. So those guys are really making some moves out there. You got to give it to Western Auto. That guy just showed up.
Yeah, he showed up and checked out.
Yeah, down that express lane over there. Scan your own items and hit that express lane and go on out of here.
Look at this. The battle not done yet. Jax Baker, something to say about that final podium spot. Cannon Zabnik had it made. It was kind of given to him by a mistake from Baker, so Jax not going to be happy about that one as he tries to go back to work and get around the 55 of Zabnik.
Yeah, you love to see like the not lay over and play dead. It's kind of like a counter punch here, like there's still time to go. Let me get back into the mix, and you got to love that because that competitive nature is that's something you can't put in any of the riders at any age. So great to see them sticking with the battle and not time to roll over just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. These kids, they wear their heart on their sleeve. They want nothing more than to be successful. And we hear it a lot of times. If you get past it, can pass that rider right back, it kind of shuts them down. It breaks them just a little bit and says, hey, you might have gotten around me, but I'm going to shut you right back down and get back in front.
And well, right now they're turning, well, Baker fell off the lap time a little bit, a couple of seconds. So it looks like Yamanik might be able to slide away from him right now.
Yamanik.
Yeah.
Hey,
might have been a bobble by Baker. Baker's still there, though.
Oh, absolutely. Look at this. The battle is on.
Look at there, Zach, coming around the outside.
When you say right there, you mean handlebar to
yeah.
Wheel to wheel, handlebar to handlebar, and the 2-lap card is out now. So Jax Baker says, hang on a second, I want this last podium finish. Cannon Zabnik goes wide into the Ten Commandments. Kind of left the door open there, Wes, and Jax Baker says, hey, you open the door for me, I'm walking through it.
Broke one of those commandments. Thou shalt not go wide upon entrance. I will steal this position.
What's that, number 6?
I think it's 6, yeah. There's a bunch of them, but that one's definitely one of them.
I get them confused. So Zabnik not confused at all right now is crystal clear. He's got to get back around Jax Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah, as this battle settles down for just a minute, I'd like to take a little note for the Letty fans out there. He, unfortunately, last lap turned to 226, dropped a couple of positions, so must have missed a small tip over for the Levi Letty crew.
Still, your overall picture looks like this. Cannon Zabnik with the number 1 spot. Western Auto and Jax Baker 2 and 3. Talon Henson has now climbed up to the 6th place spot, but has a couple of points that he has to make up if he wants to be able to steal that last podium spot away.
He's going to need a little miscue by Baker. Something's going to have to give there. He's going to need a little help, and that's what we talk about. Sometimes you need help out here. A little bit of luck going your way.
The white flag going to be coming out, and that little help might just be the 55 of Cannon Zabnik, depending on how crazy he wants to go about getting back around Jax Baker, because he's got to catch back up to him first, K-Dub. Jax Baker has said it was almost like a wake-up call for him. He got back around Zabnik and was gone.
Yeah, that's impressive, too. That's hard to do, especially when you're looking at a potential a very potential class champion there of the Cannon Zabanik. So great job for Jax Baker. And also great job for this little ripper, Weston Otto.
Flawless from the whole shot.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably the only one not in a battle, so we haven't seen him quite as much as credit we need to give this young man. So we'll spend some of this last lap here telling the 75 to all his friends and family and fans that little man's done put on a heck of a ride here to close out 65cc 10 to 11. Another half a lap to go as he's working through the 10 commandments. But really great performance here by Weston Otto.
You got to be pumped when you get a whole shot. So that's a plus. You win the moto, and then you end up top 3 in the championship. That's a win-win-win right there.
Wild Weston Otto, man. That's what it's all about.
Still breaking out new tricks.
That's K-Dub's guy.
I'm getting creative here.
K-Dub found Western Otto out at Ponca City.
Out in the Wild West.
Kind of had him in his little bag of a little favorite guy he always likes to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we've said his name quite a bit. So great talent here and no surprise. And be saying Weston Otto for many years to come.
When you got the Hall of Famer kind of like
checking this dude
out. Checking you out. You got something going there, Weston Otto.
Got something going through those Rocky Mountain sand section one more time.
Oh, yeah.
Light on the front end there, making sure he's able to keep his way through. Going to scrub off this, what used to be a wall. Seems like it's gotten smaller day by day.
Those Dunlops chewing that thing up.
Eating them up. There's Weston Otto getting ready to buzz by us here in the tower. A fantastic race to close out his week, as he's only 2 turns away from grabbing a 3rd moto win and potentially securing 2nd place in the championship.
There we go. Bring us home there, Zach.
Here it is. Wild Weston Otto. And it's said and done. No showdown about it. Weston Otto grabs the moto win. A fantastic ride from Beckham Smith as well, with a 2nd place in that moto, matching lap times with Otto pretty much the last half of the race or so. And here comes the 99 of Jax Baker, going to reclaim that 3rd place spot on track. And if he hangs on to it, should claim 3rd place in the championship. The 99 going to get it done, but 4th place in the moto. 1st place in the championship, Cannon Zabanik gets the job done. Talon Henson just behind him in the 5th place spot. And looks like Martin Espino going to cross the line in 6th. Levi Letty, Caden Sedgwick, Beckett Burke, and Jao Ferreira, your top 10 in 65 10-11 moto number 3. There's your champ, Cannon Zabanik, the smile, the crowd hanging out. Not quite as brutally hot here today, so these guys not desperately running to the monster coolers. And, man, that's what it's all about, the handshakes, the cameras, the high fives. There you see Jax Baker getting ready to dap him up. What a fantastic run as these guys left it all out on the track, K-Dub. And to the victors go the spoils.
Yes, indeed, that is a fact. And congratulations to Cannon Zabanik, all of our 65 10-11 riders, especially Weston Otto, who won the moto. Man, that's some action there.
Yeah.
The little bikes this week have not let us down.
Absolutely not. No, the action just as exciting, if not more so, here in these smaller classes, all the way from our micros up to those Schoolboy and 85 Supermini classes.
There has been no bad racing this week.
There not a single one. The shaft drive has been incredible. From the 50s to the plus 50 to the 450s, it's always the best of the best. Here at the ranch, let's get ready to send things down to Sophie Phelps, standing by at the podium to celebrate with our 65 10-11 class.
guys, I'm down here. We're getting ready for our podium in 65, 10 to 11. Let's welcome up our third place finisher this moto. This is Jax Baker. Jax, what a great moto, especially here at the end of the week when everyone's a little bit tired. How did you get on the podium this moto?
So I got off to a great start. I was pitched off a little on the inside, but we made it work. Went to the inside on the 10, passed a lot of people, and then just charged from there. Got passed by a couple, but I just kept charging.
You definitely charged hard there in that moto. How about the rest of your week? You raced in another class?
Yes, I did race the other class, and I did pretty good in the other class, but I definitely did a lot better in this class.
Well, congratulations, and who'd you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Dunlop, Seven, Sorby, Jamie, Scott, Doji, B99, Alpine Star, Tamer, Rage 54, the whole Tamer crew helping me get those whole shots ready, and everybody else that supports me, thank you.
That's Jax Baker, everyone. Third place, Moto 3 of 65, 10 to 11. Now we'll bring up our second place finisher of this moto. Beckham Smith, we need you at the podium. Here he is. No stranger to the podium. Everyone give a round of applause for Beckham Smith. Beckham, congratulations on the end of a great week. Tell us how you got this second place.
Yeah, it's just how you go up to the line and how you think.
What are you telling yourself before the race?
Go win.
That's a good thing to tell yourself. What did you do to prepare to come out here and get on the podium?
Just probably Greg Dorenzo. He's been helping me a lot, and he's just amazing.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My brother over there, he had a hurt arm, so I just came up here to get a podium. But KTM, Orange Brigade, Darian, Jen, the whole Orange Brigade crew, they've been awesome. Greg Dorenzo, Greg Albertson, Game Moto, Beast Moto Lab, Twisted, Fox, EBS, T-Rex Shuttle, Tate, and everybody else, thank you.
That's Beckham Smith, everyone. Second place here in 65, 10 to 11, Moto 3. And we will welcome up our Moto winner. Everyone give a big round of applause for Weston Otto. Great ride, dude. Awesome to end off with a gold medal. Tell us how you did it.
I got off to a good start, and I just pushed as hard as I could to try to make a decent gap.
Now, how many times have you been up on the podium this week?
Twice.
All right, so this is a big accomplishment. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my whole family, the Wisconsin Cheeseheads, Robs, JM Performance, Q Mods, Refined Construction Services, Tundra Stone, East Coast Gutter Guys, Metro East Moto Photos, Dojis, and everyone else. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Moto winner, it's Weston Otto. All right, Weston's gonna get some pictures there with his medal on his bike. We're gonna move this 72 machine off the podium and prepare to meet our champion, and that'll be Cannon Zabanik. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, with me, prepare to welcome your 2025 65 10 to 11 champion. This is Cannon Zabanik. Cannon, it sounds like we might have a starting line going on behind us, doesn't it? All right, we're going to give them just a second. There we go, because everyone here came to hear what you have to say. This is an awesome jersey, by the way. Who gave you that?
Alpine Star.
Well, that's sweet. Tell us how you got this championship this week.
I just tried to get good finishes, and that's what I did.
That is what you did. How did you prepare to come up here and win this championship?
Did a lot of motos.
That's what it looks like. How was the track that moto?
Good.
I'm glad to hear it. Who would you like to thank, Cannon?
Mom, Dad, Papi, Yaya, Vivo, MTC, Mitten, Cobra. Cobra for the best bikes, Mitten for the best motors, Alpine Star for the best gear, Pro Circuit for the best pipes, Roos for the best graphics, ASV for the best levers, JLR wheels for the best wheels, CP pump, Moto Seat, Recluse, T-Rex, VP, everybody from Cobra, Tyson, T-Rex, and Menden, and everybody else, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's your 2025 champion is Zabanik. We'll welcome up Mike Burkeen. He's from the AMA, and he's going to put your #1 plate. This thing is pretty important. Mike Burkeen is the biggest fan of amateur racing here. Look at him, he loves this stuff. Congratulations, Cannon. All right, one more time, let's give him a round of applause. It's Cannon Zabanik, ladies and gentlemen. Back up to you boys in the tower.
All right, thank you, Sophia, as we are off and rolling with the final moto of the 2025 Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross Championship, Supermini 2, 13-16, no better way to close things out. Let's show you the top 5 coming into this. Nolan Ford in the 5th place spot, Knox Lewin in 4th, Darren Pine in 3rd, Colt Martin 2nd, and Dane Pappas in the #1 spot, and he's battling for the #1 spot, the #2 spot on track. He's got his hands full with Darren Pine. They're chasing after Reese Seba, who is currently out front leading the way. Look at this, the 35 pulls out a triple midway through the 10 Commandments. And this is something that we talked about. We featured it on Radio Fox last night as well. The big triples in the 10 Commandments for these Super Minis is a make or break section, because if they can nail them clean, Kevin, they can make up a ton of time right there.
Yeah, exactly, Zach. And look, a little footnote here to your top 5 rundown. Let me just throw the significance of this. Pine, Lewin, and Ford all have 9 points.
Yep.
Pappas and Martin are tied at 4. So there are so many things that can happen here. Look, 4 is obviously 5 ahead of 9, so that's great. But having 2 riders tied for 1st and 2nd, and 3, 4, and 5 tied with 9. Wow, what a way to end the week, is who knows what's going to happen in this one. Right now, we know that Reese Seba, Dane Pappas, and Darren Pine are doing what they got to do. Colt Martin right there in tow, and that's one of the ones that's tied. Needs to get to the front if he's going to win this championship and take over the points from Dane Pappas, who's currently in control with only about a lap and a half complete. They got a couple of turns to go.
Oh, Darren Pine.
Saw it out the window. Pine time. High flying, railing the outside.
All the way around. Good call.
There was a little blip on the radar screen at a local airport. They checked it out. They thought it was UFO, but it was Darren Pine checking in.
TSA asked, what's that? It's your new leader in Super Mini 2. Dane Pappas moves into the #1 ride. Or excuse me, Darren Pine moves into the #1 ride. Actually puts Pappas back to 3rd now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was Pine that had moved up to the #1 spot. Seba back to 2, Pappas 3, Colt Martin 4.
Gosh, I love this, because now Pappas and Martin are together, and I want to cheer all these guys on, but the championship battle is what we really want to watch right now, and Pappas and Martin are 3 and 4 respectively, tied in points going into the final moto of this 44th running.
Yeah, this is a good run right here. This is Colt Martin gets to show what he's got out there. He won some motos, but now it's time to seal the deal with a championship.
Couldn't ask for a better way to close out the week. All of our favorites tied on points for the championship and for the podium, and they're all up front early. Look at that. Pappas once again gets that clean triple through the 10 Commandments, closes right into the rear wheel of Reese Seba.
Here they come. They make the left-hander. They're clear out of the 10 Commandments now. Pine leads the volley of troopers all the way through back to the Storyland.
Take a look at the watch. It says Pine time as Darren Pine trying to run away and steal a title here in Super Mini 2. He's got an 8 and a 1. No, actually, Darren Pine just trying to survive and get on the podium here. Anything possible, but It's Pine, Lewin, and Ford all tied for that final podium spot. So Colton Martin and Dane Pappas battling a little further in the pack of this moto, but that's for the actual championship.
Here comes a trio now, down 20 miles of bad road, led by Darren Pine.
Look at this. Look up the inside here. This is the championship. The 47-35 going at it through the sand section.
Two-man enter, one-man lead. Who's it going to be, K-Dub?
Well, right now it looks like Colt Martin trying to make it work around the inside, but that was not enough as Dane Pappas still has the position as they fly by the tower and into the Thor sand sweeper. Now it's going to be Colt Martin around the outside. Not going to get it done there, but look at the battle. Now, as quickly as it's almost a Martin and Pappas battle, Pappas is now by Seba.
Whew, that was one of the quickest passes we've seen all day long, K-Dub. He was behind Seba going into that run.
Oh, Seba's going to fire back. Look out. Oh,
it's not over yet. Seba cuts back underneath, but Pappas defends, and Martin actually had some issues exiting that Thor sand sweeper, so he's got to get back into this fight.
Look, there he goes. I think this might be enough. He's going to set up a pass potentially. Oh, and we go back to Ryder down.
Might be.
Let's see if we have a square up here for Colt.
Oh, Martin with the advantage around the outside. Let's take a look.
That all started with the square up around the billboard turn. It was enough to take over Reese Seba's position, and now Pappas and Martin back together for the championship.
Seba driving hard up the inside, trying to get back around Martin, but Martin slams the door. Let's see. Oh, and he doesn't get a good drive through the commandments. He was doing that triple all race long.
Lost a little momentum there, Zach. Colt 47 now. Lock and loaded, pistols blazing. He's going after Dane Pappas.
And best believe these guys know exactly who they're tied with in this championship. Once again, Martin trying so hard to get that power down on the ground and gets a big kick exiting that rut.
Pappas finds himself in a unique situation here. He's got to try to make a pass, but he knows the priority here is to keep Martin behind him, so he wants a little breathing room, but don't be vulnerable and leave it inside open because the 47 will jump in and take the shot.
Here's what he's got to do. He's got to get around Pine, to use Pine as a little bit of buffer to get some breathing room out there.
He's ping-ponging back and forth, offense and defense at the same time as they head through that Rocky Mountain sand section. There you see Dane Pappas trying to fight off the charge from Colt Martin. Meanwhile, Darren Pine trying to run away.
Ooh, they are full send over there. Here they come down the boulevard. Watch them, Zach, on Racer TV.
Man, I'm watching Colt Martin. You can clearly see how hard he is pushing. Feet coming off of the pegs. All of these guys launching the progressive launch now as well. As look at this, Pappas through the Thor sand sweeper a little lower of the corner. How's it going to play out in that Bermuda Triangle?
Well, there he goes. He goes to the outside. Pappas does. And he goes out now. Your third place rider now, Colt Martin, still not able to gain. I wonder if your leader now, Pine's feeling the pressure.
Darren Pine and Colt Martin have to get the progressive launch by the tower down and take the inner line. You made mention of it, Zach. Pappas has got that middle corner of the Thor sweeper, and that is allowing him to tighten up every lap there. So both the rider in front and behind have to figure that out shortly.
Yeah, and that's been the talking point. It's not whether or not you can do the jump, it's how well you can do the corner afterwards with that much momentum. So these guys trying hard to get slowed down and tuck back to the inside to cut off that real estate in the sweeper.
All right, here they go, all three riders. The trio lock and loaded down the long, short chute as they aim their machines into the 10 Commandments.
Here they go once again. Let's see anybody busting out a triple. There goes Colt Martin with one. That's going to help just a little bit.
They had to thread a needle around the back marker.
Yeah,
here they go.
They're tight going into the storyland. It's a 3-pack, but
oh, look at Martin trying to dip in there behind Pine.
That could be for the title.
They are handlebar. They triple into storyland.
Colt Martin.
Oh, look out, a little sweep.
Colt Martin takes second place and control the championship for a moment. Let's see if it sticks.
Pappas not done yet. He's firing back with all cylinders.
Look at this. Pappas knows that is not the guy I want in front of me. Pulls back alongside. He's got the inside.
Oh, they both go for the inside line. Nothing happening there. Everybody on the edge of the seat, back and forth, trying to see what's happening here. Racer TV is lit up.
Look at this, Martin again up the inside. Is he going to push him wide? Not quite able to do it. These guys playing nice so far. Could have seen some contact.
What a race.
There's so much electricity out on the track, Kev. It's like sticking your finger in a light socket.
You're standing more on the edge of the seat. All three of us calling this race from our feet. And look at that. There we go with the triple and the progressive launch for Martin and Pappas. Going back to his line, he did not double into the sand section off of the progressive leap, but still enough. That inside line in the sweeper, that's the part that Colt Martin has got to pick up on.
Yeah, you nailed it there, K-Dub. He is trying to use that length. He's a taller guy in the super mini class, but it is costing the momentum so much, going about as far outside as you possibly can, and he spends the rest of the next lap trying to make that gap up again.
Here we go in front of the billboard now. The battle rages past the mechanics area. Martin didn't get to drive, Zach, as he kind of hooked that run a little too much, and he just needs to make up some ground now.
Yeah, Wes, as they put 5 laps in the books, Colt Martin needs to regroup, take a breath, and figure out what he's doing wrong. Needs to make sure he doesn't have any tunnel vision. Change those lines up and see what Darren Pine and Dane Pappas are doing that keeps allowing them to stretch out. He's got to know he's a little bit quicker there, Wes. He keeps closing the gap up, but he can't make it happen.
Like, he gets dealt the bad line.
Yep.
All 2 riders in front of him are taking the line, so you get the 3rd line, the bad line. That's all you got left.
Well, and as this moto progresses, we're seeing more and more lap riders come into play as well. Look at how that's closed. The
so
top
close.
3 up. They are wheel to wheel to wheel headed back into Storyland.
Guys, we didn't call it as they crossed the start-finish line there that last time. This is halfway of this race. So the last 10 minutes here, we got 10 minutes left to go to decide our champion, and there are, man, it's tighter than it has ever been here. We've had a couple of changes that have changed the championship. Pappas back in control of it, but for how long, we don't know. We'll continue to watch and call it as they head through, pay the toll, and where they heading, West Kane?
They're going to rock and roll down 20 miles of bad road. They threw a couple nickels in there. Oh, look at Martin now. Switches line to the inside.
Man, he's hipping and hopping right there. He's hanging on for dear life, keeping it on 2 wheels.
As close as that was.
Here we go. Watch that line. There's that inside line we've seen all week long.
And he gets the drive, that inside line. The problem's been the exit of the corner. Not this time, as not only does Martin make the pass, I wonder if Pappas had a problem on the exit of that corner. But he goes wide again. Let's see, K-Dub.
Martin around the outside, and look, Pappas regained. Not enough to take the lead this time. Wow.
Not yet. Here they go.
Triangle.
All clear there. Smooth sailing ahead for Darren Pine. Here comes Colt Martin, and then Dane Pappas is going to switch the outcome. Now, the title resting on the handlebars of Colt Martin. Can he hold on to it like K-Dub holds on to it?
Ice cream cone.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, we go to Martin for ice cream, maybe. I don't know. Let's go.
Yeah.
Darren Pine's still in control, but the championship has changed hands. But now it's Pappas' turn to prove that he can be the class
Imagine if you're Colt Martin and you're on him like that, and he decides to dive in that line and leaves that big, nice inside open.
Well, look, just as quick as I was faulting Colt Martin for leaving the inside open in the sand sweeper, Pappas leaves the inside open down this other corner. Is what you see there, Zach.
Yeah, Pappas got a little slideways headed into the 10 Commandments and got cross-threaded, ended up having to roll a couple of those. So he is giving some room now to Colt Martin as Pappas going to have to regroup and get going. Martin, though, still having a couple of sketchy moments himself.
And Martin don't have to pass Darren Pine. You can let Darren Pine go all you want. Pine will finish up 3rd in the championship. But right now, it's between Colt Martin and Pappas, and Colt Martin is in the best seat in the house.
That is amazing. All week long, we've been seeing so many passes happen on the outside. And here we are in the final moto with a championship pass on an inside. Track has been giving us so many options for these riders. The options are limitless, and they change lap by lap. And right now, making the best of it is our friend Colt Martin with Darren Pine in the lead here.
You got to be gingerly through here. Some of the back markers are coming in here. You don't want to drive in, and all of a sudden they decide to make that hard left. What do you see, K-Dub?
Man, I see a lot of action right here. I can't wait for a flyby by the tower. Man, I need a little breather. Man, it's halfway for them. It's halfway for us. We got to take a breath, boys. Take a breath.
Man,
okay, let's get back in the action.
All right, I got it. Well, Pine out there now heading into the Bermuda Triangle. He picks that inside line.
Pappas dabs the foot through that Thor sand sweeper. He's lost a bit more time. Pappas he's got to change that momentum. He's got to get going forward and try to chase down Colt Martin because he's just continued after he made that pass stick.
Watch those lap times. Martin a little bit faster on that one than Pappas, so he's threading it. He's got to keep threading that. You got to keep stringing this track together.
Hey guys, we've been really focused on the top 3, and rightfully so, but we'd also like to give a shout out to Gage Brown and Nolan Ford. Both of those two there in 4th and 5th are running faster than our front 3, so that might be a new mix here with a few laps to go here.
And that's something that we've seen. Yeah, Nolan Ford was dropping faster lap times than anyone else in the class from outside the top 5 earlier this week. He's doing it once again now in the 5th place spot, and he is one of those riders battling.
Look here going into the 10 Commandments, Zach. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Gage Brown's now putting some pressure on Pappas. He is going to triple by. Little lapper on the inside. Let's see how this plays out as they go through the horseshoe.
Pappas stays a little bit wide there, and Brown makes it happen. So Gage Brown striking as drag race out into Storyland, and Brown has the pass made for the moment.
What a barn burner we have as we get ready to close them final chapters.
Yeah,
I mean, the stories, like you said, Zach, have been relentless here.
This is a great book into the week here. One of the best motos we've seen, and it's not over yet as we're watching the battle here. And we got to see Pappas remount another charge, or it is going to be Cole Martin's championship if things stay the way they are. Darren Pine doing his thing.
Pine said, hey, his job is to go out there and win a moto. He's already got a championship, a moto win, and another top 3 in this championship. That'll be a pretty great, a pretty good week there for Darren Pine family.
No doubt. Anybody here in this top 5 at this battle, they've had a great week. Chips may have not fell where you wanted them to, but man, this is some deep talent here in our Super Mini 213-16.
Through that four-stand sweeper is 2 more laps of racing here for 2025 at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. The Super Mini 2 class putting on
quite a show.
Here to close out the day and to close out the week as we continue to watch what looks to be the 19 of Gage Brown charge his way forward. Pappas drops back to 4th. Nolan Ford checks in 5th as there is your leader. Pine time. Darren Pine out front leading the way, and if he's able to hang on to it now.
Nice little dance.
Hangs on to this moto win. He will secure 3rd place in the championship. So he is riding with something to accomplish as well. Does not want to toss this away as close as these points are.
Hey, looking out the window here, we only got a lap to go, but Gage Brown may not be done. He's still charging towards the front, turning 201, a little bit faster than our 1st and 2nd place riders. No, actually just Colt Martin right now. So Colt Martin's in a great spot, but don't let your foot off the gas too much as Gage Brown's still charging hard.
Nah, you don't want anything to hamper your championship. Right now, his board, his mechanic needs to say, full steam ahead. Steady as she goes.
Stay focused, hit your marks, man. This track is brutal right now. It has been all week, and
that's when you get bit, is when you start slacking a little bit.
Well, and I touched on that point earlier. It's late in the week. These guys have done a lot of motos, many of them running multiple classes. It's easy to kind of say, hey, we just got 1 lap, but look at this.
Kato
pointing at it.
Same camera screen here. Is there 20 miles of bad road? Gage Brown, he doesn't care much about the championship. It may not play a part in the battle.
Well,
but
he's in 4th right now in the championship run.
Will that 1 spot be enough for him to get on?
Not sure, Zach.
Yeah, Gage Brown currently sitting 6th in the overall, so he is outside of that battle for the top 5 or the top 3. But again, a point to prove late in the day.
He's actually 4th there if you look on the screen there. Sorry to.
Oh no, I'm talking coming into this race. Yes, as they run right now.
And Gage Brown solidifying himself with a medal, and what's to not say he wants a little better medal? Don't have to take the bronze.
Here we go. White flag out. 1 lap left to go for your leaders. The final lap of racing.
You're Colt Martin. You need to lay the hammer, Colt Martin. It looks like he's easing up a little bit. What's going on?
He didn't triple over there, over that hip.
Oh,
whoa. Who is that?
I don't know.
Colt Martin's off the machine.
Is that Martin?
Is that Martin?
We're trying to find out here.
I think that was the 47.
It is. I see the back of the jersey on the ground. That was Colt Martin.
Something happened.
We have eyes here.
Something happened before that.
He
did not do the hip jump.
Something happened over there before, right at the finish line, for him to get over the tunnel jump.
The tunnel of love turns into the tunnel of heartbreak there. Cole Martin down right after that jump. That is going to be devastating for the Martin camp.
And Martin being tended to by our track crew right there. An absolute heartbreak with 1 lap left to go. And so this is going to change everything. The overall picture now completely different, as there you see what looks to be the 35 of
Pappas.
Dane Pappas, who I believe will inherit the championship here with that mistake.
And that's crazy. Pappas has now slid back to what will be the 6th position, running 7th on our board, but we got to lose Colt Martin out of that top 5. So what a crazy moto. He thinks he's done. It's over. And he looks like he potentially
let's see, we're
be the
trying
one to win that championship.
Line in second to check. Sorry, guys.
Here. Dane Pappas with a 2:27.
Zach has the abacus out.
Yeah, I'm pulling my fingers and toes out here trying to count. So 11 points. This is going to come down to the wire, guys. This could be, because we had a battle, 4 points between Pappas and Martin, and then 9 points for Pine, Lewin, and Ford, third, Ford, and fifth. They're in front of Pappas right now. Yeah,
Darren Pine's going to have it right now.
Pine could take the championship with this.
Imagine that.
A corner away through the Thor Sand Sweeper, the Bermuda Triangle for the final time this week. Ladies and gentlemen, the checkered flag is out. It's Pine time. Darren Pine.
Let's watch.
He has no clue what's going on right now.
Let's watch, guys.
Racer TV, be ready to get Darren Pine on camera when this timing and scoring updates.
Darren Pine knows he won the race. He has no idea.
Gage Brown comes through.
What's about to happen. Great ride.
Brown,
Gage Brown,
Nolan Ford.
Ford checks in third. Still watching that overall chart here on timing and scoring.
Martin
here
has
comes fourth and fifth.
It's not going to be Martin, I don't think, in fourth. I don't think he got remounted.
He is still
so Knox Lewin moves in.
Lewin checks in fourth.
Pine moves up to the champ. Let's see.
Seba in fifth, and that
you got to wait for Pappas to come through.
Darren Pine is your champion in Super Mini 2, 13-16 with that third moto win. There it is on screen. He just found out. He's a champion here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch in the Super Mini 2 class.
That proves you never give up, and that is the irony, the twist of the third motos of Loretta Lynn's. I got goosebumps. They never fail to deliver.
That is the picture-perfect way to close out the week. It comes down to the wire. Pine doing exactly what it needed, thinking he was securing a third-place spot in the overall championship, and that is the face of a surprise champion here at Loretta Lynn's.
Oh, my.
There it is.
What a way to cap off the week.
Wow.
Man. It just doesn't get much better than that. So sorry of unfortunate accident there for the Colt Martin team.
Wow.
That man was doing everything he needed to do, but you keep fighting and fighting to the bitter end. And now Darren Pine.
Yeah, and they're still taking a look at Colt Martin, so hoping that Colt is okay after that get off. Such a heartbreak after such an incredible ride and fight to keep that title hope alive. And our thoughts are with him. But, man, Darren Pine, what a ride. And that's a tough spot to do as well. He was doing everything he could. He was out front. He had to let the other pieces fall where they may. He had no control over it, and it works out in his favor.
If Pappas could have just stayed on pace.
Yeah,
just stayed on pace all the way through and rode his own race and went and finished up second, he'd have been there.
And look what happened to Gage Brown there with a hard-charging second. It's going to be Darren Pine, Dane Pappas, and Gage Brown. That will be the overall top three.
Wow.
On a race.
That's all I can say.
Incredible. That's all I have.
Wow.
Hey,
Words can
enough said.
Well, with that, that means we got one more podium celebration to do. We're going to send things down to Sophie Phelps for the final time here to chat with our Super Mini 2 class.
Hey guys, we're getting this last podium of the week ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, with me, please welcome our third place finisher. This is Nolan Ford. The weekend has been especially off and being the last moto to go. I'm sure you're pretty tired. Tell us all about it.
Not the week I wanted. Been fighting starts, and I was sick in the beginning of the week, but not an excuse. I just need to be better. Good race, though. I fell maybe a little before halfway, and then I just charged through. Yeah.
Sounds good. What are your plans for next year?
I don't know. I'm just focused on
This is a good thing to focus on right now.
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Darian, Jet, Jen, Monster Army, Mike, Nick, my cousins watching from home text me after every race. I really appreciate it. My grandparents, my sisters, 100%, Fly, Hope and Alyssa, FMF Joel, my mechanic TJ for everything he does, JM Suspension, Lynx, and everybody else. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your third place this moto in Super Mini 2, it's Nolan Ford. We will bring up our second place this moto to pick up his silver medal. Everyone give it up for Gage Brown. Gage, what a great ride. You got to feel good about a silver medal to end off your week here at Loretta's. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I came up to a decent start. I kind of got a bad jump, and then I saw on the put board I was like about like P6, and I saw them not too far ahead of me, and I was just pushing, and I got a super good flow. Sadly, Colt, he ate it pretty hard. Hopefully he's feeling better soon, and yeah, it was a good ride though.
Supermini 2 has a really tough crowd to work up through. How do you prepare for days like this when you're working your way through the pack?
I prepare my trainer, Tommy Hahn. He's a great trainer. He's helped me all summer. My boys at the training facility, I've been going behind them, working, passing through them at the training facility, and yeah.
Now, Gage, lastly, who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, Mimi and papa, JM Racing, Adventure Moto, 100%, 7, Dunlop, Pro Taper, Alpine Stars, Huxon, T-Rex, On Track School, FMF, sorry, Maxima, Race Dogs, Bell, On Track School, my trainer Tommy Hahn, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Gage Brown, your second place finisher here in Supermini 2. Now, if everyone will please, with me, welcome our champion with 811 moto scores. His name is Darren Pine. It certainly is Pine time up here on the podium. Darren, tell us about this gold medal that you have in your hands and this championship that you have just won.
It was insane. I got like a little bit better start than usual. I started like 6th, made some passes. I actually got passed them back, and then I was riding, and I was just going for the win. I didn't think I was going to get the overall, and I think Colt crashed pretty bad. I hope he's okay. That sucks. Sucks to win this way, but it's still pretty cool. And I hope Dane's okay. I don't know how he crashed, but yeah, it was an awesome race.
Certainly an exciting moto. What have you done to prepare yourself for tiring end of the week motos like this?
You know, at TTMX, we're always doing after school motos, like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, all those, and just training really hard. Yeah.
Sounds like awesome preparation. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother back home, TTMX, Van Martin, JM Racing, Bees Moto Lab, Alpine Star, Gas, Monster, Dunlop, Mended, Malcolm from Mended, and everyone who supports me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final champion of the week, his name is Darren Pine.
Pine, hold that up.
All right, Darren, we will welcome Emily. She's from the AMA, and she's going to give you your number 1 plate. Huge congratulations. And now, one more time, let's give it up for our Supermini 2 champion, Darren Pine. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thank you for that, Sophie Phelps, and once again, a huge congratulations to your final champion of the week, Darren Pine, as we take a look at the overhead shot of what is the 44th annual Monster Energy Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross Championship. Jackson, what an incredible day we have had to close out the week, and what an incredible week it has been here in 2025. Let's take a look on your screen, your Racer TV rapid replay, to show you all of the action we've had here from the final day of racing, starting with our final champion of the week, Darren Pine, getting it in exciting fashion. So many incredible stories, injuries happening throughout the week, perseverance, determination, surprises, disappointment, the highs and the lows of the ranch.
Zach, it has been one to remember. Man, I can't believe it's over already. A full week of racing here in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee, going to come to a close. And one of my big stick out is this 21 machine here. That is one of my big takeaways is Enzo Timmerman. I'm sure it is everybody else as well. Zach, one thing that I didn't mention much there in some of those Pro Sport motos, that man riding with stitches there in his chin from one of his earlier motos this week and still able. Worst finish, a second place all week long.
Not too bad. Like we said, we had riders out there with fractured hands, bum wrists, busted up chins, everybody kind of taping themselves together because they know this is the stage that you have to perform on, and perform they did, Jackson. So many emotions we had down at the podium. Lachlan Turner getting the job done in the women's class. We had history made with Racing Kyler, and speaking of the racing, yeah, it was pretty good too here, Jackson. Incredible battles, fantastic weather, all in all a great week here for year 44 of Loretta Lynn's.
It sure was. Even this morning getting on ESPN there with Racing Kyler, making some noise. We were here in 2025 here at this 44th annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by AMSOIL. And Zach, as we watch this replay here, the boys down on the track going to seal things up, and we're going to get ready for the 45th.
Yeah, the work is not done yet. A huge shout out to all of our amazing track crew, all of the flaggers, and all of the staff that are going to be making their way right here from Loretta Lynn's to Ironman Raceway for our next Pro National. And on top of that, a humongous thank you to everybody involved with our broadcast on RacerTV.com, starting at the top with our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, OPAG, Adam Gordon doing a great job there, as well as our directors, Don Hampton and Jack Renner, our replay operator, Cameron Cotter, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer, Jack Renner, as well as our manager, Dan Reinhardt. All of our amazing camera operators, they're out in the heat, they're getting the angles. Adam Atkins, Dylan Atkins, Chris Baggett, Josh Hefner, Tanner Griffith, Cade Coombs, Adam Arndt, and Mike Nichols. Our eyes in the sky, our drone pilot, Gabe Scholl. For all of the talent here in the booth, Kevin Kelly, Wes Kane, Kevin Wyndham, Jackson Burrell, Jason Wygant, Sophie Phelps, Megawatt, Matt Watson. I'm Zach Herron, and we'll see you guys next time at the 45th Annual Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross Championship. Have a good night.